Today we will dive into the story of Empress Rosaline. That is the name of this novel. Its main character had an attractive appearance. She was a kind and sincere person. It is a classic romance with three elegant male characters, the first of them being the emperor's cousin, Marquis Ryan von Werner. The second of these characters is a young and strong knight of the empire, Lord Matthew von Arnes. And the third character of this novel, the ruler of the continent, the god of battles, the Sun Emperor Ade Isaac. The story of the novel, in which there are ideal male heroes, begins with the mistake of a clumsy priest. How could such a mistake be made during the purification ceremony? This ceremony was performed to protect the crops and ensure a good harvest. And it had to be performed in complete silence, and under strict supervision. Everyone present was extremely alarmed and scared. After this mistake by the clumsy priest, the minister scolded her for daring to interrupt the ceremonies and punished the people who would now all be doomed. It was as if the god Raham was angry with us, because that year the empire was affected by drought. And at the same time, the lower class of nobles was classified as commoners. So Rosemary, who was in the same situation, went to the capital to earn money. "This is what the imperial palace looks like," she said. With the help of a distant relative, Countess Blumberg became the teacher of the emperor's only brother, Duke Lucas. In the palace, she was loved not only by the emperor, but also by two minor characters. The plot of this book tells how Rosemary, having overcome all difficulties, becomes empress. But what about the priestess who ruined the ceremony? Someone was interested in what happened to her, but apparently nobody cared about her fate, because she was only a minor character. But then came a beautiful and bright morning, but don't believe it. We were not in the palace at all. The girl, covered in sweat, opened her eyes in fear. She looked around, looked banally at the ceiling, but still did not understand what was happening. She didn't try to save the cat that was stuck on the edge of the roof. She really fell and ended up in the hospital, the girl thought. However, she felt too well for a patient, when suddenly the door burst open with a bang against the wall, which startled the young lady. The girl who burst into the room was cursing that someone had made such a mistake first. And then she was also pretending to be sick. The girl sincerely did not understand what she was talking about. She asked if she had any shame and turned to Elizabeth. She was amazed that the girl in front of her had blue eyes. Disappointed, she handed her the tray and told her to eat herself. The girl in bed thought she looked like a foreigner, but her Japanese was very good. The stranger said that the more she thought about what happened, the more she realized it was her fault. She looked sadly at the patient and asked if this was how she repaid the temple that had picked her up from the street. If she was happy now, the girl didn't understand what kind of temple she was talking about. And turning to her as a nurse, she said she was in the wrong room. In an instant, the girl with blue hair and eyes clicked with disgust. With such a gesture, she scared the lost girl. Out of fear, she covered herself with the blanket and the blue sheet. Dejected and annoyed, she asked what nonsense she was talking about, wondering if she had gone crazy. Approaching the exit and opening the door, she turned on the threshold and irritably said that she couldn't even leave her alone, even though she had ruined the ceremony. Finally, she said that from tomorrow, she would pray to God for her forgiveness and slammed the door shut. But the girl understood nothing at all. In desperation, she even grabbed the blanket with her teeth, practically crying. Is it possible to yell at a sick person like that? She thought about why everything happened this way and called for the nurse. No one answered her call, and then she started thinking. She thought that this was definitely a dream. She even dreamed of the kitten running towards the ceiling, and when she woke up everything would return to normal. However, in the morning she was awakened by an unfamiliar voice calling for someone named Elizabeth. And this girl, looking at her, told her to wake up. Now there was a redhead foreigner in front of her. Maybe she was still sleeping. Upon opening her eyes, she pitifully said that this was not her name. Then she thought that maybe she was exactly like Elizabeth. She said that the redhead girl was probably mistaken. These words made the girl freeze in a stupor. Then she asked if she really didn't remember anything, not even her name, but our heroine just pouted her lips. She shook her head confidently in different directions and asked what her name was. The redhead introduced herself as Mona and asked if they really wanted to kick the girl out of the temple. But the next second she realized she wouldn't get anything from Elizabeth and, asking her to wait a moment, she handed her a mirror. Then Mona asked the girl with silver hair if she remembered anything, reminding her that her name was Elizabeth. However, she couldn't believe it. It simply couldn't be that she was her, this silver-haired foreigner. And brown-eyed, she wondered if this was real or a dream. Then Mona said worriedly that she was behaving strangely. And besides the ceremony itself, the girl was still in shock from what she saw in the mirror. Instead of her usual reflection, she turned sharply towards her. Her eyes roamed the room a little wildly. She herself was sweating with fear, not understanding what was happening. Elizabeth suddenly grabbed the redhead by the shoulders and ordered her to say it again. But Mona asked her to let go. It hurt. She asked what she had done wrong. Continuing to press the stranger, our heroine, in an authoritative tone, asked her to tell everything in more detail. But Mona didn't understand what she needed to tell her. And finally, without waiting for an answer, she started again and said that her name was Elizabeth. That she spilled the wine during the purification ceremony, depriving everyone of the harvest. And asked if that was what she wanted to know. The ceremony, the cleansing, the wine, and she ruined everything. She couldn't understand it. But could this really be the world of the novel of Empress Rosemary? Elizabeth thought, no longer understanding anything. But she is not the sweet main character, nor even a rich girl. This was depressing, and even very depressing, leading not only to shock, but also to complete stupefaction at the whole situation. And in an instant, due to the overabundance of all accumulated, acquired information. And even from ordinary acceptance, she suddenly began to faint. She was nothing more than a vulgar, ceremonial, clumsy priest, a secondary character. It is not worth reading novels like this indiscriminately, especially romantic ones. Separating every word, Elizabeth told herself tiredly, holding a mop in her hands. A year has passed since she found herself in this body. She had already gotten used to life in this world. Her name is Elizabeth now. However, the life after her heroine ruined everything, there was nothing to say about it. Just sighing dejectedly. But still, life was very funny, because everyone treated her terribly. Everyone called her guilty, although it wasn't her fault. Sometimes she even hoped that it was all just a joke, but it was true that they were laughing. And they joked a lot behind her back. Suddenly, she was called by one of the girls, who had previously been laughing at something with her friend. Elizabeth turned around surprised and innocently, but contrary to expectations, there was no dialogue. They shouted at her to catch something, and the next moment an old dirty rag flew towards her. And our little one had to grab it. The girl who threw the rag at her apologized mockingly, saying that she had miscalculated her strength. And told her to wash it too. Her friend, with whom she returned, asked if she had gone too far, but the girl just laughed. And said there was nothing wrong with it, because she was an ordinary commoner. She told her not to worry, because she had already been excluded from the middle class because of her fault. This is how all the household responsibilities fell upon her. The little one was always sad about this. She asked why this was happening, because she didn't want to be Elizabeth. When she was demoted to a low-class priest, she experienced all possible difficulties and, speaking of church ministers, high and middle-class priests are considered nobles under the Pope. Above all is the father. Behind him are the high class, middle class, and finally the lower class. All those belonging to the lower class are simply commoners. But how could an ordinary orphan of a commoner become a middle-class priest? It is probably of interest to everyone. Our heroine continued to sit on the floor in sadness and despair, reconciling herself again with her life, when suddenly a male voice called her. It was one of the priests above her. He looked threateningly at the girl and said that he was looking for her. The girl began to get up from the floor, hesitantly looking at her superior, but he, reaching his hand out in front of him, told her not to get up. He pointed to the young man standing next to him and said that his strength was needed here. The young man took off his shoes and put his foot towards Elizabeth's face. She apologized for her wet hands. Elizabeth touched the lump on the boy's leg with her thumb. He groaned loudly in pain. She said that then it would begin. However, she wondered why they needed the help of a low-ranking priest. But since this is an order, nothing can be done. But where has it been seen that a commoner would touch a noble? The young man looked surprisingly at the light emanating from the girl. However, healing was not subject to commoners. It was all thanks to divine power. And finally, the treatment was completed. The priest asked the boy if everything was all right. He happily said that the lump had disappeared. Elizabeth told him not to swing his leg so much. Previously, it seemed to her that this strength would help, but in an instant the young man stood up and, apparently, he twisted his ankle again. No matter how much she possessed this power, it turned out to be too weak. The priest clicked with disgust. Irritated and cold, he said he expected nothing more from the sinner's power. He said he was grateful that he could not take away her blessing. The girl felt very sad. If only he had examined his student himself. Then why make her look like a fool? She thought. She bowed her head down and asked to be excused. The man looked at her with much disapproval and sadness. Elizabeth understood that she could no longer live like this, but in the meantime the young man could still walk normally. She ran forward when suddenly a bucket fell right in front of her. The girl didn't understand how long this could last and wondered if she really had to live like this forever. Well, no, Elizabeth decided. She wouldn't let it go like this, but her family wasn't even waiting for her at home, and she had nothing to live for. The only thing Elizabeth has is the pendant she wore from the beginning. She thought she could get a lot out of it, but she can't. For some reason it seemed very important to him. She cautiously looked at the red pendant and yellow that she wore around her neck. She, looking up, mentally turned to the real Elizabeth and asked her what this necklace meant to her. Then the girl realized that it was time for her to stop thinking about all this nonsense. And she said out loud that she needed to finish cleaning. And suddenly she heard a strange male voice behind her, which surprised her very much. The voice came from the door, and this alarmed her greatly, because it seemed to her that no one was using this room. She approached the slightly ajar door and saw two men arguing furiously about something. One of them asked, what did it mean? He did not understand at all the thoughts of His Majesty. The other man, adjusting his glasses, nodded, asked for whom he was taking them, and said that this was unacceptable. The man was menacingly interested in how to find a new teacher for this fussy Duke Lucas. The girl got hooked on this name, because if she remembered correctly, in the novel it was Rosemary who became his teacher. She had an idea Rosaline just became Duke Lucas's teacher 1 year after the incident. That is now. The men asked what happened to Priest Bobby. The other replied that he was retired, although he was offered a large sum for this job. In the story, the priests were soon dismissed. Maybe, she thought, if she became a teacher, she could change her life. Therefore, taking off her blue apron, she carefully opened the door and entered the room where two men were arguing. One of them asked who she was. Elizabeth, embarrassed, modest, and yet somehow confident, brought her fist to her chest and apologized for interrupting the dialogue. The silver-haired girl happily introduced herself to Isabel, a low-class priest. She was sure that if she reached the imperial palace, all this suffering would end. Then the maid led the girl through the corridors and carefully opening the door. She told her that this room had been reserved especially for her. The girl looked around in surprise. She was delighted because, in terms of luxury, the imperial palace is on an unattainable level. The temple rooms cannot compare. She couldn't believe she had made it this far, and then she said she seemed to have left her things downstairs. The maid bowed and said she would bring them right away. However, the girl replied that it was not necessary, that she could do it herself. The maid was very surprised and asked if there were things there that she shouldn't touch. But Elizabeth, hesitantly, said there was nothing like that there, and asked why she had to run back and forth. The servant was very surprised. The girl said it was her job. These words seemed to hit Elizabeth directly. She felt completely ashamed. She scratched her neck, her cheeks flushed with shame. The main thing was to remain calm, even though she had never been treated like this. Suddenly, the maid said with joy and admiration that, as expected, the followers of Lord Rahan's teachings were completely different. Wiping away a tear, she said that she even cares about commoners, Elizabeth. Scratching her head, she said that statuses are not the most important thing. The maid called her movingly beautiful. And the next moment, she cheerfully said, giving a thumbs up, that she was going to fetch her things. And told her to rest. The priest, unsure, wanted to stop her. But the dear maid had already slipped away, which our heroine said quietly. But in any case, she was glad it turned out that way. Still, being a commoner is terrible. Looking around on the balcony, she said that even the air in the palace was completely different, and that she would never go back there again, and that she would survive here no matter what. And everything happened exactly 1 month ago. She apologized for interrupting the dialogue between two priests and introduced herself as Elizabeth. The man with glasses said her name in disbelief and looked at her inquisitively and said he was seeing her for the first time. Seriously, the girl didn't understand. It was they who accused her of some sins in the past. The men started arguing because one said nobody would come here, but that's how it should have been. The other one answered her. She thought this was even better because she wouldn't have to stay here anymore. And composing herself, she said she thought they remembered what happened at last year's purification ceremony. Honestly, she admitted that it was she who spilled the wine, and that's why she was demoted to a low-class priest. The dark-haired man looked surprised at the little one, almost covering his mouth with his hand, and said it was her. He told the cardinal that she was a commoner, but thanks to her healing abilities, she managed to become a middle-class priest. The girl confirmed Cardinal Thomas's words. The priest with glasses asked her if she was a middle-class priest, and the girl confidently raised her head. The man came closer and asked if everything was all right with the documents. So, there would be no problem for her to enter the imperial palace, right? The girl looked at him confidently. This person among the cardinals is the highest noble and number 2 in Raham's church. Cardinal Jeremy said that Duke Lucas probably wouldn't refuse her as a teacher. And this would be her chance to atone for her sin. This is exactly how she arrived at the imperial palace, Elizabeth thought, standing on the balcony and admiring the view. But still, don't think everything was that simple. First, she had to endure etiquette lessons directly from the formidable Jeremy. Look, as then the girl thought, composing herself, that she could no longer tolerate that attitude towards herself. Therefore, she should stop clinging to that place. The maid immediately came and cheerfully announced to the lady that she had brought her things. Elizabeth said to bring them and said she heard another teacher would arrive. Then the maid said that Baron Francis's daughter, and she would arrive tonight. The girl was very happy. Rosemary would really be here. She couldn't believe she might see her and thought that was the best day. But it was too early to relax. She had to use all her knowledge to stay here. And first of all, she should worry about Duke Lucas, the emperor's only brother, and owner of the Dawn Court. Previously, he chased away his teacher, Priest Jeremy. After a few days, he refused to bless the classes and interfered with the lessons. It is well described by the lines between heaven and earth. He was the only one worthy of everything. None of the teachers stayed for long. That was until the moment this case was assigned to Rosemary. She greeted him with a smile and was happy to meet him. Then she slowly began to open her heart, but then an assassination attempt was made on him. Then Duke Lucas began to fear swords, and this became a big problem. Rosemary told him that he needed to face his fears to overcome them, and suggested that he go out. But there was horror in the child's eyes, and as she already placed her hand behind her. He said he wasn't ready yet. The image of his brother was visible in his eyes. The problem was that he ran into the emperor himself in the courtyard. Even his own brother caused him indescribable animal fear. Because of this, the relationship between Rosemary and Duke Lucas deteriorated, and the boy's relationship with the emperor worsened even more. And then Rosemary approached His Majesty, but unlike the novel, Elizabeth also became Duke Lucas's teacher. And she wondered if this would change anything, It made no sense for her to pressure the Duke. Even if this happened, everything would be fine because the main character is Rosemary. And she is just a secondary character. And that's why her life should be fitting, not at all upset. She prepared for the future. Suddenly, she looked around. She was just walking where her eyes looked, but she didn't think she would get this far. How long would it take her to reach the palace? The girl thought. She let out a sigh of relief and said she had nothing important to do today, so she better rest. Only her legs ached a little. When suddenly a man shouted loudly for everyone to pay attention. His shout greatly frightened our heroine. At that moment, she abruptly rose from her spot under the tree where she was resting and asked in surprise what was happening. She wondered who the servants would meet there. She looked at the whole procession from behind a tree. And apparently this person was from the upper class, as she guessed. Suddenly, the expression on her face changed a lot, from inquisitive to very surprised. It seemed she recognized the identity of this important person. Mentally, she asked him to stop, because she noticed an interesting coat of arms, as if shouting to herself. It could really be the Emperor. The girl looked inquisitively at the man, and thought she might run into the main character in such a place. But it was a pity that his face was not visible. But this is the most important male character in this novel, and he was very kind to Rosemary. And courteous, although at the beginning of his reign, he was considered a real monster. A monster who conquered 3 neighboring states to the Peru Empire. He is a true war hero, she thought. Maybe it's a good thing she didn't become the main character. He really is a terrible person. Her hands trembled just thinking about it. But she didn't think they would meet him again. She is still a secondary character, and nobody knows her name. And finally, His Majesty the Emperor entered the palace, and His Majesty was greeted with joy. The young man, smiling cheerfully at his emperor and placing his hand on his heart, said he was looking forward to it. The emperor turned to the knight, like Matthew, and asked if there was any news. The young knight said that Marquis Ryan had arrived to discuss some matters with him. The emperor was very surprised, but did not show it. He, taking off his jacket and handing it to the butler, asked Knight Marquis Ryan if he had arrived. The young man confirmed and said he was waiting for him in the room on the 2nd floor. Then the butler asked if he could prepare tea for them, but the emperor refused. Instead, he asked to bring him and the Marquis a drink. This did not make the man very happy. He even writhed in disgust. The butler became very sad and fainted at his emperor's words. But he said he understood. The knight noticed such a state of the man. Therefore, he hesitantly asked His Majesty if he should really drink such a strong drink immediately after dinner. But the emperor didn't even want to hear this, and, leaving the room, said there was no need to worry so much, because he wouldn't die from a few glasses. And yet he reached the room, where the Marquis was waiting for him and called him by name. Ryan spread his arms to the sides and sighed and asked if he had come, showing with his whole appearance that he was tired of waiting. The next moment he turned sharply, and with a smile on his face, said that he was already waiting for him. He thought he had lost his mind somewhere. The golden-haired Marquis bowed, placed his hand on his heart, and wished glory to His Majesty. But the young emperor quickly walked past him and asked what he wanted to talk about. A tear formed in the corner of the Marquis's eye, and he asked how he was. This is how you greet a cousin after a long separation, but the emperor insisted that he speak faster. But Ryan did not remain sad for long, quickly and beautifully turned to his brother with a smile on his face, and said he wanted to talk about the meeting of aristocrats. The emperor asked what was happening. Then the Marquis explained that everyone was very patriotic, and that this time they were concerned about their personal lives. They wondered when an empress would be found. The emperor sent the butler to bring them alcohol and told his brother not to say anything stupid. But Ryan asked if he thought it was time to think about it. This would simply help resolve many conflicts. For example, it would prevent some rumors about forbidden love. The Marquis, laughing, said that there were also rumors about him and that they were lovers. And this is problematic. Matthew, who was behind, was disgusted with such talk. But our emperor was not amused. He said that his brother, by the way, was also from the imperial family. and that this question was also relevant to him. Ryan was amused and interested in the fact that his brother didn't care about rumors at all. And he said that he was only His Majesty's cousin and had less responsibility. Raising his hands, he said yes, and that his love was too much to waste on just one girl. The emperor remained silent. Then Marquis Ryan said he heard that he trained with the captain of the night detachment today, and asked if he liked him. The interlocutor drank whiskey on the rocks, but this time he answered in monosyllables, exhaling tiredly that the training with him was normal. The war lasted 3 years, the purpose of which was to strengthen the unstable empire. It ended 5 years ago, although they strengthened their place, but because of this, His Majesty completely stopped caring about himself. He needed a person to whom he could open his heart. The emperor called Hugo, the butler, who was talking about the master's wife. He answered instantly. Then His Majesty asked him if he had found a new teacher. The man said they should arrive today. He said that the first teacher, Baron Francis's daughter, recommended by Countess Blumberg, will be responsible for general education. And theology will be taught by a second teacher, a priestess sent from Rahan's temple. Then Marquis Ryan became very interested in how quickly they found teachers for the little ones, and said that he thought no one would come to him anymore. Then the emperor's butler asked His Majesty if he wanted to meet the new teachers. But the man didn't really answer the question. At first he was silent. And then, looking out the window, he said he didn't know yet. The priest with glasses said that no one would think that a middle-class priest was a commoner. So he asked her not to do anything suspicious. So everything will definitely be fine, and turning sharply, Jeremy looked threateningly and said that it was impossible to put the cup like that. The next moment, he shouted threateningly at her to repeat after him, and the girl opened her eyes in fear and cold sweat. She didn't understand what kind of nightmare this was. She had suffered a lot before coming here, so as not to see him in nightmares later. She really wanted to at least sleep well here. However, compared to working in the temple, these were just flowers. The girl went to the window and closed the curtains. Suddenly, through the window, she saw a carriage approaching the courtyard, with a coat of arms on which a lily was depicted. It belongs to the Blumberg family. When the carriage reached the Dawn Palace, Rosemary got out of it and exclaimed in surprise, admiring the beautiful garden. Our heroine was very happy that her appearance was the same as at the beginning of the novel. The beautiful Rosemary had a terraced nose and round eyes, soft lips, a beautiful look, and silky hair. And as befits the main character, she is simply incredibly beautiful. At the very moment, the girl looked surprised in her direction. She, a little worried that an unknown girl was looking at her, asked, apologizing who she was. But the priest looked at her so much that she completely forgot. She forced herself to calm down and do what she had been taught and making a bow. She said her name was Elizabeth, that she was a middle-class priest and would teach theology to Duke Lucas. The protagonist was very happy to have met her colleague and, bringing her hand to her chest, introduced herself as Rosaline von Francis and said that she was responsible for the general education of Duke Lucas. But of course, Elizabeth knew her well. She admired her sweet voice very much and timidly said she was delighted to meet you. When suddenly the Baroness asked where our priest was from, the girl was a little surprised and said she came from the temple. The girl, smiling awkwardly, wanted to correct her question and said she didn't mean it seriously. But suddenly, the servant called Miss Francis and told her that she had brought all the things and told them to go to her room. She sighed tenderly and said she had to go and invited the girl to talk next time. Elizabeth agreed with the young lady, and yet she couldn't believe she had actually arrived at the palace. Now she could even work with the main character. If things went on like this, they might become friends, she thought, even though at the beginning of the novel her name was not revealed, because she was only a secondary character. She wondered if she could get close to the main character, because leaving the temple was a good idea, as it seemed to her. Suddenly, Rosemary mockingly said that she thought so. It just seemed that way to her. But now she was sure. She was an ordinary commoner. She asks what was happening. And it all started 30 minutes ago in the palace hall. Rosemary said that this tea has a sweet aroma mixed with Asian. She asked if that was the priestess's favorite tea, but our heroine replied nothing. She just kept staring at the heroine of the novel. Rosemary called her mistress again when Elizabeth suddenly came to her senses and said, surprised, that the tea's aroma was pleasant. She timidly admitted to herself that she was looking at her again, but even her face of disbelief looked very cute. Elizabeth reasoned, as the girl said, turning to the priest, that something interested her, and she explained. Yesterday, she couldn't really ask what family she was from. Our dear Elizabeth looked down and to the side with frustration. She felt uncomfortable. Because she had asked this yesterday. She asked if she was really interested in this, and Rosemary, meanwhile, sat down and looked at the girl's hands. And Elizabeth, of course, understood that someday she would have to answer this question. The main protagonist of the novel, squinting cunningly, said that they were both training the Duke. She asked if it wouldn't be natural to get to know each other better. The girl was very stressed by this pressure. But then Rosemary thought the priest noticed her hostility, and that's why she said she would start first. She said quietly that the Baron's family was located in the southwestern part of the empire, and that she was his eldest daughter. Sweetly, she extended her hand forward and, smiling cheerfully, said it was her turn now. The girl, in response, hesitantly brought her hand to her chest and looked a bit embarrassed, and inquisitively at her interlocutor, said that she was a middle-class priest coming from the temple. It was a great honor for her to meet her, Miss Frances. Our heroine had heard that among priests status plays an important role. But she is also a priest, so she prayed she could listen to her. But the girl, bringing her finger to her chin, thoughtfully, although also cheerfully, she said she seemed to have started to understand. Elizabeth fearfully hoped that everything had turned out well for her. When suddenly, the Baroness said that at first she was worried about being here alone. This started to worry her. So Rosemary continued. She was happy about the news that she were the same age. Our priest said that she was also happy to work with the young lady. There was only one thing our heroine cooled down, and the teacup in her hands trembled from the priest's attention. The Baroness was terrifying with just her gaze and her cunning smile when she said that the priestess must be from a respectable family. Elizabeth's eyes instantly widened in horror, and her eyebrows raised in surprise when Rosemary said she saw before her an ordinary commoner who wasn't even trained in etiquette. There was hostility in her words. She didn't even try to hide her hostility. But well, the girl was worried about this question. When suddenly, due to all the tension and to some extent fear, the teacup slipped from her hands. And it broke with a roar. Elizabeth jumped up. Baroness Rosemary gritted her teeth in disgust until they crunched, and between them, trying not to break, she said that this was a complete disgrace. The girl sat on the floor and looked surprised at Miss Rosemary, who was looking at her with anger and hostility. She said coldly that she thought she had imagined everything, but now she was absolutely sure that the priestess was an ordinary commoner. And ordinary. She explained that she immediately felt confused by the position of the cup in her hand. But she didn't focus too much on it. But now she simply couldn't look at her and told her to clean up the broken cup herself. Since she was a commoner, as soon as she found out about her origin, Rosemary's attitude towards Elizabeth immediately changed. It was really like that in the novel. But if you remember, the story was told from the perspective of the main character. And nothing is said about commoners, but the Francis family, only in word, is part of the circle of aristocrats. They cannot even pay the tax for their lands. That's why she hates commoners, the priest thought. The girl grimly said she was against it and asked if a commoner could teach a duke. But if everyone finds out about this, not only will it not end in trouble, but she will also be sent back to the temple. The next moment, she sharply grabbed the girl by the elbow and begged her not to present this to anyone. The Baroness frowned in disgust and ordered her to leave and called it an abomination. Elizabeth looked at her pitifully with her big eyes and asked her not to report this, saying that she would do what she asked. She couldn't return to the temple, but Rosemary was interested in such a proposal and looking at her inquisitively, asked her if she would do everything. The girl, without ceasing to hold the Baroness by the elbow, looked at her with the same pity, and said that she would do everything in her power. She suddenly withdrew her hand from the commoners and said that since she was ready to go this far, she would turn a blind eye, but there was a problem. Elizabeth asked what kind of problem it was. The girl turned to her again, and lifting her chin announced smugly that this was her relationship with her. As a boss and subordinate. To hide her origin, she will have to communicate with her as still an equal, and she will not tolerate this. This meant that now she would have to wait on her. She lowered her gaze to the floor and sadly said that she could help with cleaning and everything else. Rosemary was surprised to quickly grab it, as if praising her for it and reminding her not to forget to wash. And so, exhaling dejectedly, she accepted these conditions. The Baroness was delighted and said they would have a mutually beneficial cooperation. Although this is better than working in the temple, somehow it's still not right. When a maid entered the room and apologized, and then explained that the Duke had arrived, the girl instantly changed her face and, smiling, she sternly told her to stop sitting and told her to get up. It was very noticeable that she acted as if nothing had happened. It wasn't noticeable that she had behaved with such arrogance lately. She thought with an inquisitive face, this is exactly the kind of person this protagonist, Rosemary, two-faced, was. And selfish. And now our baby will have to wait on her. She wondered if it was normal for a person with such a character to find happiness. Our heroine suddenly wondered if the heroes of the book knew her true character, and if this was related to her tense relationship with Duke Lucas. Suddenly she came to her senses when someone's childish voice loudly ordered her to get out of the way. The boy asked her if she heard because he told her to leave. But when Elizabeth did not answer again, he frowned and asked if she wanted to disobey him. The girl looked down surprised. Her mouth automatically opened slightly in surprise. She couldn't believe that this boy in front of her was Duke Lucas. He continued to look at her inquisitively, placed his fist on his hip, and said that she would step on the fragments. The girl looked at her feet in surprise, and indeed found fragments of the cup right next to them, and realized that she had almost cut herself. He called the priest an idiot and asked, what would he do if she got hurt? And looked disgustedly at the maid, who was already sweeping up the fragments. Elizabeth asked him to forgive her and thought about it. She couldn't say he was bad, but still it was too early to judge. Meanwhile, the Duke told the maid to leave if she was done cleaning. When the Duke turned to the priestess and asked how long she was going to stay there, the girl shuddered in surprise and hesitantly said that she would sit down now. She sat down next to Baroness Rosemary and thought that the Duke wouldn't even look for a word in her pocket. Suddenly, she looked towards the protagonist of the novel, who immediately changed her face, and was surprised how quickly she took on the image of a lady. When the little Duke asked the girls if they were his new teachers, the priest didn't want to admit it. But he was too cute. Suddenly, he noticed that the young man's gaze was not directed at them at all, but crossed with the sweets on the table. But without giving it away, he turned his head in the opposite direction to the girls and the table, and said that he understood everything and advised them to try it. The girl, amazed by her future student's behavior, looked at him with interest. Then I saw his short and careful movements, his facial expressions, and his eyes. And I guessed that he wanted to eat the cake. The girl thought it was very cute how he tried to look like an adult, but in reality, he was still a child. Her cheeks turned red when Rosemary suddenly called the knight. At that very moment, as the boy, with a fork in his hand, reached for the sweets on the table, the Baroness asked him if he didn't mind, then they could discuss the lesson plan. She timidly said that she heard he was taught mathematics, history, and theology, and such a passion for learning makes her admire him. At that moment, Elizabeth looked at her surprised. The heroine continued and said, to assess his level of knowledge, she asked if he would mind. But the Duke sharply interrupted her babbling. He said threateningly and coldly that he didn't need this, and that she herself would do such things, pointing at her with a fork and saying that previous teachers should have left a class diary. The girls were surprised, and the Baroness was very annoyed by such reproaches towards her, and said that she understood. Elizabeth was surprised how quickly she besieged the main character, when suddenly she directed her attention to her second teacher, which scared her a little. He asked, frowning slightly and pointing at her with a fork, if she also wanted to test his knowledge before the lesson. How then our dear heroine first offered to eat something sweet before the tea got cold, and handed him a plate of cake. And then, she said, they would continue their conversation. Elizabeth, embarrassed, said that consuming food containing Lord Rahan's blessing should not be delayed. Rosemary looked at her colleague with indignation. However, her ordinary student, Duke Lucas, shouted and said it wasn't a bad idea. So he happily accepted the cake. When she asked the priest how she was going to teach, the girl scratched her cheek and said she didn't have a clear plan. However, the basis of theology is the understanding of the teachings of the great Rahan. The young man listened with interest to the girl's reasoning. Therefore, instead of memorizing it, she, smiling sweetly, offered to read and discuss the holy letters together and asked what he thought about it. Baroness Rosemary crossed her arms proudly on her chest and looked with contempt at the boys who were having a pleasant conversation. And she laughed mentally at the fact that a commoner thought this would work. Suddenly, she heard an unexpected answer. Duke Lucas agreed with the priest, which greatly surprised the girl. She felt somewhat different, somewhat abandoned, when the Duke, smiling, said that it sounded good and that they would do it. She gasped mentally and couldn't even find words to culturally describe this woman. After meeting the little Duke, the girls went out into the hallway and the Baroness handed a paper to the priest. She told her that it was a list of books she should get from the library. The girl asked why she received an assignment immediately. Then Rosemary asked if she hadn't promised to help her, but there were many. The main character said that she would be busy preparing for classes, so she wouldn't have time for this. The girl looked disappointed at the sheet of books and thought that she had just arrived and was already giving orders, and wondering if this would be revenge. Here the aristocrat approached our heroine and asked if she was going to refuse her. She pointed to her chest with a finger, which made the girl close one eye and say that she didn't even need to make an election plan. She raised her eyebrows and, looking at the priest from under her forehead, arrogantly said that if she understood, then she would leave her alone and bring all these books immediately. And now our stupid main character was already traveling in a carriage to the library and sighing, looking out the window. This was already starting to annoy her, and she hoped to quickly find all these books. And now she had already gotten out of the carriage and was standing near the library. But she only thought so. In reality, it turned out to be much more than it seemed. It was simply horror. She would die faster than finding all the books. Suddenly, tired of running back and forth in the library, she finally approached one of the workers and told him that she needed help. The consultant smiled sweetly and said that she must have had a difficult time. If she said the name of the book, he would tell her where she could find it. The girl was very grateful. And so she did. After that, she handed him a sheet of books, and the young man with glasses quickly left, asking her to wait here. Finally, the girl could look around and catch her breath from all the running. By the way, Rosemary met one of the main male characters in the library. The heroine remembered, but couldn't remember exactly who she met and didn't have time to think. He apologized for making her wait and, handing back the sheet, said that he had written where these books could be found on it. The girl happily thanked him, but the young man with round glasses hurried to bother her. Now all the carts are busy, and she will have to transport them herself. The girl froze in a stupor. But in the end, she just exhaled disappointed and thought that everything couldn't be so simple. The young man wished her good luck, but she still needed to take them to the carriage. She started running around the entire library looking for and collecting books, gathering everything into a pile. When suddenly the time came when the book she needed was too high. The girl did not despair and tried to reach it by standing on her tiptoes, when suddenly a voice behind her asked if she could help her. And a man's hand was raised next to Elizabeth's head. The little priest turned around cheerfully, smiled sweetly, and said that she would not refuse help if it wasn't too difficult for her. Suddenly, in front of her, she saw a very handsome young man with green eyes and light brown hair, smiling sweetly at her and already holding the book she needed in his hands. The girl looked at him and noticed a knight's insignia on his armor with the empire's crest. At that moment, only a knight could enter the library, and realizing this, the girl stumbled and started to fall backward. Brown hair and green eyes, she thought to herself while the man looked surprised at the falling lady. The next moment, he grabbed the girl by the lower back with one hand and cradled her head with the other, preventing her from falling or hitting the bookshelf. At that moment, they looked into each other's eyes. A blush appeared on Elizabeth's cheeks. It was definitely Lord Matthew von Arnes. And so, they were already traveling together in the same carriage, and the priest, embarrassed, said that he should not have helped her. The man looked sweetly at the lady in front of him and told her not to worry, that it was an honor for him to help the lady. The girl shielded herself from him with the book she held in her hand and thought he shone so much she couldn't look. She didn't understand how she could end up in the same carriage with one of the main characters. And everything happened exactly an hour ago, when at one moment he grabbed the girl by the lower back with one hand, and with the other cradled her head, preventing her from falling or hitting the bookshelf. At that moment their eyes met. A red blush appeared on Alice's cheeks. She realized that it was Lord Matthew von Arnes. She, surprised and embarrassed, stared at him with puppy eyes and called him Matthew. When suddenly she quickly came to her senses and changed her words, calling him Lord Arnes. The girl reminded him of the position of his hand, and the young man, abruptly embarrassed, withdrew it and apologized, saying that it just seemed to him that the book might fall. Elizabeth laughed nervously and said it was fine. When the knight asked the girl how she knew him, Isabel was surprised and asked him what he was talking about. The man started to explain, arching an eyebrow and looking to the side, that she simply called him Matthew. The girl felt embarrassed by her carelessness. The priest started, apparently, to make absurd excuses and, embarrassed, said that she had simply heard a lot about him because he was very popular. The young man immediately cheered up, happy to hear such words about himself. And he was even ashamed that at first she didn't even believe him. Elizabeth stood awkwardly next to the brave knight and thought that he didn't seem to realize the extent of his popularity. So the girl simply replied that this is how she remembered his name. The next moment, the embarrassed young man knelt down, picked up the fallen book, and said that he understood, but that it embarrassed him a little. Looking at the girl below who was coming to help him up, he said that, to be honest, he was also looking at her. Elizabeth asked what that meant. She was caught by his words that Matthew was looking at her. It even touched her heart and her cheeks flushed. But she was thinking about why he was looking at her, while Matthew seemed to look at her tenderly. When suddenly, handing her the book, he said laughingly that he was looking at her because she was simply running very quickly through the library. Then the priest felt embarrassed by her thoughts. She then reminded herself in her thoughts that she was only a supporting heroine. And she accepted the book handed to her by the knight, who was already standing up. But he still kept looking at the girl with fascination, with interest. One might even say he was attracted to her. There was a slight blush on his cheeks and a smile on his face. Smiling sweetly, the young man said that if she didn't mind, they could look for her books together. The girl looked at him with interest. But she no longer needed help and thanked the boy for his concern, but she said she had already found everything. Then Matthew still didn't give up. He wanted to help this lady and said, "What does it mean?" "Only carrying them to the carriage remains." The girl, a little surprised and clumsy, said that everything was fine. "Well," said the imperial knight, and walked towards the piles of books and picked up some from the floor. "Then he will do it." The girl only managed to call him. However, Matthew said everything was fine and that it was time to go back. The next moment, his gaze fell on the book in the dear priest's hands. This surprised her greatly. But in an instant, the girl sharply hugged the book to herself and pulled it away from him. And frowning and sweetly pouting, she flatly refused, saying that she would carry it herself. And Elizabeth ran forward embarrassed, wondering to herself and to God why he was so kind. The young knight called the lady surprised, but the girl continued to carry her feet further away and shouted, asking him please not to follow her. But he asked quietly, embarrassed, a little confused, how she would deliver the books. And he chuckled and said that she was an amusing person. It was already evening, and the carriage she was supposed to return in had disappeared. And then the imperial knight, the sweet and kind Matthew, helped her for the second time and offered to ride in his carriage. Already eating with him, she became sad and wondered if it was normal for her to participate in the plot's events. Then he too travels in a carriage with Matthew, who was calmly looking out the window. But from the blush on his cheeks, it was clear that he was thinking about the events that had occurred earlier. She recalled the verses of the novel, The Sword of the Empire, the great southern lord, Duke Arnes. As soon as his eldest son came of age, he received an order in the middle of the War of Conquest. And it sounded like this: you must take upon yourself all the swords and arrows directed against His Majesty. And the most interesting thing about this was that he fulfilled this order and was even able to return alive. Still, this is not such a kind and gentle person as he might seem at first glance. Meanwhile, the young man looked at the girl with alarm, because she looked at him for a long time. He felt a little uncomfortable, so he smiled sweetly and asked her if there was something on his face. The girl denied it. Then Matthew asked the lady if she was going to read all these books, because it wouldn't be easy. Elizabeth hesitantly looked away and, embarrassed, pushed her hair back and said it wasn't for her. She honestly admitted that these books were for classes with Duke Lucas, and this surprised the knight. Excited, he asked the lady if she was the new teacher. She replied that not everything was so good, because she was only responsible for theology. But Matthew was still amazed, and happily said that she was still a teacher. Elizabeth timidly scratched her head and laughed sweetly. When suddenly, after modestly finishing laughing, she drew attention to the wound on the knight's finger. The next moment, she confidently pointed this out to Lord Arnes, and he looked at his hand and said that apparently she heard it when handing over the books. Our heroine grabbed her head with concern, thought that such beautiful hands needed to be protected, and she believed that everything was her fault. So she suddenly sharply extended her hand to Matthew and told him to give it here. The young man asked again, surprised, but realizing what she meant. He refused and said everything was fine. But Isabel was persistent and looked at the imperial knight very seriously, even demanding. So in the end he agreed. He placed his large palm in the girl's small hand, and the next moment light began to emanate from Elizabeth's hands. And the wound healed. Finishing the treatment, she said that for the moment she could only help him with this. Matthew's cheeks flushed, and pressing his hand against himself, said that she surprised him. He thought that only the high priesthood had healing abilities. But the girl began to ignore him and denied his assumptions, saying that she could heal such a small wound. But the next moment the girl felt unwell, although she continued to smile, but in reality she had a strong headache after the treatment. Matthew noticed this and asked her if she was okay. But closer to the evening, they finally arrived at the house and finally unloaded the carriage. Then the knight said he could take them, but Elizabeth said it was pointless. That everything was fine, she would call the servants. After that, she turned around a little embarrassed and starting to climb the stairs. She told him to take care. Suddenly, the young man reached forward, wanting to stop the girl. And apologizing, he called the lady. And when the girl turned around, Matthew asked if she could tell him her name. The priest asked again. The noble imperial knight said that perhaps he would need her healing skills again. Then the sweet girl, whose hair from the back was illuminated by the light and beautifully stirred by the light breeze, said serenely that her name was Elizabeth. The young man's cheeks flushed. A wide smile appeared on his face, and he invited Lady Elizabeth to see each other again. Although they met by chance, Matthew is the main character. She is a supporting heroine, but whatever, she agreed, an imperial knight. And a simple priestess, it was interesting if they would at least meet again. The day after meeting the imperial knight, the girl reviewed these events in her head and happily thought that then she definitely should have met Rosemary. But of course, she will be able to see this if she is not fired at that moment, because the Duke did not come to class. Today was supposed to be his first lesson with the Duke. Looking at the open book, she wondered if he would decide to organize a boycott. This could become a problem. The more our priest thought about it, the more her pride hurt, because 2 hours ago she had a lesson with Rosemary. But she decided to skip his lessons, which our hard-working heroine couldn't help but get angry about. But apparently, he was only interested in the main character of the novel, although he liked the idea of the cake. While the girl was mentally angry with her student, she didn't notice how the maid was entering the room. She had already approached, and that was when Elizabeth saw her. It was Duke Lucas's nanny, Karina. A sweet and kind woman, she addressed her mistress and sadly told her that she had a message for her. The girl looked at her surprised with her big eyes and raised her eyebrows and asked if something had happened. With her head bowed, Karina said that the Duke had a severe headache, so he could not attend the lesson. This was not surprising, the girl thought so. So his excuse was a headache. It even became annoying, but she said she understood. But the next moment her face changed, although she was still angry, which she even felt. But she put on a wide smile and seemed to start shining and said she was very worried. And she offered to go see him. But the dear nanny started denying it in every way possible, waving her hands, saying that it wasn't worth it, that he felt very bad. But the girl already understood everything he was pretending. But she didn't argue. She took the book and said, well, then they will reschedule today's lesson for next time. Karina apologized and told her to be careful on the way home. Well, the girl thought. In general, she never expected such an outcome from her first lesson. But there was nothing to be done. She left the room and, closing the door with a sigh, thought about what she would do tomorrow if he didn't come back. Suddenly, she started thinking a little about this whole situation, and it was as if an idea had even occurred to her. And walking down the hallway, she was no longer so upset, because she realized that she would still receive a salary. And it turns out this was free money, which she couldn't help but be happy about. In general, she decided that everything would be fine. And so, a few days later, when she was again waiting for Duke Lucas, Karina came again to apologize for his absence. Smiling in response, she thought he was a troublesome child. In this situation, she felt even more, and only felt sorry for Karina, who had to bear the blame for her master's mischief. Continuing to drink the tea brought by the servants, she thought that, remembering the plot of the novel, she could understand him. Still, previous priests used some kind of Spartan method in training. She sighed heavily, which scared Karina, and wondered if it was worth torturing the poor girl like this. For such a sensitive girl, it was probably too much. Hearing the priest's sad and dramatic sigh, the nanny mentally called out to her poor mistress. After all, she had been waiting for him for so many days. Wiping away her tears, the Duke's elderly nanny hoped that her master would come to his senses. But the girl thought happily that it would be even better this way, even if she continued to miss him. The woman touched the room and told her master that it was Karina. Lucas let her in. The nanny said that the lady priest came to see him today. In turn, the boy lay on his bed and read a fantasy story. She said that she was persistent. She thought that there had been no trace of her for a long time. The woman approached the bed and asked the knight when he was going to attend classes. The young man, with a cute frown, replied that he would not go there. He asked Karina to listen and told her that all these holy scriptures were written in some incomprehensible language. He asked she should ask questions to be able to understand everything. But all his previous teachers simply looked at him as if he were a fool, and simply sighed. He smiled confidently and asked what he could learn from those who didn't want to teach him. He hit the book he was trying to read and dramatically flopped onto the bed, putting his hands behind his head and saying with disgust that this was a waste of time. The sweet nanny leaned over her master and, worried, told him that if he didn't attend classes, he could be severely scolded. The young man mockingly asked who would scold him. The old woman coldly replied that the emperor would do this. The young man's face changed immediately. The next moment, with some kind of burden on his soul, he moved away from his nanny and told her that he had no time for that. The dear nanny sat on the edge of her master's bed when she saw that he was upset and said that everything was wrong. She told the sad truth that he was afraid of his majesty. The boy clenched his fist. It was too painful a truth for him. The boy remembered how people spoke of him. Because he was constantly in the palace, but nothing could be done about it. He couldn't even meet with His Majesty. Because he wasn't allowed to leave the palace. He remembered how they called him poor little thing, and this became the starting point. The next moment, he sharply turned to the nanny and shouted at her to leave him alone. He asked if she dared to contradict him. He said loudly that he was hungry and told her to bring him a cake. The nanny felt very offended by this. She wanted to answer something, but he loudly interrupted her and ordered her to be silent. At the moment, he was already feeling a little ashamed of his behavior and calmly told her not to say it. His nanny looked sadly at her master and finally turned around and left to carry out his orders. Upon leaving the Duke's chambers, she heard a conversation between two maids discussing that the priest was sitting alone again. The other replied that it seemed she didn't like him. Upon hearing such gossip behind the master's teacher's back, she coughed loudly, which scared the girls, and she told them to bring a cake to the Duke. The maids, caught red-handed, quickly ran down the hallway. And they did not contradict Mrs. Karina. The sweet woman sighed sadly, processing the information that had happened over some time. And years. Not only is the Duke to blame for this, but he survived the death of his parents in childhood. And then also an assassination attempt, but she asked the Duke not to forget it. That His Majesty always thinks of him and tries to take care of him as best he can. Early one morning, guests arrived at Mrs. Elizabeth's room, and the maids informed her. The girl, rubbing her eyes from sleepiness, asked who was there. The man asked if she was Duke Lucas's theology teacher. Suddenly she opened her eyes and said it was her. Isabel examined the man in front of her and saw a priest's clothes. She realized he came from the temple. The man ordered her to dress immediately and told her that His Holiness was waiting for her. A shiver ran down the girl's body. She was very surprised and wondered why the Holy Father had come, if they were really going to fire her. The Holy Father of the Rahan Church, the only one on the entire continent, preaches the main religion. While traveling in the carriage, she was already worried, wondering why such an important person would meet with her. She was so surprised that she immediately ran to get ready. Right after the priest said that now they were heading to the temple, well, the situation was clearly not good. She brought her hand to her mouth worriedly and thought that it seemed the rumors of her difficulties had reached the temple. And the problems upon arriving at the palace were the following: first of all, they immediately found out about her background, and secondly, the Duke wasn't even attending her classes. Realizing everything, she hit her head and wondered fearfully if everything would be all right. The priest said they would soon arrive at the imperial temple and told her to show respect to Holiness. The girl thought perhaps she should run away right now. Elizabeth looked around surprised. This is an imperial temple, so it looked good, very elegant. Suddenly, her old friend Cardinal Jeremy rudely and loudly asked her what she was allowed to do. Because in front of her was His Holiness. He scared her. She knew she was going to be fired. When suddenly the man next to her made a hand gesture and in a kind voice told Jeremy not to be so strict with her. His Holiness said that he had spoken about this more than once, but he was always very rude. The cardinal bowed and said that he, Mary, took note of this. The girl moved a little closer. Examining the relationship between the men with interest, she didn't believe that Cardinal Jeremy could be so obedient. When she saw the man smiling sweetly and thought, could this really be the Holy Father? He immediately turned to Isabel and told her that he had been waiting for her. The embarrassed girl said that he was the prophet of the great Rahan, the Holy Father. The man smiling told her not to be shy and to come closer. Despite his position, he seemed quite kind to the girl. But a question still worried her: why did he need her? Then the Holy Father told Isabel that he had heard that she had healing magic. The embarrassed girl said that her power was not that impressive. John immediately, His Holiness admitted that, to be honest, he had recently hurt his hand while flipping through a book, and asked if she could heal it. Our sweet heroine asked him if he wanted her to heal his arm. The man said yes and asked her if it was difficult for her. However, our heroine was worried. She didn't know what to do and if she could heal him. However, she tried more than once to heal her hands, rough from hard work. But she never succeeded, and therefore became guilty towards her father and asked his forgiveness, telling him that she feared it was too much for her. She thought about how she could help him if she couldn't heal herself. Then the Holy Father saw that Isabel also had wounds on her arm and scratching his beard. He asked her to show him. The girl didn't understand why he would do this, but she didn't resist. And then His Holiness told the girl to watch carefully. Light flowed from his hands. The next moment, she looked at her hands and was very surprised. They became incredibly clean, as if she had received new hands, and she greatly admired His Holiness's strength. But the next moment, the girl surprisingly asked him why he didn't heal the wound himself. Then the Holy Father explained to the girl that this was the teaching of the great Rajan. One cannot heal their own wounds with holy power. This greatly astonished Isabel. The man said that, after all, a person cannot live without the help of others. That's why, she thought, it's not about his strength, even if he is not that strong. Then the man asked Elizabeth if she could treat his hand. The girl happily said that she would try very hard. A red blush formed on her cheeks. She was serious and thought that if there was a small chance, she was ready to put in all her strength. The man watched as she treated his arm and thought that he had heard that she had just acquired abilities. But still, she really was amazing. That's for sure, thought the Holy Father while watching the sweet priest. After the treatment, he thanked Elizabeth and said that the great Rahan had blessed her with great strength. The embarrassed girl said that she should thank him for the explanation. The girl was happy, and her soul felt very warm, she thought. Otherwise, she would have had to reproach herself for her strength for a long time. The man, smiling sweetly, said that he is always here, so sometimes she can approach him and practice using her powers. The girl, embarrassed, gathered her hair and said that the Duke still wasn't attending her theology classes. She said that if this continued, she might be fired in response. The Holy Father laughed and advised her to try showing him her intentions, and maybe this would make him change his mind. He also told her not to get discouraged and to try to do her best. These words greatly inspired Isabel. But still there were doubts too. For the first time someone believed in her, and before everyone had treated her terribly. Well, she squeezed the fabric of her dress. Then she just had to live up to his expectations. The heroine decided for herself and said she would try. After the girl left the building, His Holiness asked Jeremy what he could say about her. The man said she was a girl like a girl. The Holy Father asked if he really thought so. Then the cardinal, following her with his eyes, said that now he couldn't add anything more. And His Holiness replied, since he said she was an orphan, to find out more about her. And he admitted that for some reason she interested him. At the same time, in the Duke's palace, the butler was talking to Rosemary. She was interested to know if the Duke was still skipping his theology classes. She replied that unfortunately that was the case. The man, writing something in a notebook, said this was a problem, and the main character happily thought that if the emperor didn't like it, the commoner would definitely be kicked out. It was unpleasant for her to see her resting here, but it was for the best, however. Contrary to her expectations, the man asked if that meant that she, Miss Frances, had just left. Hugo said that the diary didn't say anything about any action taken by her. He said coldly, holding the class diary in his hands, that she was responsible for the Duke's general education. The girl didn't understand what was wrong with him and what she had done. Hugo slammed the class diary shut. He frowned and said that in this case, he was forced to reprimand her. Rosemary started making excuses worriedly. She said there were no problems with the other subjects. He attended her classes with great enthusiasm, but the man told her enough. He said he understood the situation, that she was free, and opened the door in front of her, escorting her out of the room. The girl thought how he dared to treat her like that. She thought he only had the courage to do this. No one had ever hated her. She reasoned irritably, everyone always wanted to be closer to her. When suddenly the man called Miss Frances, the girl sharply turned around. And she looked at him inquiringly and hopefully, addressing the butler by his name. She knew that they couldn't treat her like that. However, contrary to her expectations, the man looked at her with irritation and told her not to call him by his name anymore and asked her not to forget her situation with her. Rosemary said she would be careful, and the door closed in front of her. She bowed, and her whole body trembled with irritation and anger. She believed that everything was the fault of that saint. How could she come here being a commoner, and how could she even dare to humiliate her like that? The heroine thought. Marquis Ryan asked her if that meant she was still refusing classes. She said she felt sorry for this teacher and wanted to look at her at least once. It happened in the palace hall. The three of them were sitting at the table, and Matthew said that he had seen her. Ryan asked how everything went. And also the dear Knight Arnes, remembering joyfully, said that she was still very pretty. And also very small. The Marquis, crossing his arms over his chest, said thoughtfully if that was all. And said that according to the description she looked like a bunny. The young man said fascinatedly that there was indeed a resemblance. He looked at his hand and remembered how she treated him with her small hands, and a blush appeared on his cheeks. Both brothers, the Marquis and the Emperor, looked surprised at the involved Matthew. And they thought it was unusual for him to show interest in the girl. Ryan thought this was already interesting. He already wanted to meet this teacher and smiling. He asked His Majesty what he was going to do with this priest. The Emperor, hitting the class diary, said he would observe for now, but if she kept missing classes, he would have to find a new teacher. He got up from his seat, leaning on the table, and said that he had to go train. So he would go. His cousin was surprised that he didn't miss a single day. She placed her hand on the back of the chair while watching the Emperor leave, and asked him if he was tired of doing the same thing every day. But the man was not verbose, even without looking at his interlocutor. He said it didn't matter, maybe for someone it was boring, but he couldn't think of anything else. At the same time, the girl was carrying a basket with dirty laundry, and asked tiredly how much laundry there was to wash. There was no meeting with the Chamberlain today. But what happened 30 minutes ago? Rosemary abruptly entered Elizabeth's room with a dissatisfied look. In the subsequent action, she threw the dirty laundry on the floor and told her to wash it all now, and said haughtily that she wouldn't even think about abandoning her duties. She didn't know what happened, but obviously something serious. She decided to take out all her anger on her. It didn't seem like she was being bullied. Well, the girl thought, looking around, she needed to find a secluded spot. It was probably strange for a middle-class priest to wash things herself. She thought and moved forward, when suddenly she saw a man. Immediately, our dear heroine saw this man brandishing his sword and hitting the stone, which scared her very much. This man was the Emperor. While practicing, he thought that he was always moving forward. He didn't think about resting at all. And boredom. Maybe that's why, she wondered, he managed to achieve such results. Blood dripped from the wounds on his hands, and he didn't know what else to do, and he brandished his sword again. He just spent his days aimlessly, when suddenly, while hitting a stone, his sword broke. And he heard a loud female scream. In an instant, he came to his senses, pushed his thoughts to the background, and turning around asked who was there. In front of him, he saw a girl. She had tears in her eyes, and she fearfully apologized to him and told him that she almost died, and that the tip of the sword that flew off sank directly into her dress. Still catching her breath, she pulled off her dress, which was pressed by the tip of the sword, and said that this training is very dangerous. And then she got up from her seat and approached the man, who only grunted with guilt and anger, but sweetly asked him if he wanted to tell the man who was almost killed something. The Emperor looked closely at the girl who approached him and asked who she was. The girl said she was Elizabeth, a middle-class priest. She wondered what was wrong with him. If he was too rude to the man he almost killed. The Emperor continued to ask questions. He wondered how she got here and if she knew what kind of place this was. Isabel replied that she was only going to wash things and asked where they were. The man said sadly that they were in the inner garden. The girl was very surprised. She asked if that was the place where the imperial family members lived. The Emperor nodded. Our heroine fell desperately on all fours and was strongly indignant about the reason for all this. She shouted that she thought there was no one here. She shouted that if the ruthless emperor found out about this, they would definitely be beheaded. While at the same time, the ruthless emperor, who was insulted to his face, simply watched. Isabel raised her head and, looking forward with crazy eyes, asked what she should do. Because she thought that was the Dawn Palace. These words caught the emperor. Therefore, the next moment, he asked our stupid heroine if she was from there. The girl, gathering the dirty laundry in a basket, said yes, that she teaches there. Isabel continued picking things up from the floor into the dirty laundry basket, and the emperor thought, if she is a teacher and a middle-class priest of the Dawn Palace, then. It was then that the emperor asked her if she was teaching theology to Duke Lucas. She looked at him inquisitively and asked, but how do you know this? When suddenly the girl's gaze turned to the man's hand, and she saw blood flowing from it. The next moment, she asked him if he had hurt his hand. The man looked surprisingly at his cut hand. Although he was a little surprised, he didn't focus on it and said that everything was fine, that it wasn't serious. Although he was only training, but he had many wounds on his hands. But he doesn't have a knight's uniform. Maybe he thought of a student. Coming closer, she asked for his hand. The man's hand had already been taken, and she asked what he was doing. But the girl was serious, even if she was annoying. She couldn't break her promise to His Holiness. Sweetly, she looked at the man she met, smiled, and asked him not to worry. The next moment, the man looked surprised at the light emanating from the priest's hands. Is it really a holy power? He wondered, looking fascinatedly at the girl, whose silver hair was stirred by the rising breeze. He looked at the girl's concentrated and gentle face, and thought that this power was the same as that of his high priesthood. And the treatment of the wounds on his hand was completed. He let out a sigh of relief and told it to the man. Out of tiredness, the girl sat down on a nearby stone, and the emperor asked her if she could just sit here. Isabel said that she had spent all her strength while treating him. She sighed tiredly and said that now she doesn't even know when she will be able to return to the palace. This disconcerted the man. The next moment, His Majesty sat down next to the priestess and said, looking at the girl, that he had heard that the Duke refused to study. The girl asked worriedly, and rumors had reached here, and they said that she would definitely be fired. The man asked her if she really didn't know what the Duke did all the time. Our dear priest, bowing her head, said that she had only heard rumors. She said that he was addicted to cakes again, and that he should eat better. He continued to listen with interest to his brother's story. And the girl said that he wasn't lacking in height. Even the palace doctor praised him. Apparently, His Majesty thought he had grown a lot since then, or rather. It was so. But he wanted to hear more. When suddenly he noticed that the priest kept looking at his face, he asked her what was wrong. Isabel said that he had a thoughtful face. The thoughtful man looked at the floor and asked, "That's right," scratching his neck. How the girl cheerfully said that she doesn't need to try hard if something doesn't work out, because they are at the base of the social pyramid. So they shouldn't neglect their health. The emperor asked surprisingly where they were. The girl, smiling cheerfully, told him not to be shy and asked that he was a knight apprentice. You are already on the palace grounds at that moment. With that job, you cannot just leave whenever you want. She continued. And since he was training with a sword, it means he is still training. No matter how you look at it, a true knight would not wear such simple clothes. She asked him if she was right. The emperor said she was wrong. Wait, thought His Majesty's friend. If you think about it, he didn't tell her anything about his title. Elizabeth asked if something had happened. She hurried to cheer up the knight and told him to hold his head higher, because he wouldn't be a student his whole life. The man said that everything was wrong. By the way, the priest suddenly asked him how his hand was. The emperor looked at his hand and realized that nothing hurt and there were no more wounds. He said everything was fine. Then the girl tilted her head to the side and looked at the man, smiling, and asked if he wanted to tell her something. His Majesty looked with interest at his younger brother's teacher and asked her what she was talking about. Our sweet heroine said that she should have said that everything was fine and that she had nothing to worry about anymore. Something like that. The emperor, while the girl kept chatting, thought that she was very strange. She herself entered the imperial garden and now also asked for words of gratitude. But this strangeness somehow even attracted the man. A smile appeared on his face, and he thanked the girl. Hugging her cheeks, Elizabeth smiled and said there was no need to thank him. That she still needed to train with someone. Suddenly, looking at him sweetly, she suddenly realized something and called her uncle. The emperor looked at her. Clenching his fist, he asked, a little embarrassed, if she wanted to make a deal with her. She pressed her hand against his chest, and smiling said that she needed to train in the use of her strength so they could meet here once every 3 days. And asked him if he liked this idea. The sweet girl easily got up from the stone and said that she would train her magic on him, and that he would always be healthy. The next moment, she turned to her new acquaintance, the uncle, and asked if he thought it was a good deal. However, in response, the emperor only remained silent. He couldn't find the words to answer the priestess. He simply said that they don't hurt him very often, so he doesn't even know whether to agree. Still, potions were made for him, so he didn't need healing magic. But on the other hand, he could learn something useful from her. His Majesty decided to play along with the priestess and told her that his dream was to become a knight of the Dawn Palace. The girl was very surprised by this. The man said it would be great to guard the entrance to the palace of Dawn because the Duke cannot leave it and is afraid of knights. But precisely in the future, Duke Lucas will be able to choose a new knight. Precisely for this reason he would like to serve there, admitted the emperor, and asked her if he could tell him about the Duke. The girl did not hesitate to answer and smiling, sweetly held out her hand to him and said that they had agreed. His Majesty, playing the role of a knight, agreed and shook the priestess's hand, to which she happily said that she would be delighted to work with him. After an agreement was reached, the silver-haired teacher took the dirty laundry basket and said that she had to leave. Suddenly, she sighed loud and strong, which of course attracted the man's attention. And he asked her what happened, and the girl replied that she didn't even know his name, and asked if he would tell her. The emperor began to think about how he could introduce himself and what reaction would follow after that. And he realized that in any case, he would not accept trouble, but Isabel said that she couldn't call him uncle all the time. The emperor thought, of course, that he had a name, but he didn't remember the last time he was called that. He said Augustine, or simply Augustus. The girl was a little surprised by the name her new acquaintance told her, looking at him with round eyes. But still, she didn't attach importance to his uniqueness, and smiling sweetly when saying goodbye. She said, calling him by name, that they would see each other again. The emperor of this country also said goodbye with a smile to his new and strange acquaintance, and wished them a quick meeting. The next day, Duke Lucas again, as always, did not come to class, which was interesting. Not even Mrs. Carina was there. Isabel was even annoyed. She didn't know what to do, but she promised Augustus that she would tell him about the Duke. Suddenly, a maid rushed into the room and, loudly and fearfully, knocked down Mrs. Elizabeth. The girl got up worriedly from the sofa and, frowning, already expected bad news when the servant said that Duke Lucas had had an attack. The boy was lying in the lap of one of his maids and was coughing. It looked like he was suffocating. His face turned red and he couldn't calm down himself. During all this time, his other teacher, Mrs. Rosemary, watched fearfully and trembling. Her hands and her whole body trembled with fear to the point that she couldn't move, but simply watched worriedly at the boy, who kept coughing. And so everything happened before. The girl led the student out of the walls of the house and, guiding him, told him that the weather was very nice today, and that he would definitely feel better after the walk. But the Duke said he wasn't ready yet. However, the girl did not want to listen to him, but on the contrary said that it is better to fight fears face to face. Suddenly, the young Duke stopped, not far from them, right behind a tree. He saw a familiar figure. The girl asked him what was wrong. This figure, clearly reflected in his eyes, was his older brother. The emperor, the boy, shouted in fear. And after that, he didn't stop screaming, crying, and coughing, leaning on his nanny's arms, who could not calm him down. Mrs. Carina was very worried about her master and asked him to calm down. But all was in vain. She then asked the maids to call Mrs. Elizabeth for help. The girl immediately ran there and heard cries for help. She asked what happened here and why the Duke was in such a state at that moment. The boy's chest felt very tight. Rosemary, standing next to him, began to answer the priest's question in an uncertain voice. And trembling, she said that she thought he would feel better during a walk. But our heroine understood, and needed no explanations, that it is from this that the relationship between Rosemary and Duke Lucas would begin to improve. She was asked to help the Duke. However, according to the story, some time will pass before the Holy Father is called. But this situation will leave a mark on the Duke for a long time. She did not know if she could replace His Holiness, but still said she would do her best. But a new question was brewing here, whether she could heal his spiritual wound. Elizabeth thought worriedly. And whatever the case, I decided to try to do this, at least for the sake of this child. And hugging him, I began to use my power on him. The young man's eyes finally opened. His eyes were still teary, and he couldn't understand what it was. But still, it was something warm, and he realized that tension was leaving his whole body. And finally relaxed and stopped suffocating. One of the maids said that his complexion had returned to normal. And Karina got up crying, took Mrs. Elizabeth's hands, and sincerely thanked her. The girl was surprised and said she did what she had to do. She was glad that everything turned out well. Suddenly the priest felt dizzy, and his eyes suddenly became blurry. But she quickly regained her senses and said that everything was fine for her. She was just a little dizzy, but she understood that she had used too much magic. She hugged the young Duke and told him that it would be better to take him to a quieter place. Lucas's nanny ordered the maids to quickly take the Duke to the palace. But the heroine was happy to be able to help him. Suddenly she turned around, looking inquisitively, when she heard someone calling for help. This voice turned out to be Rosemary, who said that if she had known that the Duke had problems, then this would not have happened, because not even Mrs. Karina stopped her. Sitting near the tree, the girl continued to look inquisitively at the heroine of the novel. And she wondered what she was saying, and if she was trying to blame others. The heroine of our story this time did not remain silent and spoke up, turning to Miss Rosemary, because she herself took the Duke out onto the street. The heroine of the novel looked inquisitively at the priestess, who confidently said that the Duke definitely said he didn't want to go out. The Baroness pointed to herself and asked if she meant that everything was her fault. Elizabeth did not say exactly yes or no, but said that her participation could not be denied. The girl understood that it was better not to argue with her, otherwise she would end up with problems later. And when Rosemary wanted to ask what she had just said, the priest stood up from the ground and asked her to excuse her. After that, she walked past the heroine towards the palace and thought that she could not let her escape responsibility for what she had done. Seeing the priest leave, the girl irritably clutched the hem of her dress and, looking at the floor, she said that they didn't understand anything, calling all this joke insolence. All this time, behind them, behind a nearby tree, His Majesty the Emperor remained standing. And he watched, and as soon as Rosemary finished being indignant, he said, "Who else is there to talk about this?" He ordered his subordinates to tell His Holiness that there was no need to rush. The knights accepted the order, and when his knights left, he closed his eyes and told himself that he was too distracted. He was simply very happy about the news that she was out, which made him want to see her. Or simply see her. And what's more, he never expected Lucas to have an attack just by meeting him. After this, of course, he immediately ordered to call His Holiness, but he heard a voice full of hope. Mrs. Isabel arrived. "Hey." Looking from behind the trees, His Majesty the Emperor realized that it was the priestess he had recently met. Still standing indifferently, as if nothing had happened next to the tree, he thought it was good that they called her. When suddenly, the knights approached him again and informed him that they had sent a messenger to the palace to check on the Duke's condition. The Emperor opened his eyes and said he was fine. Even so, his heart was beating fast, no matter how much he tried to hide his worries. And he realized that he needed to rest, and, already heading to the palace, he wondered if he would ever be able to see her smile. Upon waking from an attack, the Duke learned what had happened to him and asked if that priestess And not the Holy Father had helped him, he didn't believe it. That's why he threatened the nanny with his fist and told her not to lie. But the woman assured the gentleman that it was true. And it was only his guess, but he thought that, thanks to her help, he avoided the consequences of a seizure. The young Duke thought about it. This time he really felt better and wondered if it was she who saved him, as if he didn't want to admit it. His nanny continued to lament and sigh, saying that her heart even ached because of his indifference. The young man did not react to this, but sat on the edge of the bed and said he was hungry. And that he was going to lunch, Karina asked at that very moment. The Duke had already gotten out of bed and told her to leave, but the nanny worriedly told him that at that moment he was having a theology class. However, the boy didn't even want to listen to her and left the room. Left alone, Karina said, how good that he felt better. Together they walked down a bright hallway, when suddenly the young Duke heard sonorous voices. But muffled. Being close to the door, his nanny also stopped, and looking at the ceiling of the room. She asked why the children's voices were coming from the living room. Soon they both went up to the second floor and approached a room from where loud children's voices could be heard. Outside the door, Duke Lucas saw how the children gathered around his theology teacher and asked her to tell it to them. The girl cheerfully asked if they liked it so much. She was still smiling with her eyes closed at the surrounding children, when suddenly a voice asked what story it was. In an instant, all the children looked at their teacher in horror, and the girl opened her eyes and looked inquisitively at the arriving student. Frowning, Duke Lucas said, if it is so interesting, then he would like to listen to it too. He said that all this already seemed quite interesting to him and asked what the story was about. Elizabeth raised her head and looked at the student. She clearly understood that Duke Lucas was in front of her, but she didn't understand why he was here. She was simply telling a story to the children working in the palace when she saw them peeking from behind the door. And immediately remembered the children she spent time with in kindergarten in her previous life. However, she was still interested in the question that he always ignored her. So why did he come today? The boy put his fist on his hip and asked her why she was silent. The priest, looking around for children, said that it was a story from the scriptures, and then asked where everyone had gone. Suddenly, she looked towards the door and saw 3 children's faces cautiously peeking from there, mentally wishing her good luck. When Duke Lucas asked if it was time for his class already, the girl lowered her head and said that it was so, to which the boy asked her why she was studying with them at that moment. With her hands crossed over her chest, she menacingly reminded Elizabeth that she was his teacher and asked her why she was shirking work. She said the girl guiltily said it wasn't like that. She was thinking that he himself never attended her classes, but she couldn't say it when a book caught her attention. And along with this, an idea arose that did not seem so bad. Therefore, the girl, putting her palms together, asked if the knight knew the stories passed down from generation to generation in the Rahan church, and began her story. A long time ago, a little brother and sister were almost eaten by a wolf. Great Rahan, please save us, the children prayed, and then, impressed by their father's sincere wishes, and his sister, Great Rahan, indulged them with a rope. After her story, the priestess asked him if he liked this story and if it was touching the boy. Rolling his eyes, he said he didn't remember it in the scriptures. Waving her hands, Elizabeth began to demonstrate that this story is passed down by word of mouth. And in Rahan's teachings, there are many stories that are not recorded in books. The young man thought. Then the Duke asked her if she would then tell these stories in class. The girl cheerfully, but a little excitedly, said of course. How did I realize that I shouldn't have agreed so quickly? Because theology classes are conducted differently. But the young man didn't want to listen to her anymore. He was already satisfied with the option of tales and with a smug smile said, since she was his teacher, he would tell them during class. Then Isabel asked him worriedly if he himself had said that he wouldn't attend her classes. And he agreed. But he said that he could still listen to the man who saved him once. These words confused Elizabeth, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. But her teacher was just as confused, putting his finger on his chin. He said they could be interesting. He asked if it was possible, but the priestess told him not to even worry about it, because she would only be happy outside the door. Karina wiped her tears with a handkerchief, happy that the night had finally arrived. The young man sat down next to Elizabeth on the sofa. His eyes lit up, and he asked her to continue her story. The girl thought she would be kicked out of here soon, but it seems there is a good chance to get closer to him. So she will definitely be able to fulfill her promise to Augustus. Meanwhile, in the Sun Palace, the Marquis, sitting with his shirt unbuttoned, behind which a bruise was visible, was breathing heavily and turning to His Majesty. Indignant, he asked if he had gone too far in the duel with his cousin. In response, the emperor asked which of them tried so hard not to lose that it ended in a draw, and said that he had improved in swordsmanship. At the same time, the butler brought Ryan a cold compress, and he, turning to his brother, told him that he always says that. After these words, he pressed the resulting compress onto the bruise on his chest, and grimaced in pain, and said that sometimes he just needed perseverance. The emperor replied to Ryan, but not to go against his own wishes, he had to be careful. A young servant immediately came up and said that, as ordered, His Majesty had brought them potions. The Marquis waved his hand, called the guy over, and told him that everyone was serious. After that, he took one of the potions from the tray and drank from it. The bruise on his chest healed instantly, and he said with a smile that, as always, His Holiness's potions were simply incredible. The rest, as Ryan said, cannot compare to them. After this, the Marquis told his brother to drink the potion too. But he refused, saying he would manage, and looked at his scratched and bruised hands. Interested at that moment, Ryan asked him why he refused. They were made especially for him. And the emperor, turning his head towards the window, replied that he wanted to make sure of something. The brother asked in what sense he was speaking, and His Highness again clasped his hands in a lock. He lowered his head and looking at the floor said, "Nothing special." However, he raised his head again towards the Marquis and told him that the West was restless now. Ryan replied smilingly that he had already heard about it. Since Keynes, taxes have doubled in 2 regions. They seem to be buying grain from neighboring territories, especially in early spring, when there is a shortage. And in the north, where the main military forces are located, everyone is busy now. However, his cousin hurried to assure him that he was keeping an eye on everything, so he shouldn't worry so much. The next moment, the emperor's gaze shifted aside, and he heard familiar footsteps approaching from behind the door. He said well, but this year everything could drag on, when his dialogue was interrupted by Hugo entering the room and calling His Majesty. The man looked at the table and papers without turning his head, and Hugo said that he had brought all the documents that needed to be dealt with, and a class journal. This time he turned to the butler, held out his hand to him, and said that he wanted to see how Lucas was doing. While looking at the documents and reading them, at the same time he asked Hugo what he could say about the new teachers. Bending over and placing his hand on his chest, the man told His Majesty that he only had the opportunity to communicate with Baron Francis's daughter. The emperor then said to tell him about her. The butler said she was witty and smart. He thought her skills were enough to teach the Duke. Still reading the provided journal papers, the man said that it was also noticeable in the handwriting. But suddenly, while reading, he frowned and pursed his lips slightly. The note about a secret illness confused him. Recalling the events of the other day, he realized that he had not seen any improvement in Lucas's well-being. Now a more intensive treatment was recommended to him. He read the notes from the Holy Father. Then he remembered the priestess's words that they could meet here in 3 days. She would train her magic on him, and he would always be healthy. So they shook hands in agreement and again reminded themselves that they must meet today. But the man thought, one must have courage to set foot on the emperor's territory again. But our heroine didn't even think about it, because her promise must be kept. With these and other thoughts, the emperor was walking in the garden, when suddenly the priestess called him, saying that she was there. August raised his head and saw his friend, whose hair was stirred by the warm breeze. And she herself smiled sweetly and waved a hand gesture at him. Approaching each other, Isabel said that he arrived just in time. The emperor said he always keeps his promises. The priest said that this made her happy and sat down on the grass. She liked people she could trust. Looking sweetly at Augustus, she patted the seat next to him and asked how long he would remain standing, and told him to sit down. Overcoming his pride, His Majesty sat down next to Isabel and thoughtfully, looking forward. He said that she was really brave. The girl said that if he sat so far away, she wouldn't be able to heal him. Well, she suggested, then I'll start with your story about Duke Lucas. August looked at the girl. He was already interested in this dialogue and said that it would be good. Then Elizabeth, laughing, told the truth that she and the Duke had never been close. She said that before they only met for meals. So she asked what his favorite dish was. She herself was very fond of desserts, but meat was also delicious. She said, "That's why she would like to know his preferences," said the priest smilingly to Lucas. But she herself was glad to be able to talk to him not only in class, because this way she had the opportunity to get to know him better. While the boy looked inquisitively at the teacher, and frowning slightly, he asked why she needed this information and shoved a piece of steak into his mouth. Then Elizabeth thought that he was a difficult child, but said that they saw each other every day, and that it would be good to get to know each other better. She also said, addressing the knight, that she would like to be friends with him. The boy's eyes lit up. No one had ever wanted to be his friend. But whatever the case, he, without losing face, asked her if she wanted to be his friend. Elizabeth confirmed and said that's why she wanted to get to know him better. She wanted to know what he didn't like, what made him happy, and what saddened him. She wanted to continue spending time with the teacher. Lucas's eyes lit up, and a red blush appeared on his cheeks. He felt embarrassed by this proposal. He clenched his fists and looked away while his teacher was talking to the maid. As soon as Elizabeth finished the conversation and the maid walked away, the boy suddenly began to speak. Still looking away embarrassed, he said, if she is so interested, then she can ask him. The girl enthusiastically asked if she could really do this, and asked him to answer her previous questions. The boy irritably told her not to talk with a full mouth. This is exactly how she could find information about the Duke, so that he could ask whatever he wanted. Elizabeth cheerfully told Augustus. But in an instant, the expression on the emperor's face became somewhat sad and thoughtful. This was not what interested him at all, and he asked the priest how he saw Duke Lucas. The girl looked at the knight with interest. Putting his finger on his chin, he replied thoughtfully that it would be difficult for him to answer immediately. At first, he thought he was just a spoiled and selfish child, but then he began to notice that his behavior was different from the novel. After all, the whole story of the novel was writ in the name of Rosemary. The girl realized and said that the Duke is a very strong child who lost his parents early, and he cannot even meet his only older brother. The emperor listened attentively to his younger brother's teacher and thought about it. Elizabeth continued reasoning out loud. Due to his high status, he has no friends, and he cannot even leave the palace because of an illness. But whatever the case, the Duke does not give up and continues to smile every day, even though he is young. But very determined and considerate of the feelings of others, Duke continues to grow. And changing, apparently, said the girl to the laughter, frankness and stubbornness are hereditary. This is how the emperor finally answered, and the girl looked at him surprised. A wide smile appeared on his face. It was clear that such a story about his brother made him very happy. Elizabeth continued to look with admiration and embarrassment at the beautiful and smiling face in front of her, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. The next moment, she pressed her fists against her chest and moved away from Augustus embarrassed. She thought it was the first time she had seen a person with such a beautiful smile. Scratching his chin, the emperor asked the priestess what she thought was most important for the Duke now. The girl looked at the knight surprised. To an embarrassed one lowered her head. She brought her fist to her chin and said that children do not need anything special. The main thing was to believe in him and show him his love, concluded the priest, which greatly surprised His Majesty. Looking at him thoughtfully, she said this would definitely be enough. The man beside her thought about it and said he understood. The emperor thought she was different from the baron's daughter. None of Lucas's teachers had ever told him anything like that. Immediately, the priestess said that since there were no more questions, it was her turn, and holding out her hand. She asked where he had hurt himself. He said he had slightly hurt his hand. The girl was horrified and asked him if he had really trained with a sword. But she still said she would try to heal all his wounds. Having finished the treatment, she exhaled tiredly, although she was glad everything turned out well. The emperor looked at his hands with surprise. He considered it incredible and asked if she was a middle-class priestess, because with so much power the path to much. The highest was open for her. Elizabeth was so surprised by how the knight praised her skills that she even flinched in surprise. But she could not rise to any higher place because she was a commoner. And ordinary. People with the power to heal are usually ranked as middle class. Or high, which is why Rahan's blessing is so rare. Realizing her situation, the girl became sad and worriedly thought about what she should answer him. The emperor, in turn, noticed the change in his interlocutor's mood and asked if he had said something wrong. She said everything was fine, but continued looking pitifully at Augustus, raising the tips of her eyebrows and pressing her lips, tilting her head to one side. Elizabeth thought that they would see each other often now, so it would be difficult to continue hiding her origins. And she didn't want to lie. Maybe, she thought, it was worth telling the truth and turning to Augustus, hesitantly crossing her hands over her chest. She asked him if he was a nobleman. The emperor said yes. Angrily, she asked him not to think about anything else, but since they made a deal, she would be honest with him. Elizabeth said. The man looked at her inquisitively. Clutching the filigree on his shoulder and then moving his fist towards his chest, he asked her to promise not to tell anyone about this. Augustus replied, looking exactly into the eyes of the knight. She turned towards him and admitted that she was actually a commoner. His Highness the Emperor looked at the girl with interest and interrogation without answering, and Elizabeth, exhaling a sigh of relief, was glad to have said it after all. But she was still tense, waiting for a reaction. And while waiting, she thought about the fact that she felt uncomfortable when she was treated like a noblewoman when she wanted to help the palace servants. Pressing her hand against her chest, she sadly admitted that it was unbearable for her to lie to them. When she noticed there was no reaction from August to her words, after the experience with Rosemary. This was unusual. She looked surprised at the knight, who was examining her hands with interest, and called him. Then the emperor, even without looking at her, asked her why she couldn't move up to the higher class. The girl explained to him that the empire had a very strict status system. Now she could definitely breathe a sigh of relief, but his silence made her very nervous. The emperor began to think out loud that it would be better if people could advance regardless of their social status. But that wouldn't happen in the current empire. She seemed to wonder. Elizabeth explained that this is exactly how it is. Commoners have to constantly work to feed themselves. She spread her arms and said that if they could get an education, then their skills would start to be appreciated. And it would be easier to advance. Then the priestess gave an example. Swordsmen as talented as Lord Arnes work in the field because they lack funds. And many incredibly intelligent people have to work in the stables. And there are many in the country. The girl explained. The emperor became thoughtful. He looked thoughtfully at the floor, thinking about how the estates functioned in his state. When suddenly he turned his gaze to the girl, he thought she was strange, but she had interesting thoughts. The emperor admitted, and his opinion of Lucas was also unusual. He thought it would be worth increasing the number of theology classes when our heroine covered her head with her hand. She looked at the sky and said that the sun was already setting. August got up from the grass and told Elizabeth that he had to leave. The girl, looking at him, tucked her hair, tousled by the wind behind her ear. Also getting up, she continued looking inquisitively at the knight and thought that it seemed he did not care about her origins. When the emperor, looking at the priestess, told her they would meet here in 3 days. And already standing, half-turned and smiling sweetly at his new friend, he said he would be waiting for her at the same time. The girl looked at the man surprised, delighted by his smile, unable to say anything. But although they weren't really talking, for some reason she felt cheerful. It seemed to her that Augustus had no prejudice against commoners, and she could not wait for their next meeting. The maids commented that the Duke and Mrs. Priestess began to spend a lot of time together. However, she helped the Duke when he had an attack. Another suggested that this is why His Majesty increased the number of theology classes. The Duke and Isabel were sitting in a garden gazebo, and the girl asked the knight to hand her the letter she had in her hands. Because anyway she wouldn't go there. Pointing the envelope to the girl, he asked why she needed this. The priest shrugged, not knowing how to answer correctly. It all started when she opened a high-class envelope that someone had thrown in the living room. And inside was an invitation to a banquet at the Imperial Palace. The girl exclaimed embarrassed that she wanted to go there. She said she had always wanted to go to the banquet. She explained to her young student that adults also need to have fun. Duke Lucas frowned and angrily asked her if she wanted to tell him she was bored of him. And he became interested in knowing who asked to increase the number of classes. The girl sighed tiredly and explained that this is why she needed a break. She had so many things to do. When there were more classes, she didn't have as many stories. Looking at the student with puppy eyes, she asked him to make this invitation. Puffing out her cheeks, the boy said he wouldn't let her, if he had time, go to such places, and then he would let her tell more stories. Elizabeth thought she just wanted to pinch his cheeks. When Lucas asked her why she should go to the banquet, that confuses priests. She said sadly that they are also people. But the real reason she wanted to go there, judging by the novel's plot, was that Marquis Werner would appear there. And the girl really wanted to see Ryan. She simply couldn't miss that opportunity. Meanwhile, the Duke asked the teacher what she would give in exchange for the envelope, and asked her if she didn't think he would let her go just like that. Pouting, the girl humbly asked what her teacher wanted. A malicious smile appeared on the boy's face. And the next moment, he said that he wanted 5 tickets to extend the classes. She felt like she had been hit by a huge quilt, and the girl called him ruthless. The boy turned indignantly and said what he wanted, when Elizabeth abruptly raised her hand, showing 2 fingers, and asked if they could agree on 2 tickets. The Duke theatrically said that he didn't know his teacher was so cheeky. 3, and no less, was his final proposal. Otherwise, manipulating the priest, said the Duke proudly, he will burn this envelope. Mentally, the girl called him an imbecile. Taking the envelope from the table, she accepted his conditions for 3 additional classes. And the young man didn't waste time, saying that today he would take advantage of one. Elizabeth asked surprised if it was now, because she had already told 1 story today. The boy pompously asked if she wasn't satisfied with something, then let her return the envelope, and held out his hand to her. The girl, annoyed by her student's attitude towards her, said that her throat hurt a little. Then the Duke looked thoughtfully around, and then suggested taking an hour break. The priestess asked surprised if it would be all right for him to rest. The boy indignantly asked her if she considered him a complete heartless person. And so an hour passed. She kept thinking why he decided to take a break, but when she arrived, she saw a crowd of children. And smiling, she said they would continue. It turned out that he was just waiting for all the children working in the palace to gather. She thought that maybe he liked listening to stories with others. The boy proudly raised his nose, but Elizabeth thought that even he had a sweet side. The priestess began to say, today there will be a story about everyone's favorite sun god, Rehan, or rather about the wind, who is jealous of him. The Duke turned, disgusted towards the noisy children. He shouted loudly at them and said, if you make so much noise you won't hear the tale. The children grumbled and closed their mouths. Abruptly turning his head towards the teacher, he told her, waving his finger to be more serious, to start faster and not stop. Nodding to her teacher, he said that he had understood and began his story. A golden-haired man watched them and smiling contentedly. The servant asked his master if he should inform him of his visit. Smiling at his aide-de-camp, he told him that he should not do this, because he had only come to watch. The man said he understood. The priestess said that an evil wind battered those travelers. The man, looking from behind the bushes, thought with admiration that this was a very unexpected sight. It was the first time Ryan saw this troubled child listen to someone so obediently, while the children drove away the wind. The Marquis wondered who this priestess was, who could suddenly make the Duke come to his senses. But as Matthew said, the man reasoned, putting his finger on his chin, "She is quite cute." Werner smiled approvingly and continued to watch how the lesson went and how Elizabeth conducted it. And he thought she was quite an interesting person. Then the banquet began in the imperial palace. There were many people around, and the girl looked around surprised. She couldn't believe she was actually here. In the novel, this event was described as very beautiful, but she did not think that in reality it would be even better. However, it seemed that everyone came in pairs except her. But our dear priest was not bothered by this, and decided that she preferred to spend time with that delicious cake. But just as the girl was about to start eating and serving herself a piece of cake, she suddenly heard someone addressing Miss Frances. Elizabeth turned around, and indeed right behind her, she saw a man talking kindly to the heroine of the novel. He said she was beautiful and wondered if that dress was made especially for her. Rosemary, smiling affably, said that the priestess was exaggerating. The priest was very angry at such a lie. Mentally, she wondered who made her dress shine so much, but it was she who washed all her clothes in the river until her hands went numb. However, sighing, the girl did not focus her attention on this, and even reproached herself for thinking about washing clothes at such a magnificent banquet. And she wasn't even praised. And yet, she decided it was better to eat the cake quickly than to think about it. When suddenly, a man's voice asked her if she liked this cake. When suddenly the girl coughed, the strawberry she ate went down the wrong way. The man apologized and said he didn't want to scare her. She sweated a little from fear and, making a small grimace, turned towards the man and told him that everything was fine. Opening her eyes in front of her, she saw a familiar person. It was Lord Arnes. Smiling at Mrs. Elizabeth, he told her that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, and that he didn't expect to meet her here. The girl was surprised to meet Matthew and asked him why he was here. The man replied that he was also an aristocrat. The priestess looked with interest at the knight with his big eyes. When they met, he dressed like a knight, but now he radiated wealth, as expected of a crown count. Noticing Matthew's gaze on himself, he asked if something had happened. Elizabeth said no, but that he was actually too handsome. Lord Arnes said they hadn't seen each other since that day in the library. The priestess said she had been very busy lately. The man admired how much the theology teacher had to do and called her a wonderful person since she helps her colleague. Elizabeth thought Matthew was very easy to surprise. In the book, he was the same. His unrequited love. Rosemary hid her own feelings so as not to bother her. Our heroine was very annoyed by him when suddenly she moved away from the man towards the table and put a piece of cake on the saucer. She handed the saucer to the boy, told him to hold it, and asked if he liked desserts. The knight asked surprised how she knew that. And our heroine calmly began to answer that she knew because she had read the Empress, and mentally completed the sentence with the name Rosemary. She realized that a little more, and she would have let slip that she got it from a non-existent novel. The boy looked at the girl inquisitively. And without wasting time, Elizabeth corrected herself, saying that looking in his eyes, the gentleman was surprised, and asked her if he understood from her face that she liked sweets. The priestess said confusedly that the atmosphere around him was like a cream cake, and that almost everyone likes cakes. She handed the saucer to Matthew. He accepted it and thanked Mrs. Elizabeth. The girl said that she was also glad to have found someone with whom to eat cake too. The priestess enthusiastically said that it was very tasty and asked him if he thought the same. However, the man was not interested in the cake at all, but in the cute girl in front of him, but still said that everything was so. Then Matthew, smiling, asked if Duke Lucas was here, but Elizabeth said only her. And Baron Francis's daughter came from the Sunrise Palace. The knight said he understood and ate another piece of cake, but the girl was surprised that they started talking about Rosemary. But he didn't even raise an eyebrow. Chewing the dessert, the priestess, looking at the gentleman's face, guessed that they had not yet had time to get closer. When the guy said that due to the absence of His Majesty, the banquet would be prolonged, Elizabeth asked why. Then Matthew explained, everyone would be angry if they didn't see such a noble person here. Without him, the atmosphere wouldn't be the same. No one would be happy with the banquet if he didn't come. Suddenly, the girl came to her senses and realized Ryan was still not in sight. And she looked around. The gentleman asked if she was waiting for someone. The priestess, looking away, denied it, saying she was just looking around. But the knight perceived her behavior completely differently. He thought she was bored in his company. But they didn't let him get sad. A servant approached and said the count was calling him. The guy sighed and said he would come soon. He approached Mrs. Elizabeth and asked the girl if it was okay for him to leave for a while. Of course, she didn't mind. Still, this attitude towards him bothered her, which was noticeable in her slumped shoulders. And he said he would be back soon. But the priestess didn't care about this, chewing a piece of cake. She hoped Ryan would come sooner. But not even a minute had passed since Matthew left the mistress, when she suddenly heard a heart-wrenching female scream. Looking in the direction of the sound, she saw another lady step on the hem of Rosemary's dress. It was really the same scene, Elizabeth thought, when the next moment she saw the Marquis take the girl's hand and ask her if she was hurt. She was no less surprised than the other ladies at the banquet by the sudden appearance of another novel hero, a dazzling blonde who inherited imperial blood. His blue eyes are like precious stones. No girl in the Empire could take her eyes off him. Such was Marquis Ryan von Werner. Our heroine couldn't even believe such a handsome man existed. The main character was incredibly lucky. She thought, it's even a shame that such a handsome boy courts her. Although in the original story, she chose the Emperor. She continued thinking how much more handsome he was than the Marquis, when suddenly she caught Werner's gaze. Marquis Ryan, interrupting the dialogue with his interlocutor, stared fixedly at her. And he smiled. The girl was very puzzled by this. Her eyebrows rose in surprise, and her mouth opened slightly. She continued looking at the man in surprise. Elizabeth didn't fully understand what was happening now, and didn't understand if it seemed to her that he was looking in her direction. Or not, because it only lasted a moment. When suddenly she heard footsteps approaching her and turned around, Matthew said he had returned. The priestess's mood immediately improved, and she asked him if he had finished his business. The count said yes, that he just needed to greet his father. Placing his hand on his chest, he leaned towards the girl and asked if she had contacted anyone in his absence. Elizabeth, smiling and not at all embarrassed, replied that she didn't know anyone here. The man clenched his hand into a fist on his chest and said that then they would set off fireworks. The girl was amazed by this. She couldn't wait for them anymore. Matthew narrowed his eyes. A blush appeared on his cheeks, and he was smiling and was about to offer himself, if she didn't mind, to watch them together. However, she was not allowed to finish next to Mrs. Elizabeth. There was a man she already knew from the novel. Approaching and leaning towards her ear, he suddenly asked her for forgiveness for such a sudden appearance. It startled the girl a lot, and she flinched. Without even expecting it from herself, she shouted loudly and stumbled and began to fall. But no one let her fall. The man held her by the small of her back and gently told her that she should be careful. The girl, perplexed, embarrassed, and even surprised, looked at the face of the man who first scared her, and then didn't let her fall. Marquis Ryan looked at her smiling and, guessing, said that she doesn't visit such places often. He leaned a little closer to her, and looking directly into her eyes, called her Mrs. Priestess. Standing on both feet after an unplanned fall, Elizabeth wondered what he was doing there. Matthew looked menacingly at his acquaintance and said that this was extremely disrespectful to the lady. And he asked Marquis Werner to be careful. Approaching, he put his hand on Mrs. Elizabeth's forearm and asked if she was all right. The girl replied affirmatively. Noticing how Matthew was protecting the girl, Ryan became interested in this. While the boy asked the Marquis what destination he was here for, the day seemed unwilling to arrive. Smiling, the Emperor's cousin closed his eyes and said that at least those plans existed. He pointed to the balcony and said to look there behind the red curtains, looking into the distance. A middle-aged man was sitting. However, Lord Arnes, raising his head, recognized him immediately. It was the Count of Winterhill. The Marquis said that he probably came to the capital because of problems in the north. Ryan, thoughtfully, bringing his fist to his chin, said that he could not leave the banquet at the imperial palace at the pace of the aristocracy. Looking at the balcony where Count Werner was sitting, he said that he had lived like a hermit for almost 20 years. And suddenly came to a banquet and wondered what he was doing. Suddenly distracted from his thoughts, he drew attention to the girl standing among them. He smiled inquisitively at the priestess, who was staring fascinatedly at his face. At that moment, Elizabeth was thinking and could not be happier that this was the real Ryan in front of her. She couldn't even believe she was standing next to him. Matthew hurried to introduce the girl to him, but the Marquis didn't need it, and said that he knew that this was Lucas's theology teacher. Mrs. Elizabeth. Smiling, he said he was delighted to meet her, and introduced himself as Ryan von Werner. It was an honor for the priestess to meet him, but she asked him how he found out about this. Looking away, the Marquis said that he had talked with his colleague before. Still smiling cheerfully, he said that he found out from her that she was the Duke's theology teacher. And when he looked in her direction, Elizabeth guessed it. Werner confirmed that it was she who pointed him out to the girl. She couldn't believe that the first dialogue between one of the main male characters. And the main character was about her. Ryan said, with a wave of his hand, that lately everyone had been talking about the fact that the selfish Duke had opened up to her. And bringing his hand to his chin, he said evaluatively that this is why he wanted to meet her. The girl smiled incredulously and raised an eyebrow. She felt embarrassed by such rumors. The Marquis said he heard that she had a hard time because of her cousin. But Elizabeth said it was nothing, that she liked her job, Ryan thought. Remembering how he watched her, he knew that she was approaching her very responsibly. He took the priestess in his small hand and told her that despite the fact that he was her cousin, the Duke's tenacity was astonishing. He understood what she had to go through. Werner's silhouette was clearly reflected in the girl's eyes. Suddenly, the next moment, he knelt down and kissed the girl on the wrist. And looking up, he said that seeing such a beautiful and charming person suffer breaks his heart. The Marquis already saw how the next actions would unfold. First she would blush and then against him. But what went wrong? There was no reaction from Elizabeth. She just kept looking at Werner emotionlessly. And surprised, the Marquis's eyes widened. He raised his head to see if he was imagining things. But there was really no reaction. He stood up, and the two continued looking at each other in surprise. The people around began to discuss animatedly how the Marquis kissed her hand. Elizabeth continued to look at Ryan bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. She couldn't believe Ryan had just kissed her hand because she had directly experienced that scene from the novel. Happily, she thought that she still felt like she had been at a fan meeting. At the same time, the Marquis coughed awkwardly into his fist. He couldn't believe it either. No one had ever reacted so dryly to this. When suddenly, Lord Arnes, who had been behind them the whole time, called Mrs. Elizabeth. He carefully asked, placing his hand on her chest, if everything was all right for her. But the girl simply dismissed him with a smile and said she was just hungry, because she hadn't eaten the cake yet. After these words, the man looked angrily at the Marquis and thought that Madame Elizabeth was hungry. And he didn't even notice. Smiling sweetly at her interlocutor, the priestess told him she would eat a little more, and asked Lord Arnes if he wanted to accompany her. Then a voice from behind thoughtfully asked if he should go with them. The girl turned around surprised. Mr. Ryan remained standing behind her and smiling. He leaned his body closer to Elizabeth and said, "Unless, of course." She didn't mind. The girl looked doubtfully at the Marquis, pursing her lips and arching an eyebrow. She didn't remember him eating cake at the banquet in the novel. Rosemary should have liked him by now. Both men looked at her smiling and invited her to sit at the table. But Elizabeth didn't understand why these two were walking around her. It was very strange that what was happening was very different from the novel, and she was worried about it. Suddenly, deciding to get rid of the attention and help the plot, she asked if they had other things to do. Sincerely not believing they were telling her that, Marquis Ryan asked her if she wanted him to leave here in his defense. Elizabeth said she thought he already had a lot to do. The emperor's brother denied it. He was free. However, the priestess did not back down. She directly hinted that he should think carefully. Maybe he had forgotten something. The girl brought up new options, and if he remembered some business or maybe meeting someone. Ryan was discouraged by such insolence. Smiling surprised and frowning, he wondered if she really mistook him for a womanizer. He couldn't accept the fact that Elizabeth really wasn't interested in him. The girl was serious. Leaning hesitantly, he informed the lady that his gaze was now directed only at her, and that he wouldn't retreat so easily either. Then the girl cut the tart and, putting it on a small plate, served it to the Marquis. Because she really wanted tart and wished him bon appetit. Continuing to observe the priestess's behavior, Ryan said that on her hands it looked even more appetizing. The girl thought she was too preoccupied with the original story. Smiling, he narrowed his eyes at the short girl who attracted him. And turning to Mrs. Elizabeth, he said that she turned out to be much more charming than he imagined. This compliment embarrassed the girl. A blush appeared on her cheeks, and she thanked the Marquis, but only spoke a little with him, and gave him a piece of cake. She wondered if this was some kind of special picking-up technique. Suddenly, Elizabeth reminded Ryan that he had said earlier that he came here for the Count of Winterhill. Glancing out of the corner of his eye towards the balcony, he confirmed it and said that his family rules the largest territory in the north. Before his predecessor, he was president of the Aristocratic Association. They say during this time, things in the imperial palace began to improve, as well as the life of the locals. Winterhill has strong military power, which is closely monitored by the imperial palace. This family can rebel at any moment. It is unclear why he came to the banquet, but the enthusiasm of the aristocrats is clear. Suddenly, the ballet loudly asked the ladies and gentlemen to wait, and announced that very soon they would see a fireworks show. He said that if they wanted to watch the magicians of the Carroll family, they should go to the balcony or the garden. Now the main event of the banquet had arrived, and these two had to watch with Rosemary. Having taken a step, Elizabeth said that she was straying at this point, when suddenly the mistress was called. Both Matthew and Ryan invited her to watch the fireworks with each of them. In an instant, the companions looked at each other surprised, realizing that somehow everything was going wrong. The girl felt uncomfortable. She didn't understand what was happening here and wondered if both of them wanted to watch the fireworks with her. The men looked at each other menacingly. How did Elizabeth get into this tense atmosphere? And she apologized and said she thought it was better if they called Miss Frances Matthew. She didn't even know who she was, and Ryan wasn't going to call her. The priestess tensed up, looking at the men with concern. The situation was beyond reason. After all, it wasn't she who was supposed to spend this time with them, but the main protagonist, Rosemary, who did not want to deviate from the plot. She worriedly thought about how much the story had changed. Her head hurt and the saucer fell from her hands. The men became alarmed and rushed to help. The people eagerly awaiting the fireworks at a magnificent banquet ended up watching how two men reached the main character. As she fainted, she repeated lines from the novel in her head and didn't understand why she ruined everything. Upon returning to the palace, Rosemary told her that she had been too stubborn lately, and she couldn't believe she had time for love games. The girl asked her what she was talking about. The Baroness explained that there were rumors that she had a pleasant conversation with Lord Arnes and Marquis Werner at the banquet. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and said in disgust that she had actually stumbled on purpose to get his attention. Elizabeth asked her not to worry, saying there was nothing between them. Rosemary said that was good and gasped, and said she needed her help. As if mocking the priestess, she said that she took everything to her room and advised her to check it quickly. Upon returning from the heroine's room, the girl looked indignantly at the basket with dirty laundry and wondered where she got so many dirty things from and doesn't change clothes 3 times a day. Clenching her teeth in anger, she hoped she also had a weak spot because she had to go to the library. and clean her room. She doesn't even have enough time to rest or sleep, and the more she interferes in the plot. It gets worse. After loudly bringing and placing a basket of dirty laundry on the floor, she forced a smile and announced that she was done with the dirty laundry. Sighing, Rosemary reminded Elizabeth that she hadn't cleaned the room well and smiled as if nothing had happened. The girl, indignant, said this couldn't be, because she had washed everything and asked if she wanted to force her to clean such a large room again. You wash your things in cold water until your hands go numb and sit here drinking. The heroine smiled with a frown. Rosemary said she left her no other option, and that she would have to inform the emperor that the duke was being taught by a commoner. This horrified the priestess. She couldn't allow this and, sighing deeply, asked where she could clean it again. The baroness mockingly asked if she meant this entire room. Elizabeth left the room and said she was going to look for what she needed for cleaning. This couldn't continue. If she didn't do something, she would soon collapse exhausted, she thought. But by the way, in the novel, Rosemary was very busy. She not only taught classes, but also had love affairs with 3 male characters. Our heroine sat in the closet and, irritated, took out her accumulated anger with a feather duster. The girl thought, even though they changed the story a bit, this is just the beginning. If she helps Rosemary with her love affairs, then everything will return to normal. Elizabeth was inspired at that moment. She was encouraged by the fact that she didn't read the novel in vain. She decided to do it to get her quiet days back. And when night came, seeing her friend, she called him and, approaching, asked if he had come immediately after training. The girl enthusiastically asked Augustus to quickly give her his hand so she could heal him. The man thought she really looked like a rabbit. The emperor offered his hand and observed how carefully she touched it and with what charm the light flowed. As soon as the treatment was complete, His Majesty asked if it was necessary for them to hold hands during the healing. He wondered if she was being too cautious. Elizabeth wondered if he was serious and said it was part of the healing process. Arching an eyebrow, she cautiously asked if he only liked the contact of a loved one. Augustus hurried to assure that this was not the case. And finally, the girl released his hand and said happily that it was finished and asked if it went well. The emperor thanked the priestess. Our heroine held her forehead with her hand and thought, for some reason, today she felt more dizzy than usual, and assumed it was due to fatigue. But His Majesty also noticed that the girl felt unwell and leaned towards her, and asked her if everything was all right. He suggested that she felt dizzy when using her powers. Elizabeth timidly shrugged and said she was just a little too enthusiastic. She looked away embarrassed, pressing her fist against her chest. He was too close to her. But the emperor kept looking at our heroine with concern or with interest. And she noticed this too. As then August, pointing his finger at his eyes, told Elizabeth that the color of her eyes had changed. The girl touched her cheek in surprise, and the emperor explained to her that in their first meeting they were not so pale, and asked her if this could be related to her powers. Hugging her cheek, the priestess said in surprise that she didn't know, that somehow she didn't notice it. The Lord sat on the grass. He looked at his hand and said that he felt changes in his body after the treatment, and suggested that Elizabeth had other powers. The teacher brought him closer, and sitting down a little, asked him in what sense he was talking. August said that he himself did not understand that his power mixed with her mana and then accumulated in the body. In terms of indicators, they should be the same, so nothing like this had happened to him before and. However, he remembered their first meeting. It was strange for the emperor to feel someone else's mana in himself. He looked at the girl who tucked her loose hair behind her ear. However, he couldn't say that it was somehow bad. Elizabeth said that it was the first time she had used magic so frequently, and asked him if it had gotten worse. But August stood up from his seat and said that for him everything was fine. It hadn't gotten worse. The girl was happy because she thought she had ruined everything. She placed her hand on the man's shoulder and asked him if he felt any changes to tell him immediately. The man looked at the girl surprised, assessing her movements. He averted his gaze. It was the first time he had been treated like this, and he had a strange feeling. When Elizabeth turned to August and smiled sweetly at him, she said she wanted to ask him something. And when the emperor turned his gaze towards her, the girl asked him if he knew Lord Arnes. Sincerely, not understanding who the girl was talking about, he asked her who he should know. She explained to him that he is a dark-haired gentleman close to the emperor. But it was already a shame not to know him, Your Highness. He felt embarrassed, holding out his hands. Elizabeth said he was very famous, and asked how it was possible not to know him. He asked why she was asking him, but it took a long time to explain to him, and he held a high status. So it was not surprising that she didn't know him. The emperor was offended by this. When His Majesty said it was nothing, she could find out from others, the girl was inspired, and said that turning to him was a good idea. Then the emperor asked her what she wanted to know about Lord Arnes. The girl, embarrassed, covered one side of her mouth and said she wondered what kind of girls he liked. On a rainy afternoon, the emperor invited Matthew to visit when he heard a knock on the door. He ordered him to come in. The servant opened the door to the gentleman, and, standing in the threshold, the lord said, turning to His Majesty, that he had arrived following his instructions. Approaching, he frowned. He was serious and asked if he had any errands for him. However, contrary to the knight's expectations, the emperor asked Matthew what kind of girls he liked, and asked him to describe his ideal type. The lord asked what His Majesty meant. His mind betrayed a logical error as he tried to understand what kind of question he was being asked. But the emperor didn't look at him. Instead, he read the scroll and in a serious tone asked him to answer faster. The young man hesitantly said that he liked girls who knew how to cook. His Highness demanded to say more. Matthew suggested that they were very well read, and that it was important to him that they had many common conversation topics. He apologized to His Majesty for the question and asked if everything was all right with him. He said everything was fine. The young man hesitantly wanted to offer help, but the emperor looked at him menacingly and said that he already said everything was fine. This behavior of their master astonished not only Matthew, but also Hugo, who had already spilled tea over the side of his cup. This was not at all typical of His Majesty, because he never gives in to emotions. And the last question was about what time he goes to his favorite pastry shop. But lately, he hasn't been there often. The emperor conveyed this information to Elizabeth, who hoped she was wrong about this. But she wondered why he didn't go to the pastry shop. Still, he likes sweets. Maybe he is busy at the moment, and that conversation didn't happen in the novel, she thought. And yet, all her thoughts were focused on how she could introduce Rosemary to him, as she was already approaching the library door. But suddenly she was distracted from her thoughts by a familiar voice addressing her as Mrs. R.K. Elizabeth, and she raised her head. In front of her, coming out of the library door, she saw Lord Matthew looking at her surprised. While the girl looked surprised at her friend, he told her smilingly that they hadn't seen her for a long time. Elizabeth agreed with the Count's air and asked him if he was leaving already. She was also interested in what he forgot in the library, but she didn't express it. Although the boy didn't answer her, she walked past him thoughtfully. Their meeting didn't mean anything yet, and she said she still needed to return the book before the library closed. Suddenly, Matthew grabbed the girl's hand. Not allowing her, I was behind her back and asked her to wait. Looking surprised at the hand she was holding, she asked the Lord if something had happened. His face turned red, and he timidly turned his head aside, looking down. Elizabeth looked at him with her big brown eyes, surprised when he began to speak. The Lord, looking directly into the girl's eyes, asked her if she could spare him some of her time. She asked him if he decided to stop her, and said he had a very serious face. Matthew was surprised, and realizing how impatient he was, he apologized for his behavior while looking at the floor. Placing his hand on his chest, he said that it was probably too sudden, and he apologized for startling her. Elizabeth said it was nothing. She thought about it and realized that Rosemary would definitely give her more work when she returned, and realized she didn't want to go back. She thought about going with him after all and agreed, saying she would return the book first. When the Lord enthusiastically offered to take it himself, the girl didn't have time to answer. She only managed to look at Matthew surprised as he took the book from her hands and told her he would be back soon. Now that she no longer had to worry about the book, she wondered where this smiling man would take her and why he was so worried. And so, walking through the city streets, the knight opened the doors for the girl, and they entered a beautiful pastry shop. After the man returned the book to the library, he took the girl to a very busy street. Lord Arnes, placing a hand on his chest and making a gesture with the other, indicated to the lady that they had arrived. Only after entering did Elizabeth realize that this was the pastry shop Matthew went to. And that was where Rosemary was supposed to meet her. Looking around worriedly, she wondered why they came to her if Matthew hadn't stopped coming here. The man noticed how worried and unhappy his companion looked. Sighing, he said, it was probably strange for a knight to come to such places. The priestess denied it and explained to the knight that she had simply never been here before. So she was surprised. In fact, she completely forgot that he was embarrassed by his love for sweets. How then did he say the precious words that hooked the young lord, that he didn't care what suited whom? Smiling at the boy, she told him that everyone likes sweets, and asked if it wasn't fantastic that their tastes coincided. The man's mood improved, and he said he hadn't thought of that, and thanked Mrs. Elizabeth. The girl was about to start shopping when she shouted loudly, upon discovering that almost everything was sold out. And there were almost no cakes left. She took Lord Arnes's hand, telling him they had to hurry. Otherwise, they would eat all the delicious cakes. And she dragged him. But then Matthew stopped the lady. She turned around surprised, with facial expressions wondering what was going on. Then, covering the mouth of the other ladies, she said that everyone was looking at them because their hands were joined. The next moment, the priestess disengaged from the Lord and apologized for her impatience, and immediately ran enthusiastically to the counter, saying they had to hurry before everything was settled. Lord Matthew examined her hand with interest, on which the warmth of the girl's hand still remained, when suddenly he squeezed it into his fist and smiled. Finally, they bought several pieces of cake, and while they were sitting at the table, Elizabeth wondered which one she should choose because they all looked delicious. Exhaling a sigh of relief, she said that now she understood why they were running out so fast. That the struggle was simply incredible. Then she looked at her companion and asked why he was laughing. He said he wasn't laughing, just that she was cute. In a moment, he took Matthew's strawberry cake away and told him with a frown that he could praise her as much as he wanted, but she wouldn't give up strawberries. The boy laughed. When the gentleman asked Mrs. Elizabeth if she could try the chocolate cake, already appreciating a piece, she asked him if he thought she was that greedy. The knight asked to try it, saying that the chocolate cakes here were delicious. The girl agreed. If he insisted, he smiled and said he didn't mind at all. Delicious desserts, pleasant conversation, our heroine, it had been a long time since she had such a time. She thanked him for bringing her here and said she had been feeling down lately. The hereditary count asked if the lady was at least feeling a little better. He looked surprised at her face, which had become sadder and sadder, but no less sweet. When the priestess smiled cheerfully and said that, of course, she felt better. Placing his hand on his chest and looking fascinatedly at our heroine, he realized that his heart began to beat faster. Her eyes immediately filled with life and shone, and a noticeable blush appeared on her cheeks. It was him, the same silhouette that kept appearing in her memory, the one she wanted to see more than anyone else. Realizing this, he smiled satisfied, looking sweetly at the girl. He was happy. Elizabeth was surprised and said that now he had a very sweet face. This disconcerted the boy. But the priestess said enthusiastically that this is so, although he is always like this. Matthew became embarrassed and thanked him for these words. The girl happily explained that this was a compliment and said that everyone would think the same in her place. Suddenly she addressed the knight by his name, but immediately corrected herself. And she told the lord that he was handsome. It was no wonder everyone liked him so much. The man looked at his companion bewildered, while she thought that she had completely forgotten about the excitement, and called him by his name. He asked to listen and told Mrs. Elizabeth that he had a request. The girl listened attentively. And then Lord Arnes asked if it wouldn't be difficult for her to call him by his name. The girl asked what this meant. She thought they weren't that close to him yet. A red flush appeared on Matthew's cheeks. Our heroine sincerely believed in her guesses that he wanted them to become friends. And the next moment, she addressed the boy as Lord Matthew. The puppy's eyes lit up with happiness. Embarrassed, he lowered his head and covered his mouth with his fist, handing the saucer to the girl, and telling her that if she wanted to, she could also eat his cake. The priest didn't understand why he was so shy and reminded the boy that he hadn't eaten anything at all. But he looked away and said he was already full. Elizabeth quickly accepted the gift and said there was nothing to be done. The food couldn't be left like that. Lifting her head, she smiled at her interlocutor and thanked Lord Matthew. Timidly looking down, he thanked Mrs. Elizabeth, one of the main male characters. Matthew von Arnes. Love mode is activated. The woman gasped and said it suited her very well, as if the shawl had been made for her. Elizabeth turned to Mrs. Karina and asked if she could really accept something so valuable. The elderly nanny said that, of course, they did it for her after all. She worked very hard to teach the Duke. The girl thanked her, but said she was embarrassed. It's the first time in this world that she's having such a good time, and she never thought before that she would become so attached to this place. By the way, Mrs. Karina suddenly told Mrs. Elizabeth she started looking better. The girl laughingly said she hadn't changed at all. With her hand on her cheek, the nanny denied it and said that people were even talking about it among the courtiers. The Duke tensed up. The old woman asked if he hadn't noticed this. Elizabeth, laughing, said they were only looking at her because of this beautiful shawl. But the footmen had a different opinion and lowered their heads in embarrassment. Indignant, his student said he didn't believe such a simple and short saint could interest others. This hurt the girl, and Elizabeth indignantly asked the Duke, and he was just a giant. Lucas sarcastically said he would definitely be taller than other 8-year-olds. But the next moment, he turned his head aside and looked away embarrassed. He frowned at the footmen and demonstrated with his whole appearance that he would not give up his teacher. The girl thought surprised that he didn't like her popularity. Duke Lucas told Karina to stop flattering her in case she took everything seriously. But his nanny really believed it. Elizabeth became discouraged. Suddenly, a maid approached them. She apologized and told the master that a guest had arrived. Our priestess, just like her student, was very surprised by this, and the girl wondered if someone had visited him before. Lucas asked who was there. The maid excitedly said it was Marquis Ryan von Werner. Everyone was very astonished by this guest's visit, and Elizabeth couldn't believe this day had arrived so quickly, and opened her mouth in amazement as her student exhaled in relief. According to the novel's plot, Ryan came to visit Rosemary at the Dawn Palace after the banquet. So they couldn't spend time in the place but now. Our heroine firmly decided that she could return the novel to its original form. It's a shame that everything is already decided. Madame Karina asked where the Marquis was now, and the maid replied that he was waiting for them in the garden. Wait, the girl suddenly thought. Lucas had only seen the imperial palace from afar. Everything will be fine when he meets Ryan, she thought. And so they went out into the palace garden. The ladies behind him were worried, when suddenly the little Duke was called by his cousin, calling him a child. Everyone looked in their direction with surprise. Waving his hand and smiling at his younger son, he asked how he was here. Our priest noticed that, as usual, he shone brighter than the sun and smiled. The Duke crossed his arms over his chest, arched an eyebrow, and told his brother that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. And that his clothes were just as bright. The Marquis laughed and said he hadn't changed anything. Squinting one eye and arching an eyebrow, he patted the boy on the head and told him that he had barely grown. The Duke, indignant, said he would still grow. The girl thought that everything was fine with them. That's how it was, when suddenly the Marquis's gaze began to turn towards her. She wondered why, but in any case bowed to Ryan and told him it was nice to see him again. Thus they met, said the respected Marquis Werner, turning to Mrs. Elizabeth. who raised her head surprised. The next moment, he took the priestess's hand and brought it to his lips without ceasing to observe closely the reaction. But like last time, this did not provoke any storm of emotions. On the contrary, the girl confusingly asked him to release her hand. She thought Ryan always greeted the lady like this. When he said he was very sad, she never answered his letter. That he already thought something had happened, and added that she was still just as beautiful. The girl looked at him surprised and asked what letter he was talking about. Because she hadn't received anything, the Marquis continued holding her hand. Marquis Werner said it was strange because he sent 3 and asked if someone could have taken them. Then all eyes instantly began to turn towards the Duke, and he, in turn embarrassed, asked why he was looking at him like that, if he really thought it was him. In fact, said the Marquis with pity in his voice, one letter contained a check for a good sum. And it would be a shame if they weren't found. The boy instantly clutched his chest. The next moment, he pulled 3 letters from his jacket and said that Ryan was lying. There was nothing like that in the letters. The girl looked at the student with an arched eyebrow. She asked the Lord why he did this. The boy realized he had made a mistake and couldn't answer anything. Then the Marquis asked if this wasn't clear, and explained to him that such a beautiful girl was always with him. Elizabeth was surprised. Nalchik frowned, lowered his head, squeezed the envelopes in his hand, and said that everything was wrong. Suddenly, he raised his head to the adults and shouted that everything was for Elizabeth's sake. His teacher asked what this meant, and the Duke confidently replied that his brother Ryan was a womanizer who still needed to be found. He grabbed the priestess by the skirt of her dress and told Elizabeth not to be fooled by his face, and his sweet words that she should not only look at appearance. Here the Marquis agreed with his brother. It was impossible to argue about this. But the past cannot be changed, he said. He put his hand in his jacket and asked Elizabeth not to misunderstand his feelings. Lucas intervened and asked what he needed now, and told him not to dare bother her, squinting one eye and arching an eyebrow. His older brother, smiling, asked since when he decides for her. He reminded his younger daughter that she was only his theology teacher. This moved the child. He said this was not true. For him, Elizabeth was not just a theology teacher. Next to him, his eyes burned. The little Duke shouted loudly that Elizabeth was like an older sister to him, and tears sprang from his eyes. The priest approached uneasily and leaned towards his student, wanting to calm him down. In turn, the Marquis thought he never expected his brother to open up to someone like this. He was interested in what kind of skill this priestess had, since she attracts people to her. He also had his eyes on her. With his hand on his chest, Marquis Werner bowed to his brother and apologized for going too far. He handed the blue envelope to the child and told him that these letters were not intended for Mrs. Elizabeth. Duke Lucas accepted the letter his brother handed him and looked at it worriedly. When Ryan was sure that his brother understood what the letter was, he said that His Majesty wanted to meet him. And all this time, His Majesty the Emperor remained behind them, behind the thick leaves of the trees, and watched. The child looked at the letter uncertainly and didn't believe he was holding a letter from his brother in his hands. He still distrusted him and was even afraid, so, wandering in doubt, he simply pursed his lips. After that, he turned around abruptly. He said it was his time and headed to the palace. Karina followed him. However, Elizabeth stayed, turned to the Marquis, and asked if she could ask him a question. He said yes. She asked him if he knew that the Duke had an attack when he saw adult men. Then why was he calm next to her? Ryan was surprised that she noticed this and said he would tell her something. But this already intrigued the girl, because the details were not revealed much in the novel. His last meeting with Lucas was 5 years ago, and then he immediately fainted. After which His Majesty immediately returned to the Empire, then chaos reigned here. Therefore, he had no time for his younger brother, so he decided to take on this role as a result. He started crying less and became closer to him. It wasn't easy to achieve even some improvement in his condition. Our heroine was very surprised and said that he seemed to value his cousin very much. She understood that Ryan was also very busy. After all, he became a marquis at an early age. The man said sadly that he would rather call it a sense of responsibility. She understood that he still valued him very much, she thought. Maybe this way, his relationship with the emperor would improve. Smiling sweetly at her youngest son's teacher, he admitted that he felt better thinking that she was attached to him. He said it wasn't easy for him now, so he asked her to please calm him down. Elizabeth asked him if she should try to get an answer from him. The Marquis said it wasn't worth it. He thought that His Majesty was already used to this. Lucas had never accepted his invitation. He said thoughtfully that they hadn't seen each other since that very incident, which hurt Elizabeth. Uneasily, she wondered if they had really been living separately all this time. And the criminal reasoned the Marquis that he who attacked Lucas was still at large. The priest felt extremely sad. She thought that out of fear she could not meet her own family. She felt sorry for them. The man looked at the girl smiling when she said that it seemed to her that their meeting could be arranged. The priestess pricked up her ears. With a wave of his hand, he explained that she herself had seen that Lucas could calmly be by her side. So if they sat together at lunchtime, everything should be fine. Our heroine thought worriedly that Ryan wanted to go with them. Looking at Elizabeth, Marquis Werner smiled gently and asked her what she thought about this. But from the novel, she knew that he never did anything for nothing and, arching an eyebrow, she asked him what he wanted in return. Ryan was surprised by how well she understood him. Laughing, he said that everything was very simple. He asked for permission to accompany her to lunch in a few days. She would have to send a note and decline the lunch already scheduled with Duke Lucas. He continued to make requests. And he also said that he had a wish. He wanted her to listen to one of his requests. Smiling and extending his hand, he promised that this request would not overwhelm her and would not take much of her time. The girl looked surprised at the white-gloved hand that Marquis Ryan extended to her. Looking sweetly at Mrs. Elizabeth, he told her that he would accept whatever answer she gave him. But although she didn't trust him, it was a great opportunity to help Lucas and, shaking his hand, she said she accepted his offer. After that day, everything went well. Duke Lucas decided to accept the emperor's invitation at the suggestion of Marquis Werner. Everyone at the Dawn Palace was in anticipation and tension. And so, on a warm evening, the day of the meeting arrived, she asked August if something had happened. Why his face was so tense. His Imperial Highness turned his head and asked if it was so noticeable. Looking at the ground, he admitted that, in truth, he would soon meet his younger brother, with whom he hadn't communicated for a long time. The girl cheerfully said that this was an interesting coincidence. His Majesty too, she said, and asked how long it had been since they saw each other. August said he didn't even remember. Looking surprised at the knight's serious face, she asked him if he shouldn't be happy about this. That's right, said the emperor. But he didn't know what to talk to him about. The girl sighed, surprised. On his 6th birthday, His Majesty remembered, he brought a gift without notifying him of his visit. As soon as the boy saw his beret, he immediately felt unwell and began to stammer. Then the young emperor was flabbergasted by his brother's well-being. And it was then that Lucas suffered an attack again. But he really didn't think that after all this, he would finally accept his invitation. Elizabeth asked Augustus if everything was all right. The man nodded affirmatively and said he was thinking for a moment, when the priest asked him how old his brother was. His Majesty, looking thoughtfully at the grass at his feet, said that this year he would turn 8. Augustine also said that he had no parents, so someone else raised him, the curious young lady. She thought they were the same age and had similar stories. So Elizabeth invited her friend to better find out what he liked. She told him he could ask about his hobby or about the girl he liked. Looking at his interlocutor, the emperor said that he thought he was still too young for a relationship. The girl said she didn't understand anything. Children today grow up very fast. Smiling, she informed His Highness that it would be a good idea to start the dialogue by asking him about his interests. And besides, turning personally to August, she told him that he should relax a little. The man looked at her surprised. Worried, the priest said he didn't know all the circumstances, but she asked, "Isn't it great that they meet again?" Then the emperor asked if her family was waiting for her. Smiling, the sweet girl said no, and said that when she was a child they left her in the temple. Looking at the sky, she thoughtfully said that normally when they leave children, they leave their clothes behind. And other things, but in her case everything was different. Overall, she was an unwanted girl. Looking inquisitively at her interlocutor, he asked if she hated her parents. However, in response to the question asked, the girl just smiled cheerfully and said that it wasn't so. But she thought that trees with trunks grow straight and strong. She smiled at August, and a cool breeze ruffled her hair. The priest said that as much as he loves his brother, he wants to meet him. Therefore, he needed to become a support for him. The man's eyes widened. It seemed that the blowing wind brought him good thoughts. Elizabeth said she hoped their meeting went well. The emperor looked at the priestess with a thoughtful gaze. Suddenly, he reached out and stroked the little girl's head, smiled and thanked her. Elizabeth's eyes lit up, her face took on a pink color, and her soul instantly felt warm. The moment his smile became warmer for her heart made a strange sound. What kind of feeling was that? The girl approached her student, who was standing near the mirror, and asked if he was ready. The boy hesitantly said yes. However, his teacher noticed his sad state and asked if something was wrong. Maybe he wasn't feeling well. The boy looked away. He looked at Elizabeth with much pity. It was clear he was hesitating and afraid. How then did he overcome it and ask if everything would be all right when he and his brother met? What to do if he disgraces himself again? He will not regret it at all, even if he hurts his brother again. The girl noticed that he was very worried, and she herself felt uneasy and sad. She thought that now he should be bolder, and placing her hand on his chest. She looked for her necklace. In a moment, a wonderful idea occurred to her, and she asked the knight if he could turn to her. She took out a pendant from under her clothes and smiling, said it contained her healing power. She handed her pendant to the boy, although she still didn't understand why he valued this pendant so much. But it would definitely help him. Placing it around the boy's neck, she told him to grab it if he suddenly got worse. Elizabeth said that this pendant would give him strength. When she saw His Majesty, the boy looked surprised at the decoration. The priest leaned down and said that, of course, this is true, but that he also needs to remember something. Kneeling down, he took him by the shoulders and told him, even if he now gathered the courage to come to the meeting. There is nothing shameful in wanting to return. And no matter what, His Highness will always appreciate him. The boy felt inspired and his eyes shone. When the Duke said he had a request, the priest knelt down and told the knight to say whatever he wanted. When the boy looked away a little embarrassed and asked if he could call him Lucas. The priest, of course, immediately agreed, and Lucas shook his head with satisfaction. Elizabeth wished her friend Lucas good luck, who happily left with Karina. For some reason, she had a good feeling about their meeting. Ryan would be with them, so there shouldn't be any problems. She hoped everything would be fine. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, Hugo informed His Majesty that the knights had already arrived at the dining room. The man said he would be there soon. He walked forward thoughtfully and thought that day had finally come. He hoped his wish wouldn't hurt him. He wouldn't want to see his scared brother. He remembered Elizabeth's words that trees with trunks grow straight and strong. So he needs to become a support for him. Already standing near the dining room door, the man exhaled, gathering all his will into a fist. And so he opened the door and realized that it was true that he couldn't always run away. To become a support, he had to take a step towards it. The Marquis and Karina bowed before His Highness, saying they were glad to see him. And greeted him. The Emperor looked at his brother, who, after all the agitation, said he was happy to greet His Majesty. The man was still tense, but exhaled when he saw that everything was fine for him until now. Looking at his sweet and excited brother, he said he was glad to see him again. He decided it would be better not to bother him while he was eating and offered to sit at the table, informing them that he had selected their favorite dishes on today's menu. The men and the boy sat at the same table. The Marquis said it was very thoughtful of him. Lucas was worried and sweating profusely when Ryan said the steak and sides were delicious. He told Lucas to eat too, but the boy's eyes misted over with emotion. and he came to his senses as soon as the emperor called him. He abruptly turned his head towards his brother, and His Highness said he could relax and eat slowly. Suddenly, smiling, the emperor thanked his younger brother for coming today. When suddenly his cousin, pointing at him, asked Lucas what kind of pendant he was wearing. Similar in design to a woman's. The boy abruptly hid the pendant in his hands, frowned, and said Elizabeth had given it to him. Resting his elbows on the table, the Marquis asked the emperor if he knew his theology teacher. His Highness said he had heard about her from Hugo, but actually understood that he saw her every 3 days. Ryan said they were close to him, because a person who didn't know would definitely think they were brother and sister, but Lucas said Elizabeth was different from other priests. This made the Marquis happy, and he said she was an interesting person. The boy's cheeks turned red. When Marquis Werner suddenly invited his brother to meet her, the emperor frowned at his brother because they already knew each other. Ryan said that he seems weak, but is actually brave because not even her gaze bothers him. And this hurts his pride a little. A man with dark blue hair and blue eyes looked thoughtfully elsewhere, and thought that she was still strong in spirit. How Duke Lucas threateningly told his cousin that Elizabeth does not judge people by their appearance. Pressing his hand to his chest, he said embarrassed that she had a big heart, and always listened attentively to his stories. After that, there was a minute of silence in the hall. Ryan smiled mischievously, and the emperor was glad that Lucas was talking so much. Noticing that he had embarrassed him, he smiled looking at his brother and decided to follow Elizabeth's advice. He coughed, remembering what question the girl advised him to ask. He asked Lucas if he liked her. The boy's face turned red. Embarrassed, he pressed his hands against his body and looked at the table, lost, not knowing how to say this. When suddenly Ryan said he was speaking with some uncertainty and asked if he really liked her. Then the boy's whole face turned the color of a tomato. The Marquis, laughing at his brother, asked if he also wanted to marry her Lucas. Blushing, he asked what he was talking about. Dissatisfied with his brother's awkward questions, embarrassed but threateningly. He said that in 10 years, he would be an adult. The man laughed. The emperor still couldn't stop looking at this dialogue and smiling. He thought that after all, he shouldn't have worried. After all, everything was going even better than he had initially expected. He watched how sweetly his brother was making excuses. Just as she said, as much as you love your brother, he wants to meet you. The emperor was incredibly happy. The smile did not leave his face, and he sincerely thanked Elizabeth mentally. A few days later, they met in the same place. The priest said that Augustus was in a good mood and suggested that the meeting with his brother was a success. In response, the man nodded his head and said that he decided to invite him to his place next time. The girl said that was great. And tucking her hair behind her ear, she smiled and asked what went well. The emperor said yes and thanked his brother's teacher. The girl smiled and said she didn't do anything and that he did a good job himself. When Augustus realized it and said that she was also in a good mood today and asked if something had happened, Elizabeth didn't think it was that noticeable. She said that the atmosphere in the palace had recently changed for the better and that Duke Lucas's condition had improved. The priest said laughingly that he wanted to be as serene and wise as the emperor. She was glad to be able to have lunch with him. The man thought about it. And then Augustus asked her why she was so worried about the Duke. Resting his chin, he asked, "This is not just because she is his theology teacher." Elizabeth looked down, arched her eyebrows and thought, after which she said that they saw each other every day. So she got used to him. The emperor, smiling, asked her if this was so. Maybe she was just shy. The priest sharply replied that everything was wrong and that the Duke was a special child. With admiration, he said that he could immediately see that he would become an incredibly handsome emperor, which struck Augustus's pride. Looking away, he said that he was even scared by his obsession with appearance. And Elizabeth asked, "Isn't beauty important too?" She said that he was handsome too, and asked him if he didn't take advantage of it. The emperor looked at his companion surprised and asked if she really thought so. Of course this is true. He even suggested that in childhood they told him about his incredible appearance. The man remained silent. The priest couldn't believe this wasn't the case. The next moment, he put his hand on the emperor's shoulder and seriously said that he was handsome. Augustus began to think. It turns out this is all when Elizabeth, thoughtfully, said that she almost forgot to tell him the most important thing. The man looked at her inquisitively. She said she had work to do, so she couldn't come next week. The emperor asked what this meant, and the priestess sighed and explained that she had been invited to a night tournament. His Highness said he understood and asked if she would go there with an escort, extending her hands. The girl said yes, but most likely she would just show up, like on a field trip. And nothing more. Then he, forcing a question, asked who invited her. Elizabeth replied that it was Ryan, and immediately corrected herself, calling him Marquis Werner. Already sitting in his office, he couldn't stop thinking about his last dialogue with the priest. He wondered when the two of them had become so close in the first place, and what had happened between them for him to decide to invite her. But the main question that began to torment him was why he didn't like her so much. The emperor thoughtfully said it out loud. Elizabeth took a pink dress out of the blue box, looking at it with surprise. Karina was surprised how luxurious this dress was. Smiling at the lady, she told her to just look at it, what cut it had, and suggested that this dress was sewn in Brick's workshop. Elizabeth continued examining the dress she had brought with surprise and interest. And squinting one eye, she hesitantly asked why such a beautiful thing had been sent to her. The nanny said it was because she would be Lord Werner's companion. And laughing, she cheerfully said that it was the best thing. Otherwise, she was worried that the lady would go in her everyday clothes. Seeing the reaction, she worriedly asked if she was really going there like that, to which the girl replied that her uniform was also made of high-quality materials. Excitedly, Karina, turning to Mrs. Elizabeth, told her that she would like to explain something to her. The night tournament, held every year by the Werner family, is very important. Only 100 people receive an invitation, the rest cannot attend the tournament. The priest admitted that she thought she would just watch the equestrian enthusiasts. She did not remember anything like this happening in the novel. The Lord's nanny said that in any case, the Marquis would thank her for paying attention to him. Elizabeth wondered why she was invited to such an important event, as Karina said that. Besides, her outfit was already ready. Suddenly, she raised her head and saw two maids peeking out from behind the woman. And smiling mischievously. Bob's maid said that, not for nothing, she had worked in the workshop before. And the long-haired girl asked to trust them. They would do everything at the highest level. The priest asked to wait, but it was too late. And so, the coachman driving their carriage suddenly stopped and announced that they had arrived. Elizabeth got out in shock and looked around. Looking around at everything, pressing her hand to her chest, she thought that all this was more like a party. Looking around, she remembered what Werner had told her and realized that it was definitely nothing special. But she was still tormented by the question of why he decided to call her. Then she heard a familiar and dissatisfied voice, and Rosemary asked her what she had forgotten here. Wherever she looked, there were only aristocrats. She was interested in what they were talking about, but at the same time felt superfluous. Suddenly, a familiar figure approached her, and she was surprised by their meeting. Rosemary crossed her arms over her chest, raised her head proudly, and asked what she had forgotten. Our priest was also surprised to meet the novel's heroine here, and looked away, but not remaining silent for long, she seriously said with a frown that she had received an invitation. The Baroness told her not to lie to her. She couldn't believe that a commoner could reach such a place. Suddenly, looking at her radiant colleague, her face twitched. She didn't understand where she got such a good outfit from. And suddenly, abruptly grabbing the girl by the shoulder, he raised an eyebrow and asked where she got this dress. Without hiding the fact from the Baroness, she said it was a gift. Releasing the girl's shoulder, he waved his hand aside and smiling, said not to make her laugh, and suggested that she had stolen it from the Duke. While Elizabeth was wondering what Rosemary was talking about, someone approached her from behind. And the next moment, leaning towards the priestess's head, the Marquis told Madame Elizabeth that he had finally come. The girl turned surprised towards her companion and addressed him as Lord Ryan. Suddenly, she covered her mouth with her hand and corrected herself, apologizing for calling him by his name. The people around her and Rosemary were in shock. When the Marquis took the girl and told her, "It's okay, from now on she can always address him like that," he told Elizabeth that he was afraid she wouldn't come and kissed her hand. The faces of the ladies around them turned red. They started discussing that Marquis Werner had kissed her hand. They envied her because she was his companion. Rosemary was annoyed. Releasing the priestess's hand, he said this dress suited her very well and he was glad he hadn't made a mistake in his choice. The girl thanked him. Suddenly, the Baroness behind called Marquis Werner and told him he was very lucky. The man looked at the girl, who smiling said her name was Rosemary von Francis. They met at a banquet and he asked if she remembered. Approaching shyly, she tilted her head to the side and said she was glad to see you again. Ryan smiled back at the girl, and the priest looked at them with some disgust. And he wondered if that was the appearance of the main character. He didn't understand if it was exactly the same person and thought he should leave them alone. When suddenly, the Marquis said he had heard a lot about her thanks to Elizabeth. He pointed to his companion with his hand and smiling, said that she said she was a very good teacher. The girl looked inquisitively at the Marquis. The next moment, he put his arm around her shoulder. She thought he had chosen the wrong time for this. She didn't want to get involved in that. And removing her hand from his shoulder, she informed the Baroness that they were leaving at that moment, and wished Miss Francis well. Elizabeth was very surprised by how he simply decided to leave Rosemary. And the Baroness, completely in shock, asked what kind of situation that was. In a moment, she frowned, because she couldn't believe this commoner was his companion. Going up to the balcony, the man asked the lady how she was here. The girl replied that everything turned out to be bigger than she had imagined. Ryan put his finger to his chin and said they would have a big fight this year. The jousting tournament will last 3 days, and today there will be a match between the winner of the previous tournament and the new challenger. He said that the same person had won here for 4 years in a row, but this year his rival was very popular. So they did everything right when suddenly Lord Werner was called. Placing his hand on his chest, Werner asked Mrs. Elizabeth if she would mind if he left for a while. The girl didn't mind and said everything was fine. Looking from the balcony, she noticed that people had already started to gather, when suddenly she turned around as a female voice called her. In front of her, she saw 3 ladies who introduced themselves as Charlotte von Goldman, Emma von Lloyd, and Amelia von Pullman. The girls said they wanted to come closer and introduce themselves sooner, but she was with the Marquis, and they didn't want to interfere. The priest apologized and said that she simply didn't know anyone, so Lord Werner was by her side, which made the girls happy. They asked her how she met him. Elizabeth said that at a recent banquet, she was with Lord Arnes when the Marquis approached them. And that's how they met. The girls looked at each other surprised and asked in unison if she also knew Lord Arnes. And they explained that these 3 were the treasure of the Empire. That is, the Emperor, Marquis Werner, and Lord Arnes. The girls called them handsome with admiration. Here Elizabeth was inspired and asked what the Emperor looked like. One of the ladies replied that she had only seen him once when she was little. Although she was in the distance, his dark hair immediately caught her attention. A distinctive feature of the imperial family has always been blonde hair. But the emperor chased the former empress, reported Miss. In general, it was unusual for their empire to have black hair, and she vaguely remembered that he had blue eyes. Elizabeth thought blue eyes and dark hair resembled Augustus very much. When one of the ladies said that the match was about to start, her friend asked if she minded if they watched it here together. The priest happily agreed. The beautiful ladies happily thanked the girl, and so a dialogue began. Suddenly, from the clearing, one of the ladies asked her friend who that lady was, since Lord Werner himself had invited her. It was strange. Her friend said she hadn't heard about her, when suddenly the Baroness said, "If they are from that priest, then she knows a lot about her." The girls turned around surprised and saw Rosemary in front of them, smiling sadly. Then Baroness Francis announced that she was teaching Duke Lucas with her. The girls listened with interest, as well as Rosemary, smiling, thought she was lucky while keeping her secret. Marquis Werner also decided to trick. She believed in her convictions and expected that when the truth was revealed, she would definitely be scorned. Desired. It was time to end this game. Frowning, she proudly announced that this priestess was actually a commoner. And ordinary. She asked if it was surprising that she was here, when suddenly, after a moment of silence, the noble ladies laughed in her face and said that couldn't be. But Rosemary was serious and assured her friends that she was not lying. That girl was a commoner. When suddenly someone rudely called her by name, the girl looked up worriedly. Then the dark-haired woman, looking at her, asked if she understood that she was now walking on thin ice. She said there was no need to create problems by telling stories, and if she hadn't taken her with her instead of her maid, she wouldn't have ended up here. The girl clenched her fists tightly in anger, and looking at the balcony thought that she should be standing there. Angrily, she thought who she was, and why everyone treated a common commoner so well. And ordinary. She asked to wait a little longer, and would definitely bring her down to earth. The ladies asked Elizabeth if she would come next time, if she was invited. She, of course, said yes, when suddenly the girls turned around surprised. Marquis Werner approached and, smiling at the ladies, said he saw that they were having fun here. When suddenly the girls announced that they were probably leaving and running away, Elizabeth didn't even have time to stop them. Approaching, the Marquis said laughingly that they liked each other. Placing her hand on her chest, the girl said that they simply had similar interests. When she noticed that the atmosphere among the spectators had changed, Ryan said it was because of the participant who would be in the last match. This challenger had won for 10 years in a row. Crossing his arms on the railing, he said that due to an accident he had to give up. Elizabeth asked what happened to him. The Marquis said that due to family circumstances, they found him a fiancé. But he married another girl. The engagement with the First Lady was cancelled, but she did not appreciate this outcome. There are rumors that she caused a carriage accident, but in the end, it was considered a normal accident. The carriage fell off a cliff, and the bride's body was never found. They say that at that time his wife was pregnant, which means the child died. But a lot of time had passed since then, and suddenly she appeared, and everyone was surprised. Elizabeth said that's not all. In this match, there is a confrontation between the imperial faction and the aristocrats. She asked. The man asked her what made her think that, and the priest explained that the audience seemed to be divided into two groups. And the current contender is an unusual person. If he is so famous, then he must have a lot of strength, and moreover, this will be enough to shake the authority of the imperial family. That's why the girl explained it so interestingly to everyone. She asked if the Lord hadn't predicted the outcome of this confrontation. This surprised the Marquis, and he asked her why she thought so. But raising her eyebrows, Elizabeth explained that this event was organized by his family. Surprised by such correct conclusions, he praised Mrs. Elizabeth for her sharp eye. The Marquis thought with admiration that she had exceeded all his expectations, and even understood his intentions. He looked at the girl with interest and wondered who he would be. When the dialogue was interrupted, the man loudly announced that the participants were leaving. Looking at the arena where the match was taking place, the girl saw the man she met at the banquet. She remembered that this was the ruler of the North, who came to the capital because of problems with the army. He was announced as Count Winterhill. Then Ryan turned to the lady and told her that, as she had said, he already knew the outcome of this event, and said that he would like to see a victory that would honor the imperial family. Then he suggested, look with interest at his trump card, the girl. When suddenly, the man loudly presented his opponent, Sir Matthew von Arnes. The girl leaned on the railing, surprised to look closer. The girls in the clearing looked at him fondly. It was incredible. The atmosphere around them was completely different. She didn't understand if it was really him. Suddenly, seeing his acquaintance lady on the balcony, he smiled sweetly at her. Her eyes shone, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Elizabeth thought, hearing the girls shouting, that he was very popular and said. Upon hearing the announcement, for the participants to take their starting positions. That it would be tense. Werner, thoughtfully approaching the mark with his chin, said that this is a dangerous sport. The men took their positions. The battle was declared. Tension grew between the fighters when suddenly the weapons broke. Elizabeth gasped in surprise. The spectators shouted that they had a draw and that they needed to quickly bring them new lances. Then the priest asked what would happen if one of them was injured. Ryan explained that jousting was originally a competition where participants could not defend themselves. They constantly broke something, and falling onto a horse could even lead to death. The girl called it complete horror, and meanwhile, the participants in the battle met with serious looks. Suddenly, Lord Matthew von Arnes was declared the winner and raised his lance to the sky. The girl was happy for him and shouted from the balcony that she was rooting for him with the victory. Suddenly, the Marquis noticed that something was wrong and told Madame Elizabeth to be careful and, holding her by the shoulders, he started turning her around and asked where they were going. At that moment, she didn't answer anything, just exchanged glances with the tournament winner with a malicious smile. Moving away from the balcony, the girl heard the reasoning of an elderly couple. They were wondering who would get the winner's crown this year. The lady said it was Arnes's mother. Suddenly, behind her, she heard a metallic ringing and a stomp, and someone called her. Mrs. Elizabeth turned around surprised and saw Matthew in front of her with a crown in his hands. Behind them, people started arguing about why he approached that girl, because her parents were nearby. A noticeable blush appeared on the victorious knight's cheeks, and he pursed his lips embarrassed. With big, surprised brown eyes, the girl called Matthew. Then, blushing, the knight asked the priest if she would accept this crown. The girl didn't understand why she should. Cautiously, she wondered why Sir Matthew decided to give her a flower crown. Suddenly, the Marquis distracted her from her thoughts, who grabbed the lady's hand. He pulled her towards him and told Elizabeth that she could not accept the crown. The people around became interested in what was going on there and why he gave it to Lord Werner's companion. When suddenly someone from the crowd suggested that they were both seeking his favor, then everything finally became clear to the girl. But she didn't understand what was wrong with them. It was too strange. This usually doesn't happen with main characters, when suddenly a heartbreaking female scream was heard. People outside the building shouted that Count Winterhill had fallen off his horse and asked to quickly call a doctor. The man got up from the ground and touched his head, where the wound was, which was large. Elizabeth looked at this from the balcony with concern and realized that he could lose a lot of blood. And if the wound is very severe, then she should help even more and instantly ran out into the street. The Marquis only had time to call her. The girl ran worriedly towards the doctor, holding her dress and asking what the Count's condition was. The man said he had a deep wound, but that he had already given him a healing potion, and asked who she was. The girl said while kneeling that she was a priest and asked the Count to open his eyes. He was unconscious. People said he was seriously injured and asked if there was any way to stop the bleeding. The girl examined the man and, ordering her thoughts, told her companions that if he lost consciousness, they should take her to the Aurora Palace. Elizabeth knew there was no time to think. She had to help the Count, and light began to emanate from her hands. The light emanating from them was such that it illuminated all the nearby people. His wounds healed, and the aristocrats were overshadowed. Everyone wondered if this priestess taught Count Lucas and admired her amazing skills. Finally, the girl breathed a sigh of relief. She was glad that the man had regained consciousness. Suddenly, her head felt heavy, but the Marquis and the knight managed to hold her. She wondered if she had overdone it. Her eyes darkened. She wondered how this happened. The men tried to wake her up and asked her to wait, but she thought she just wanted a quiet life. Lying in bed, the Count began to regain consciousness because he remembered how his savior called him. Before even opening his eyes, he thought it was Samantha, his wife, but realized it couldn't be her. But then who would it be? Suddenly, the man opened his eyes tiredly and abruptly, lost in his thoughts. He got up from the pillow and clutched his head. His valet asked if his master was all right, and Winterhill asked where he was. Feeling the location of the wound, he heard the servant say that he was in the imperial palace. After the end of the tournament, he fell off his horse. Placing his hand in front of him, he inquisitively asked the man where his wounds were. The valet explained that he was cured by the priestess. Then the count asked her if he remembered what she looked like. He said he wasn't particularly sure, but he remembered the long, silver hair. The man closed his eyes, and the image of the priest appeared in his memories. Without a doubt, he had golden eyes. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he ordered Henry to unpack his things and told him they would still remain in the capital for some time. The carriage Samantha was traveling in was never found, but suddenly she had survived. He reasoned, and she was able to safely give birth to the child. Shortly before the accident, he received a letter from his ex-fiancée, where she admitted that she had arranged everything. That not even death can hide this sin, perhaps her son really lives somewhere now. Our brave priestess also finally regained consciousness and opened her heavy eyelids. She asked where she was, when suddenly she jumped up and realized that this was the Dawn Palace. The Duke called Elizabeth and asked how she felt. The child, indignant, asked her if she knew how long she had slept and said he was very worried. Karina, with tears in her eyes, asked Mrs. Elizabeth how she felt. The young man asked her if she was hurting anywhere. The priest said, surprised, that everything was fine for her. Then the nanny said that the Duke was very worried about her. She raised her trembling hands, showing strength, asked if Lyon could see, and said she was fine. The child, indignant, asked where she was and said that Elizabeth had slept for 2 whole days. Elizabeth, dumbfounded, asked how long, when the little Duke shyly put his hand in his jacket pocket. Looking for something. Taking out the cone, he said this was a potion from his older brother. He said that his teacher lost consciousness when she was taking care of a person. The girl took the potion and looked at it with surprise and shame. Lucas said it was very effective and told her to drink quickly. And while scolding her, he said they would soon bring her food and ordered her to rest for now. Leaving the room, Karina said she could sleep soundly now. The embarrassed child replied that he wasn't saying he couldn't sleep. The girl thought it was good that in difficult times there were people willing to help. And she drank the potion. She thought about it. It seemed to her that the emperor was cold and unapproachable, but he turned out to be kinder than she thought. And she wondered if everything was all right between him and Rosemary. Suddenly, he held his head tiredly. It was uncomfortable and unpleasant for her to remember it. But besides, she wouldn't want to continue this kind of relationship with the Lord and the Marquis. And she never wanted to take Rosemary's place, when suddenly the image of Augustus appeared before her eyes. She simply, like a friend, stopped and very surprised by her thoughts. She wondered why she suddenly remembered him. The man trained diligently with the dummies, sparing no effort and taking out all his anger on them. He remembered how Hugo told him that an incident had occurred at a night tournament. Count Winterhill had fallen off his horse, and fortunately, Mrs. Elizabeth was there and gave him first aid. But due to her delicate health, she was taken to the Dawn Palace. The emperor tried to catch his breath and thought that this news had unsettled him. Now he felt that he was not himself. And now, lost in his thoughts, he discovered that he was back at the meeting place. But after that incident, they didn't see each other again. He sat on the grass and thought that was logical. When suddenly, he heard someone's voice calling him by the name August. And he turned hopefully. In front of him, of course, he saw Elizabeth smiling sweetly at him, happy to see him. He opened his mouth fascinated as he watched the warm breeze blow through her silver hair. When the priest apologized for making him wait and said it had been a long time since they had seen each other, the man got up from the ground. Looking at the emperor with his big, bright brown eyes, he asked if he was well. His Majesty said he heard she wasn't feeling well and asked how she felt. Scratching his cheek, he was surprised that he knew, and smiling, said that everything was fine now. That she was more alive than any other living person. The man moved closer to his interlocutor's face when she told him that the Duke had agreed to reschedule several classes. She also received a breaking potion from His Majesty, so everything was fine. Elizabeth reported. She said thoughtfully that giving something so valuable to an ordinary common saint is not like him. Apparently, His Majesty has good sides. The emperor smiled. Then the priest asked if he knew about the incident. Then why was he waiting for her? Maybe she wouldn't have come today. Smiling, August asked. Who knows, maybe she would have come, but I didn't want to keep her waiting, he said. The girl, embarrassed, brought her hands to her chest and thought that his words would wound her to the heart. When the emperor asked her if she was eating well, spreading his arms to the sides, Elizabeth said that today she had eaten stew and bread. The man was surprised by such a diet and said that now he understands why she is so small. The girl, indignant, pointed to herself and said that although she looks younger than her age, she is already an adult. She told August not to worry, grabbed him under the chest and told him that, unlike her, he needed to eat well to be strong. The man was very surprised by such touches. When the girl ran her hand over his thigh and asked him if knights always had such powerful bodies, he said generally yes, when Elizabeth looked up surprised and stopped thinking about what was wrong with her face. The girl had her hand on his chest when the man, blushing, brought his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose. And covering his mouth with his hand, he looked aside. Turning his head to the side, he asked embarrassed if he could not withdraw his hand. The girl shyly moved away and apologized. The emperor asked her if she really behaved this way with other men. Elizabeth indignantly denied it. She found the most appropriate answer in her head, and extending her hands, said that she was simply evaluating them. As the priest then asked, since they hadn't seen each other, nothing had happened, if he was injured anywhere. Bringing her hand to the man's face, she said there was a little bit on his cheek and under his lips. The emperor looked at the girl with surprise. There was an awkward pause, and she, embarrassed, clenched her fist. The man looked with interest at the girl, whose face was red, and she wondered, what's wrong with him? He has returned to his own rhythm and wondered why his heart was beating so fast. August asked if something had happened, turned his head, she scratched her cheek, and said that the atmosphere today was somehow different. She thought about how to call him correctly and said vanilla, which greatly surprised His Highness. When suddenly, Elizabeth asked him what kind of reaction he had, if he really had a loved one. The man said worriedly that it wasn't so. The priest looked at him inquisitively with his big eyes and guessed it was about unrequited love. August said that the fact is that he is not doing anything. He sat down on the grass and sighed and said, if only something exciting would happen to him. The man looked with interest at the lady, who said that strange rumors had only been circulating about her until now. The emperor sat next to the girl and asked her if it was because of what happened at the tournament. She sighed sadly and said she couldn't even imagine that those two would behave like that. The couple was illuminated by the sunset, and August asked, looking at the girl, if she felt anything for them. Elizabeth admitted that her feelings could not be called love. The man asked if that was so. The priest said that, of course, she thanked them for their kindness, but that was something else. Looking up at the sky, she said that when you love someone, you think about them all the time, and you want to spend as much time as possible with them. Looking at the emperor with her bright, deep eyes, she said, smiling, that for her this is true love. It seemed that His Highness had just realized something with his mouth slightly open. He was looking at her fascinated. Elizabeth, crossing her arms, asked August what he thought. But if this is true, then he should fulfill his promise and try to get to know you better. He thought, after all, if all this is true, then this sweet face, cheeks, beautiful golden eyes, and charming smile truly loves Elizabeth. Time. His Majesty went to the wardrobe, where maids received him and told him to choose whatever he wanted. Looking back at Hugo walking behind him, he told him to prepare clothes for the Tadar festival. Something simple. Elizabeth asked him if he would like to go with her to the Tadar festival. The emperor asked her if it was an event held on the island. Scratching his cheek, she said yes, she would like to go there at least once. But going alone was like that. August asked her if she wanted to go with him. Elizabeth said yes, of course, they are his friends. The man was surprised. And the girl asked, seeing him look down, if she could call them that. He said yes, of course, and decided to go to the festival. Elizabeth was very happy and suggested meeting at the palace gates. Standing there, the man reasoned that he had heard about the festival, but had never been there. No, or rather, it would be his first walk of this kind, when suddenly a female voice called him. Looking up, he saw Elizabeth. She was waving her hand at him, and he was surprised that she had already arrived. Apologizing for the wait. But the emperor said that he himself had just arrived. The girl was delighted and said it was unusual to see him in different clothes, so he looked even cooler than usual. A blush appeared on His Majesty's cheeks. Such a compliment discouraged him. And scratching his neck, he hesitantly said that her outfit also suited her very well. The priest began to tease him and asked if he had said something. The man ran off blushing and told her to go already. Approaching the carriages that would take them, Elizabeth even managed to bargain, reducing the price from 20 to 12. And so, already sailing by boat to the island, the girl said that it was the first time she was going somewhere after her move. The emperor agreed with his companion, and she was happy to go out with him to another place. Suddenly, he asked her if it was okay that he was taking her out on a day off because he probably had a lot to do. But His Highness told the girl not to worry, he wasn't very busy. He put his hand on his chest and admitted, smiling, that he was even happier to spend this day with her. The priestess's eyes instantly shone, looking at her friend, and a blush appeared on her face. But then she hesitated, because Augustus said he had a loved one and hoped he wouldn't misunderstand her. Upon entering the city, Elizabeth enthusiastically said that it was busier than she had imagined. Wherever you looked, there were many people. When suddenly, a man, who carelessly pushed her and put his arm around his companion's shoulders. The emperor asked him if everything was all right. How then did he apologize with guilt for grabbing her roughly? The priest said it was fine, he wanted to help. The emperor lowered his head, ashamed, and thought he shouldn't have touched her so thoughtlessly. Meanwhile, Elizabeth had already figured out where they should go. Walking through the market, the girl enthusiastically told him that only here can you find these fruits. And she took him to different places. Elizabeth cheerfully said that it was fun, she didn't even notice how time flew by. As if they were in another world. The man looked at his companion, smiling. For her it really was very unusual. At first she found it difficult to be Elizabeth, but then she got used to it and met new people. Although it was not her life yet. Then the girl stopped and, turning to August, apologized for the sudden question. And asked him what he would do if someday they couldn't see each other. She wondered if he would miss her and thought that, after all, she had come to this world by accident. She wondered what would happen when she was no longer here, when suddenly the man said no. Bringing his fist to his heart, he seemed to curse and said with all seriousness that he would find her. He lowered his head closer to Elizabeth, who looked at him with enthusiastic, shining eyes. And full of hope, and said, until she appears in front of him again, he will definitely look for her. This truly moved the priest. A blush appeared on her sweet face. She smiled back at him and said that although these were just words, she was happy. There was concern in his intonation. Although she didn't understand why he treated her that way, but she was very happy to have met him. She asked if August would be against going for a walk next time. The emperor agreed. The girl was happy. Suddenly she looked at the pier in front of her and was very surprised. It was strange. She asked where all the boats were. Without wasting time, she approached the bottle man standing on the pier and asked where all the boats had gone. He said that the last boat had sailed. The girl looked at him confidently and said worriedly that it wasn't dark yet. To which the man replied that boats stopped sailing after sunset and advised them to look for a hotel before it got too dark. The girl couldn't believe it, but said that there were hotels in that direction and they could look there and be lucky if they found a free room. Looking at the girl, he said, embarrassed, that there were no other options. They would have to leave. A red blush also appeared on the girl's face, but her cheeks burned even more when she realized that she would be with August tonight. The girl asked fearfully that only one room was left. It was all they had. Elizabeth looked around with interest, although the room was not large. She couldn't accept that everything was like this. She thought what they should do, there was only one bed. When the emperor's friend called the girl, she jumped up in fear and asked what was wrong. She thought perhaps she was worrying in vain, but Augusta had no less doubts. Her embarrassment was revealed not only in her unperturbed appearance. He seemed focused, and she needed to keep calm, but the man still couldn't accept that they would actually sleep in the same bed. She was sleeping in the same bedroom and thought it would be better to leave here, when suddenly Elizabeth came out of the shower and, exhaling, she said she even felt better. Drying herself, gathering her hair and wiping it with a towel, she told August to bathe too. Suddenly, she looked at him surprised and asked what was wrong. Why hadn't he taken off his robe yet? Covering her mouth with her fist, she said hesitantly that she just wanted to get some air outside. The priest asked her if it was right now. However, she quickly realized what kind of excuse that was and worried. She asked him if he was really planning to sleep on the street. Looking away, he said embarrassed that he wasn't. Elizabeth said she understands that knights wouldn't be surprised by this. But it was still too much. She touched the robe over Auguste's chest with her hand and told him to undress quickly. But realizing what she had just said, she abruptly clenched her fist. Excited, she pressed her hands against her chest and said that was not what she meant, but that she would bathe and go to bed. The embarrassed man said he understood that, and now, already lying in bed. She still couldn't fall asleep and asked Augustus if he really wasn't cramped. But the man told her not to worry, that everything was fine. With her peripheral vision, the priest looked in his direction and thought they were very close to each other. And she thought that Augustus was worried about her. Then, turning a little towards her friend, she asked if he had already slept with someone like this. Confused, he turned to Elizabeth and asked if she had spent the night with someone. Covering herself with the blanket, she told him not to think too much. She was just wondering if he had the same situation. Turning his face towards the girl, he said thoughtfully that this had never happened to him. Scratching her cheek, the priest modestly said that she too had never had such an experience. The emperor, smiling, said he was glad to be the first. Isabel's eyes shone, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. August thought, if he continues like this, he might be mistaken. His Majesty called Isabel, but she abruptly turned towards the window and suggested they go to bed. Meanwhile, her cheeks were burning intensely. This wasn't the first time she had seen Augustus smile, but her heart was still beating rapidly. After waiting for the girl to fall asleep, he got out of bed. He had the same feeling in his soul, but it didn't seem unusual to him. He examined Elizabeth's peacefully sleeping face with interest, illuminated by the silver moonlight. He brought his hand to his heart, which was still beating hard, and said quietly that he still couldn't calm down. Then he remembered how during today's walk what she said, and how she looked at him with deep eyes. And charming, and he thought, it means she trusts him. He looked with interest at the sleeping girl next to him, noticing every feature. Suddenly his hand reached out to her, and touching only her fingers, his face flushed. He instantly got out of bed and, embarrassed, lowered his head and thought, why does she trust him so much? He cannot afford to cross the line, and retreated to the bathroom. Waking up in the morning, the girl got up from the pillow, looked around, and asked August where he was. At the same moment, drying his wet hair with a towel, the emperor came out of the shower and called Isabel. Looking at the girl, he asked her if she had woken up. She looked back fascinated. She suddenly came to her senses and, scratching her head, said she had just woken up and wished him good morning. Augustine said that she slept very deeply, and he did not want to wake her up at that moment. The priest looked embarrassed at her still wet collarbone, with wide eyes. As soon as everyone gathered, he rented a room and arrived at the pier. A boatman greeted them and put them on the boat. The subsequent journey passed in silence, and finally they returned. Elizabeth thanked him and said she had a lot of fun. The emperor agreed. Her little brother's teacher looked at him, surprised when he suddenly started talking. Augustine suggested taking a walk downtown next time. The girl happily agreed and said she was looking forward to their meeting. She also said she would try to find and choose a good place. The man also said he was looking forward to this. Heading to the palace, he thought that although he had to spend the night there, it was still fun. Then he asked where it would be better to have a date. Suddenly, she came to her senses and embarrassed herself wondering what she was saying. They were his friends, and he already has a lover. It's all because of his ambiguous words. She justified herself upon entering the palace. But then the girl raised her head, surprised when the cleaning lady said she had arrived just in time. Smiling and pointing at the man, she turned to Mrs. Elizabeth and told her she had a guest. A man with silver hair, scars on his face, and beautiful gray eyes looked at her. She immediately recognized him as Count Winterhill, and raising her eyebrows surprised. And opening her bright eyes, she wondered what business he had with her. Meanwhile, a meeting of representatives of the upper class was announced at the emperor's residence. The Marquis, addressing Matthew, said it had been a long time since they had seen each other. He asked if everything was like at the tournament, if he thought that oppressive atmosphere appeared between them right after that day. Werner mockingly pointed out his serious gaze and said it was as if he was looking at an enemy. Lord Arnes simply remained silent in the face of this provocation, but gave him a threatening look. Marquis Ryan noticed this atmosphere, thought about how complicated everything was, but continued to smile at his interlocutor. Then the doors of the hall opened, and Hugo announced that His Majesty had arrived. He took his place at the table and thanked everyone for attending, despite the sudden summons. And he asked Marquis Pullman to begin. The man said that the reason for today's meeting was a letter received in the morning by carrier pigeon that contained reliable information. And looking at the man with interest, the emperor repeated that it was a carrier pigeon, and asked him where it was from. The Marquis said it was from the northern region and that its departure point was Winterhill County. And those present became tense. He also reported that their intelligence confirmed suspicious activities in their territories. The emperor became grim. Winterhill's lands are so devastated that growing cereals seems impossible. And the reason they can maintain their power is the unique winter iron source, which is stronger than normal. Due to their high military strength and resource availability, the Winter Hills have been feared throughout history. But for the past 20 years, the ruler has not been seen in public. His appearance could not be a mere coincidence. Count Winterhill was waiting for the girl when she came and apologized for making him wait. He sat on the opposite sofa and said he had just returned. The count said it was fine. After all, he was the one who suddenly appeared on the threshold. Without wasting time, Elizabeth, clutching her fist to her chest, asked him if he had come on business. Winterhill said that at the night tournament she healed him, and he came to thank her for this. Placing his hand on her chest, he bowed and said that she saved him. The priest began to downplay it, saying that she hadn't done anything. Raising her head, she turned to Elizabeth and asked if she had ever heard of a girl named Samantha. The girl, thoughtfully, put her finger on her chin, lowered her head, and said she had never heard anything like that before. Understanding what was happening, she asked him if he was really looking for this girl. Samantha, and apologizing, said she couldn't help. The count asked her not to worry, he simply decided to ask. But looking at the girl in front of him, he became more and more convinced of his conjectures. This nearby saint resembled her even more, Samantha, whom he loved so much. He remembered how his fiancée shouted that she wanted to break off the engagement because of some commoner. She did not want to accept this and endure such humiliation. If he and Samantha hadn't been together, this horror wouldn't have happened. Her murder at the hands of her ex-fiancé, her family was quite influential, so the incident was hushed up. He believed he was obliged to take revenge and declared war on them. But the imperial family canceled everything. He could do nothing for the death of his beloved. He only had one hope to find his daughter, but all his efforts were in vain. And ridiculous, because he never managed to find her. 20 years passed, and when he began to regain consciousness, he met Elizabeth. And then the count asked the priest to tell him about her family. The girl was very surprised and wondered why the count wanted to know about this. Looking seriously at her savior, she wondered what her parents or siblings would look like. And sisters. But then the girl hesitantly admitted that she had no family and grew up alone. And Winterhill asked her where she was from. Worried, she modestly said she didn't remember her childhood well. She was told that immediately after birth, she was sent to the temple. Noticing the man's depressed state, she thought perhaps she should say something else. So she explained that maybe, if you ask the temple, they will definitely tell you something. The count was inspired and said that, indeed, the temple accepts and raises orphans. It is quite natural for the child to then become a priest, he reasoned. And then he, asking if he could ask one more question, asked Elizabeth if she was a commoner. The girl asked, very alarmed, what that meant, but Winterhill calmly explained that from her reaction, he realized he was not mistaken. Slapping the table, she wanted to justify herself, but the count apologized if he had scared her, and said that there was actually a high-ranking saint of common descent who looked like her. The girl looked at her interlocutor surprised and asked if that was really the Samantha he was talking about earlier. The man smiled in approval and said that she had understood correctly. He said that Samantha, like her, had the ability to heal. Looking at her hands in surprise, she said that this means that besides her, there was already a commoner saint who had the ability to heal. The count looked into her eyes and thought that she also had faint golden eyes when she used sacred power. He remembered that, when his wife was pregnant, she wanted their child to take the best from both of them. And she wanted his eyes to be like his and hers. Cold and deep gray, and kind and affectionate gold, it would be wonderful if she was born with two colors at once. Samantha once said. Looking at the priestess, he mentally addressed his wife. He really wished his wish would come true. The emperor asked for a full report and asked what was suspicious about Winter Hill. 3 main characteristics are reported. Firstly, a monster house held every spring. The count is located next to the area where evil spirits live. Residents must get rid of it before summer. Secondly, the fact that territorial troops were created to destroy monsters is seen in the citadel for training purposes. But this training is not related to fighting evil spirits. And the Marquis announced that most likely their goal was to start a war. Those present at the meeting became alarmed. Then, the thoughtful emperor continued with the report and asked what the third point was about. Thirdly, Winter Hill has been buying food in large quantities for the last 3 years. Approximately 2 million kilograms. The man said that this again indicated that they were preparing for war. And he asked what kind of group was making incredible deals without telling him. Here, with his arms crossed, Marquis Ryan said that it might seem a little arrogant. But he thought that the group belonged to the Werner family. Everyone present at the meeting immediately directed their distressed gazes towards him and asked why the Marquis' family. To which the man replied that, if he had known what they needed, he would of course have refused. But he agreed only because it concerned supplying food for residents affected by bad harvests. Lord sadly said that 2 million was a very large figure, to which Ryan replied that most of the damage was caused in Winterhill County, and that it was possible they were doing business not only with them, but also with other trading houses. Still, stocking up on food for the next 3 years is preparation that takes time. In case someone asks if they are really trying to start a rebellion. The emperor was relatively calm when he learned this information, and he asked what Marquis Pullman himself thought about it. Placing his hand on his chest, the man said that, in his opinion, this is not an issue that should be taken lightly. He explained that if he gives permission, they will immediately conduct further investigation. If the conjectures are correct, then they should reduce the amount of iron supplied. Suddenly, a man next to His Majesty asked him how he felt about the idea of imposing sanctions on Count Winterhill. The man with glasses said they shouldn't be in such a hurry, that an uprising was inevitable. That if they acted hastily, they might find themselves at a disadvantage. Someone asked if they could stay away, when the emperor loudly told them to stop. He suddenly asked if anyone else wanted to say anything. Ryan became thoughtful. And when asked what if he made sure that he couldn't leave the capital, His Highness asked him if he didn't want to let him leave. And putting his hand on his chest, his cousin assured him that this was the case and that he would look for opportunities while there was still time. He explained that if the count could not return to his territory, then the plan would be thwarted. Said the Marquis was supported. Those present cheerfully began to discuss that this way they would avoid worsening the situation. But the emperor was worried about something. And the next moment, turning to Matthew, he asked him if something was wrong. The man flinched, and with his head bowed, he admitted that he had indeed seen him at the Dawn Palace before coming here. This astonished everyone, and Matthew said that he came to see Duke Lucas's tutor and was worried about having other plans. In this matter, the emperor was now more interested and considered the fact that Count Winterhill might come to visit Isabel. And resting his chin on his hand, he thoughtfully said it would be good to increase the number of guards. Just in case. His Majesty also said that Lord Pullman would be in charge of the production volume and iron trade, and told him to also start an investigation into the Count's henchmen. He sadly thought that Winterhill might challenge the power of the imperial family. Although this had been said before, now everything was different. After the meeting, the men gathered in the hall, and Matthew told the Marquis that he was interested in something. Ryan raised his hands and asked why he was looking at him with such hostility. He asked if he was interested in the deal with Count Winterhill or his relationship with Isabel. The gentleman frowned. Looking directly into the eyes of his competitor and interlocutor, he said he used to envy him. But he soon realized something: the more you push a person into a frame, the more relaxed they become. Clenching his fist, he raised it in front of him, as if threatening the Marquis, and asked if his feelings for Elizabeth were real. If this was nothing more than fun for him, he asked him to stop now. It was his friendly request. Ryan smiled. He asked him if he meant he didn't want to stop. Even if he didn't care, Matthew replied that he wouldn't forgive him for that. The oppressive atmosphere grew. Then he, a little cautious of his opponent, mockingly asked him how he wouldn't forgive him. For him, what was happening was also just a game. Lord Terrible looked at the Marquis and told Matthew that he should have sensed it. There was something about her that no one else had. Smiling mischievously, he said he wanted to get this diamond to make her his. Frowning, the gentleman explained that Lady Elizabeth didn't exist and asked him to stop this now. Squinting his eyes, he apologized with a wave of his hand and said that if he doesn't get what he wants, he feels dissatisfied. In a calm tone, looking at the gentleman seriously, he said he didn't care about his words. Matthew was surprised, but now he was clear about what everything was really like and said that in this case there was nothing to worry about. After all, no matter how hard he tries, she won't follow his rules and misses. Elizabeth will quickly figure out someone like him. She nodded her head, smiled, and said she was going to confess her feelings to him. Raising her head proudly and smiling widely, she seriously said that she truly valued him. Ryan smiled and thought that when Matthew indulges in a dream, he notices nothing around him. This sense of purpose added to the excitement. Then he, proudly raising his head and placing his hand on his heart. He said he seemed to be in trouble because his words made her heart beat faster. Smugly, he said that nothing had been decided yet, that his battle had just begun, and that Elizabeth would definitely be his. The girl was intensely copying something from one book to another, and tired, wondered what it was. But recently, Rosemary had once again forced the priest with work and ordered her to rewrite everything. From that moment on, she kept busy with work and flexing her shoulders. She asked indignantly how she was supposed to handle so much. Indignant, she wondered how long this horror would last when she suddenly heard a knock on the door. And she turned around and asked who was there, thus approaching and opening the door. She hesitantly announced that she hadn't finished yet. But contrary to expectations, it wasn't Rosemary standing in front of her, but Marquis Werner, smiling and asking if there was anything more important than him. Raising her finger to her chin, she said she was glad to meet him. The priest looked at him surprised. Hesitantly, she asked why he was there and why in her room. Ryan explained that when he said he wanted to meet her, the servants incited him and asked her if she had a minute. Looking indifferently at the man smiling at her, she thought they had met at the night tournament. And for what purpose had he come now? The Marquis was surprised by how her room looked and said he thought she looked better, and wondered if he meant this entrance, which she didn't finish. Elizabeth said they asked her. Werner asked who asked her. She admitted it was Rosemary. The man looked around, and the priest asked why he had decided to visit her. Marquis Ryan asked, surprised, if she didn't know if he was really talking about that situation. She thought. But coming closer, he said it was nice that seemingly intelligent thoughts still escaped his mind. And staring into her eyes, he said that if she said she didn't understand, it would hurt him a lot. Smiling and leaning towards the girl, he asked if she had already had dinner. Elizabeth said yes. And covering her mouth with her hand, he, laughing, suggested, and the two of them went to a nice restaurant. This surprised her. But waving his hand, the man said that the table was already booked, so refusal would not be accepted. The priest, indignant, said this was too unexpected. All this time, Rosemary remained outside the door and overheard part of the dialogue. She couldn't believe it because she had come to pick up the notes. She was simply asked to sit in her room and court her, and she seduced the Marquis. And went to dinner with him. She clicked indignantly. Werner is a family where status is valued. If she had known she was a commoner, Rosemary thought, she would have ignored him immediately. Furiously crossing her arms over her chest, she thought that this revelation would happen very soon. And then the world would open its eyes. Already seated at the restaurant, Marquis Werner asked her if she liked the food. Wiping her mouth, Elizabeth said everything was very tasty. The man's cheeks turned red, he smiled, and said he was glad he had rented the whole place here. The priest looked around surprised, and was amazed that he had bought an entire floor for dinner. Ryan from the novel loves to communicate and interact with people, but he values the time spent alone no less. When no one is around, he drinks alcohol alone. You know, the Marquis addressed the lady. If she had refused, he would have simply left. The girl was surprised that he had rented the place. When Werner said he didn't like being alone, he instilled in her a feeling of uselessness that already affected her. Looking inquiringly at her interlocutor, she told Mr. Ryan that he also valued time spent alone with himself. She also enjoys time spent alone, she said, and the Marquis opened his eyes surprised. Suddenly, he coldly asked her how she knew about this. Although he remained calm, a cold sweat appeared on his back and Elizabeth got goosebumps. Justifying herself, she said that sometimes one needs to be alone with oneself, which she thought happened to the gentleman too. That's why she said it. She was worried thinking about what to do, so she just carried on. And told him the information, in case he thought she was following him. But she remembered the slightest details of his life, because he was her favorite character. With a wave of his hand, Ryan told Mrs. Elizabeth that she was pretending not to be interested in him at all. But it seemed to be the complete opposite. Coldly, he said that he was not that kind of person, and that they had never had a personal conversation. He asked her if she was trying to get to know his other side. The priest said that was not the case at all, in which case the man had a question. He said that lately there had been rumors that she had become very close to Count Winterhill. And he asked if it was true. Smiling, making her feel terrified, he asked her to answer carefully. This really astonished the girl. She wondered if she had angered him and clenching her fist over her chest. She said that the Count had come to thank her for healing him at the tournament. She seriously said that she had actually only made an assumption about him and urgently asked him to stop doubting her. The Count apologized. He said he didn't mean to scare her, but he was simply surprised that for the first time in a long time, someone saw through him. She managed it so easily. This still didn't fit in her head. He smiled and brought his hand to the side of his face. The Marquis said that in this case, it made no sense to hide and rudely ask to listen, throwing his hair back. And to ask who he was. Elizabeth was thinking worriedly about what to do, realizing she had said too much. When Ryan said that this was really unusual, he was surprised by such insight and said that you wouldn't even think she was a commoner. The girl's eyes widened. She instantly raised her head and, indignant but stuttering, asked what it meant that she was a commoner. But resting her head on her hand, she smiled and said she didn't even have to pretend. That she couldn't fool him. He said he had realized it a long time ago and knew she was a commoner. The priest opened her mouth in surprise. She wondered if he knew from the beginning. But apparently, something was overlooked and extending his hand forward. He grabbed her by the chin and, smiling, said it was unfair that she saw him like this. He lifted her head by the chin and asked if Lady Elizabeth would agree that, if she became his, the problem would be solved. Already at the Dawn Palace, she thought about him, that Ryan had changed a lot, and she thought he was a brilliant romantic. And sweet. But she didn't understand why he behaved like a dark character, and that scared her very much. She thought that perhaps it was more pleasant to watch her favorite heroes from the sidelines. She needed someone to listen to her and show kindness like Augustus. She realized what kind of person she needed, an attentive and understanding person. And her cheeks flushed, when suddenly Duke Lucas brought her back from her thoughts to the real world. He asked Elizabeth if she was listening to him. She apologized and asked what he was talking about. The boy said that from that day on, fencing lessons would begin. He couldn't wait to become a swordsman as strong as his brother. That's all, said the priest. It's about fencing lessons, and she asked the gentleman if everything would be fine. He reminded his sweet student that her wound had recently healed. Waving his hand, he smiled and said there was no need to worry about that, because Hugo had found the ideal teacher in him. Our sweet heroine looked at the young man surprised and asked what kind of ideal teacher he was. When suddenly, the Duke's nanny entered the room and announced to the teacher that the master had already arrived. A man with brown hair approached the teacher and her student. He bowed and said it was an honor for him to meet Duke Lucas. Elizabeth turned surprised and saw a man they knew in front of her. The man, smiling, straightened his back and introduced himself as Matthew von Arnes and said that he would be in charge of the fencing lessons. Lucas asked why he would teach him fencing. The gentleman admitted that it was the Chamberlain's will. He said he was entrusting this matter to him. She thought a lot about who the new teacher would be, and it turned out to be Matthew. If so, she was calm. The Duke asked his brother why recently he addressed him with so much respect. But before he addressed him by his first name, he explained that he came here as a fencing instructor and that he would only teach him the basics, but that he needed to know etiquette. Getting up from the sofa, our heroine asked him if she should leave since they would discuss the classes. Matthew asked to stay and said he had a request for her. Elizabeth wondered what. And meanwhile, Lucas's new teacher said that lessons would start tomorrow. Raising his hands, he said they would be held every day from dawn. The boy was very surprised and, placing the cup on the table, asked why so early. Matthew explained that this is the time when he is most active and has the most mana. The boy puffed out his cheeks. When the priest asked Lord Arnes what his request was, the man simply recalled this. Placing his hand on his heart, he said, embarrassed, that he would like her to be present in class. The girl wondered if this was in case of injury, then she would be calmer. Elizabeth said she understood, and agreeing, if it didn't interfere, she said they could keep this order. The man thanked the girl for appealing to him. A red blush appeared on his face, and he looked away. When suddenly he started looking clumsily at our heroine again, she looked back with interest. Suddenly, she looked at the hand he brought to his face and asked Matthew if there was something on his face. Bringing his fist to his mouth, he lowered his head and said there was nothing there and that he was looking forward to tomorrow's class. At that moment in the office, the Emperor said he heard that Lucas was starting fencing. Hugo said that Lord Matthew would be presenting for them. He asked if his brother could have a new attack. Then the valet announced that Priestess Isabel would be present in the classes to check on Lucas's condition. Thoughtfully, His Majesty asked if Lucas was a teacher. Hugo said everything was correct. He thought about it. Before, Elizabeth asked him what kind of girls Matthew liked, although she said she was only collecting information. But she thought that once classes started they would spend more time together, which she didn't particularly like. The Emperor asked what had changed in her actions recently, or if she was meeting someone. After all, she was a priestess of the Imperial Temple. He didn't want to cause her any inconvenience when Hugo reported that Marquis Werner visited the Dawn Palace and took her out to dinner. At that moment, His Majesty seemed to have broken free and quickly stood up. and menacingly asked about the fact that Ryan was at the Dawn Palace. The servant was surprised. Ryan has always been attracted to different girls, but why did Elizabeth Augustine think about how much he had accumulated? And now a week has passed since Matthew started giving lessons, and the Duke has been working hard. Lucas kept training, he didn't suffer seizures, and he looks happy, but it wasn't like that in the novel. From Rosemary's point of view, Lucas was complex. Maybe what happened in the novel didn't necessarily happen in reality, or there were things only she could change. 99 minus 100, that's all. Lucas happily completed all the repetitions of the exercise and asked if Elizabeth had seen him. The priest happily said that of course she had seen him. He also had a talent for fencing. Matthew said the Duke had excellent movements. It seems like he was gradually overcoming his fear of weapons. When suddenly a loud shout was heard, the servant was calling for Lord Arnes. The man asked what happened, placing his hand on his chest. The man said he had urgent news from the mansion. The Countess fell down the stairs. She was unconscious and did not regain consciousness. Lord Matthew was very scared and devastated. He asked if his mother was unconscious. Elizabeth opened her eyes and mouth horrified and raised her eyebrows. When suddenly she grabbed the gentleman by the shoulder and told Matthew to calm down. The priest said that she would go with them, that her power was supposed to help them. She asked for a carriage to be prepared and that they would immediately go to the mansion. The man teaching the Duke looked at Mrs. Elizabeth with horror and some hope. In turn, the girl decided for herself that she could no longer run away. It was something only she could do. At first, she thought it would be better to maintain the book's plot, but with the bonds she created, she realized it could lead to a positive outcome. So she would try again. Lord Matthew and Elizabeth rushed to the Countess's room. A maid approached him, and the Lord asked how his mother was. He said that a saint of the highest rank came recently, and she couldn't do anything. The man was dumbfounded. At the same moment, our heroine asked them to wait, that she could try to help her, and asked where the Countess was now. Wiping her tears, the maid asked her master who the girl next to him was. Matthew said this was the saint from the Dawn Palace. Lady Elizabeth and the servant asked them to enter, saying the Countess was in the back room. The girl and the boy approached the woman lying on the bed, and together worried about her condition. Our heroine saw that she was weakening, but understood that everything was still lost to cure her. Her strength would be necessary. But it doesn't compare to the last time, and she hesitated whether she could do it. The last time she remained unconscious for 2 days, and if she applied too much force, she wouldn't wake up again, thought the priest. Then she won't be able to meet Augustus. What can she do if she leaves? The man lamented behind her. His hands were shaking, and he said, if only he had been more careful, this wouldn't have happened. He told Elizabeth he was scared. He continued to reproach and blame himself for allowing this to happen. Elizabeth felt a lot of empathy for him. But suddenly, she gathered all her will into a fist and said there was no need to worry. Our heroine assured the gentleman that with the help of her powers, she could make the Countess come to her senses. Elizabeth finally began to use her power. Light burst from her hands, but this time it wasn't transparent, it was golden. Suddenly, noticing how tired the girl was, he told her not to try too hard. She had already done everything, when suddenly she saw her mother sigh. She immediately hurried to call her, while making her come to her senses, and the maid who received them at the entrance ran to them. Elizabeth and Matthew looked worriedly and affectionately at the woman who had regained consciousness. She told Matthew she was fine, so he wouldn't worry. The young man's soul instantly felt warmer and happier. And tears appeared in his eyes again, and he asked the maid to call his family. He thanked Mrs. Elizabeth for her help, because thanks to his mother, but suddenly stopped. He called Mrs. Elizabeth, and tears burst from the girl's eyes, and she herself stared blankly. He placed his hand on the girl's shoulder and loudly asked her what was wrong. He said she had tried too hard. The priest was very surprised and asked the Lord what had happened. Sadly and sorrowfully bowing her head, she said she was just shedding tears. Wiping the tears from her cheeks, she asked what that meant, because she didn't mean she felt bad. But Matthew insisted that she rest and asked the maid to prepare the room. Elizabeth wondered what kind of tears they were, and what they were for when she used the power. Something fell from her, as if water burst from a glass, although this was her decision. But she will be able to continue using this power. Elizabeth tossed in her bed, recovering from sleep in the room Lord Matthew had assigned her. In a dream, she clearly saw the entire treatment of the Countess that had occurred before. And as soon as a drop of water fell, she suddenly woke up and opened her eyes. She had tears at the corners of her eyes, and getting up from the pillow, she said it was strange, and asked why she was crying. But looking around, she realized she had slept enough, and that she felt better. It seemed to her that it was already night. She had a meeting planned with August and had to return quickly. Leaving the room, she looked for the Countess's room. Suddenly, Margaret, the maid who received them, appeared in front of her and told Mrs. Elizabeth that she was looking for her. The priest greeted the Count's estate maid, and she told him she needed to meet with her. She asked how she felt, and the golden-eyed girl said she felt better after sleeping. Then our heroine became interested, apologized, and asked if the Countess had woken up. Margaret nodded and asked the priest to follow her. She said the lady wanted to talk to her. The Countess wanted to personally thank the Savior, but Elizabeth said she did nothing. And she opened the room door. Inside, in front of her, she saw Lord Matthew, an older man, and two smaller twins. The man said he was waiting for the lady, and Elizabeth asked surprised who those people were. It was his family. The boy explained that they said they wanted to meet her. The boys were surprised by the saint and greeted her. Their father apologized for the unexpected visit. Suddenly, a man approached her and, taking her hand, asked her to allow him to introduce himself. It was Count Arthur von Arnes. Kneeling on one knee, he said he wanted to thank her from the bottom of his heart for saving his wife's life. The Count said, smiling, that the Arnes family would never forget her kindness. Elizabeth felt honored to help their lady. Matthew continued to look lovingly at the girl when her two brothers approached her. They bowed to her and thanked her for saving their mother. When the Countess told Reuben and Felix to calm down and reminded them that she had told them to be calmer with girls. The woman in the olive green dress thanked Lady Saint for saving her life. Elizabeth was very happy that the lady had finally woken up, and her eyes began to shine. Sitting on the bed, she pointed to herself with a thin hand and said that it was the first time she felt so good. Still, using her powers was the right decision otherwise. The Countess might have been disabled, which would have had a negative impact on both her life and Matthew's. Looking joyfully at the Savior, she said she would like to thank him and asked if he could stay for dinner. Elizabeth sincerely thanked him for the offer, but had to return when her stomach started to growl. Felix, smiling, asked if the lady was hungry. Reuben said she needed to eat something urgently. The priest was terribly embarrassed, but still understood that she had expended too much energy. And besides, it was already an inconvenience to refuse, because she was received very warmly. And it seemed she had little time left. She was amazed by the colorfulness of the dishes on the table at their luxury and taste, and devoured the meat. When Felix suggested that Reuben go buy a shawl for his mother, his brother agreed. That she shouldn't be cold. The parents of the Arnes family also communicated kindly. The Count served his wife a healthy vegetable soup, and she thanked him. While chewing her food, she smiled and thought that Matthew had a very friendly family. It felt very cozy and warm. When suddenly, Reuben asked his brother if this wasn't the saint his brother was devoted to. The young man said maybe it was her. The priest stopped, confused and surprised as soon as she heard what they were saying about her. And her eyes widened. Her older brother, indignant and ashamed, told Felix and Reuben to stop their strange conversations, because they were in front of a saint. Their father, turning to the two of them, also told them to stop. The Countess, guilty, said she felt uncomfortable. Lord Matthew, embarrassed, apologized to Lady Elizabeth for his brother's behavior, and asked her if she would have a little more time. And so, after dinner, they went out onto the terrace. It was a stifling day, and fanning herself with her hand. She said it was very hot and wondered why she had dressed so formally, and what he wanted to talk about, when suddenly he apologized again, guiltily, to the lady for his behavior. The priest said it wasn't worth it, that she was having fun. Clenching her fist against her hand, the girl smiled and said that he had a good family. And she even felt envious because she didn't have a family. Matthew asked if this was true. Elizabeth confirmed. She grew up in the temple, the man lifting his head. He sadly said that he couldn't even think about it. But the girl, tucking her hair behind her ear and smiling, said everything was fine. That she was used to being alone. What her younger brothers were talking about, he apologized again for not being able to explain everything in advance. He knelt in front of the girl and, ashamed, said that presenting the crown meant the knightly oath of the lady, and that the lady was the knight's eternal companion. He sincerely asked forgiveness for being in such a hurry and saying nothing. The priest looked ashamed and surprised, looking at her with puppy dog eyes, holding his hand over his rapidly beating heart. He said that now he was ready to make an official proposal. He asked her if Mrs. Elizabeth would become his lady. The girl, scared and hesitant, clenched her fist and thought about what to do. Still, the girl caught him by surprise at a night tournament. She reasoned worriedly. With Ryan, nothing was clear. And now even Matthew has been added. If he keeps looking at her like that, she won't be able to say anything. But lowering his head, she asked if he remembered how they went to the candy store. And then she thought that they had become friends, so she couldn't answer him now. But Matthew didn't forcibly seek her feelings. He said he understood her. The girl looked at him surprised and asked his forgiveness for causing him trouble. He believed he still had a chance, but today he was in too much of a hurry, and as for the answer, she could give it when she decided her feelings. Matthew said he could wait. Elizabeth realized how confused she actually was. He was as good as in the book, and she thanked him. How horrible. The emperor apologized emotionally for grabbing her so suddenly. She said everything was fine. But although she looked at him sweetly, the man was severe, and this whole situation irritated him a lot. Still, he did something completely out of character, and worried when he heard she would attend fencing classes. Now he wasn't just worried about Elizabeth. Shouldering his shoulders, he was afraid his feelings might change. After all this unexpected action by Augustus, an awkward silence reigned between the lovers. Like here, the priest, who didn't quite understand the situation, asked the boy if he was angry because she was late. His Majesty abruptly turned his head in her direction and, looking at her inquiringly, he said no and asked her why she got that idea. Elizabeth explained that his face suddenly darkened when she asked if he could find out what her loved one was like. Augustus worried and asked, dismayed, why she was asking him that. Clenching his fists, he cheerfully said this was to cheer her up, repeated the emperor after her. Because when you think about something like that, you immediately feel better. The man thought about it and asked about his beloved. The priest began to listen attentively, with her ear cocked. Looking at the floor, she sincerely said she didn't know, because now she didn't have the opportunity to get close to him. The heroine thought about who August's beloved was, because when she was with Matthew, if he had been in front of her, she would have answered unequivocally. Augustus is also a knight, which means that someday he too will swear allegiance to some girl. She kept thinking and asked not to think about that, looking at that beautiful face. When he smiled, he said that he had heard somewhere that the most important thing in relationships between people is honesty. And then he asked, what if we tell him everything directly and tell him that he should definitely understand her? Then His Majesty, the Emperor, looking at the girl, who lowered her head, asked why. Then Elizabeth, raising her eyes and the tips of her eyebrows upwards, sincerely said that this was because she could trust him. Augustus. When he realized that he hadn't said at all what he wanted, the man looked at her inquiringly. But she wondered why she couldn't tell him everything clearly. Sighing deeply, he walked across the red carpet and said that in the end they parted awkwardly. Again, she thought about why she couldn't say what she wanted. Suddenly, approaching the door of her room, she saw something lying in front of the door. And she was surprised. In the box, they thanked her for healing his mother today. It had nothing to do with what they were talking about, so he asked her to accept the gift without feeling a burden. Such a message and gift truly moved, and surprised our heroine when she read the letter. But even though Matthew is a very good person, she couldn't get Augustus out of her head. Blushing and almost without doubting the feelings she had for him, she slowly realized that he was the one she truly wanted. It started raining heavily that day, and Elizabeth ran towards the boy and apologized for making him wait. Feeling guilty, she said that her classes were simply delayed, that she couldn't even imagine it would start raining so suddenly. The emperor said that since it was due to practice, nothing could be done about it. She thanked him and asked what was happening with the treatment practice. But she felt somewhat uncomfortable and assumed it was because they had recently separated in a strange way. And she felt uncomfortable today. Timidly looking away, she said there was no serious damage today and suggested taking a break today due to the bad weather. But contrary to the expected answers, Augustine suddenly asked if it was necessary for him to be hurt. Pursing his lips, he looked away with frustration. And he asked if they couldn't just be together for no reason, just like that. Elizabeth raised her head in surprise and looked at her friend's facial expressions. Still, she thought he didn't want to spend time with her, but it turned out that apparently it was the complete opposite. Here she thought with admiration. Maybe he was just trying to calm the situation down. Ashamed, pulling away from her thoughts, turning her head, she also thought about it. There was no point in running away. Scratching her cheek, the priest said, since Augustine doesn't mind, she would gladly stay with him. And the man offered to find a spot under a tree. Approaching under the thick leaves of the trees, where the rain did not fall on them, Isabel saw and asked what kind of basket it was. The emperor said he brought some food because he thought they might spend some time together. It looked delicious. August, irritated, turned his head and said that all his plans had gone down the drain now. The girl apologized, laughing. Suddenly, she waved her hand and gasped, saying she was very hungry and asked if there was anyone here she could eat with. Isabel said she wanted to tell a lot about the Duke if only someone would listen to her. She started thinking about Augustine. When a man, with drops of water dripping from his hair, offered her a basket to eat together, the girl happily accepted. She no longer remembered the last time she ate such delicious bread and thanked her friend for feeding her. Covering his mouth with his fist, the man proudly said, if she is happy, then he is happy. She said between laughs that she would definitely regret it if she went home right then. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, and the interested emperor asked what was wrong. She pointed to her face with her finger and, sweetly smiling, told August there was something there. More precisely, she pointed her finger to the spot near his mouth, and the emperor couldn't help but follow her lovely lips. And his cheeks flushed, when suddenly, embarrassed and abruptly, he turned his face away from Elizabeth. And he stammered his thanks. And then he said her lips were very pale. The priest asked, surprised. Bringing his face close to the girl's, he examined her lips and said they looked lifeless. The emperor asked if she had forced her to stay. But the girl wasn't very interested in that now. Her eyes sparkled charmingly and her cheeks flushed. She wondered what she should do. She definitely needed to control herself, but she liked observing every movement of his hands. How then did she say, surprised, that everything was fine for her, that she wasn't cold? But here the two, looking at each other fascinated, their faces drew closer. A tender and vanilla atmosphere floated between them. Suddenly, the entire romantic moment was interrupted by a loud thunderclap that scared the priest. Suddenly, she started looking around and asked, horrified, if it was lightning. The emperor remained seated, enchanted, in the same position. Suddenly, he sharply turned his head, bringing his fist to his mouth. Elizabeth did the same, but she seemed much more worried. She was already thinking their lips would touch. Feeling the cloak over her shoulders, she explained that the rain had become stronger and offered to finish for today. Augustine looked at her with embarrassed lips. His Majesty the Emperor agreed this time and said that if she got wet, she might get sick. In turn, Elizabeth told herself to calm down. She still thought that August had a loved one. Her gaze saddened, she looked like she was about to cry. She thought it was inadmissible to think about such things. But looking at Augustine's smiling face, she seems forced to admit that she can no longer be his friend. The next moment, she got up from the wet grass and told August that she would return first. She asked to be excused and immediately ran away, not allowing anyone to stop her. The emperor only managed to call Isabel. Instantly he frowned and thought that since then he couldn't understand her feelings. It seemed to him that Ryan and Matthew were really interested in her, and he wondered if he could do something. But still, she realized that she couldn't leave everything, and finally gathered the courage to change something. The next morning, Isabel walked through the Dawn Palace and thought about what she should do. It seemed that the more she tried to hide her feelings, the clumsier she became. And she struggled about trying to tell the truth. Suddenly, in front of her, she saw none other than her lover, who called her a few steps away. Lifting her head, she asked Augustus what he was doing here at the Duke's palace. A knight in training was not allowed to come here. Lifting his hand, he placed his palm on her cheek and looked directly into her eyes. He said he had come because he wanted to talk to her. The man was a little tense, but still looked at the girl tenderly. Elizabeth thought confusedly and surprised that Augustus wanted to discuss something. It was interesting how important it was that he himself came here. The man began to speak when suddenly they heard the voice of Lord Lucas. He said that only authorized personnel can be here. The girl turned sharply. The boy happily said that he should leave now. When suddenly he stopped surprised, looking at his brother in shock, he looked back. At that moment, the priest thought that this was just horror. These two should not have met. Looking at the teacher and his friend, he worried about what he should do. Lucas, due to past trauma, suffers seizures upon seeing men, and Augustus entered without permission. Elizabeth thought Lucas might get worse. The man frowned and thought about how she could get out of this situation. When suddenly our heroine decided to act, she bowed in front of the boy, blocking him from August, and told him not to worry, saying he wasn't a bad person. But then Duke Lucas, not understanding what was happening, asked bewildered how good he was and what he was talking about. The girl realized that her student seemed calm. This calmed her, but the situation was still stressful. Stammering, she pointed to the emperor and introduced him as her friend, a knight, Augustine's student. There was a terribly awkward silence between the three of them. Lucas asked with his eyes what was going on. His brother hoped he understood the situation. The next moment, the emperor bowed to the duke and said it was an honor for him to meet him, as if by chance hinting that he needed to play along. He said he was a member of the Imperial Knight Detachment, Augustin von Roman. The boy asked his name in surprise, and the priest guiltily said that was exactly what she had asked him to listen to. The girl said he knew nothing about manners, had an imprudent character, and entered without thinking about the consequences, and didn't intend to cause harm. The emperor said he had come to see him and asked if he could come in. The boy, understanding what his brother needed, listed the characteristics given by the teacher amidst laughter. And holding back laughter, he said, well, the girl started listening surprised. The duke said that knights are normally forbidden from entering the palace. But since he is his friend, he will forgive him this time. At that moment, Lucas, almost forgetting, took out the envelope and said he actually came to give this to him. Elizabeth looked surprised at the envelope the knight gave her and asked what kind of letter it was. Lucas said to read it later and suggested that she and her friend find a place where they wouldn't be seen. Although he doesn't care, but he doesn't know what others will say. The priest said they would be careful, and then the boy said he was going and asked to chat where there was no one. Greeting his student, Mrs. Elizabeth smiled and thanked Mr. Lucas. And after the duke left, a terribly awkward silence arose between the couple. Suddenly, the priestess sharply turned to His Majesty and said, frowning, embarrassed, that she had acted imprudently. Crossing her arms over her chest, indignantly, she said that a little more and they would have scared him away. He likes to scare people. August apologized. Then the girl said it was okay, since she understood and asked, so why did he come? The guy put his hand on his neck and looked away ashamed. And as soon as he ordered his thoughts and began to speak, he immediately heard a noise nearby. The priest sharply turned around startled and looked in the direction where the noise came from. After this, Augustine said that this was not the right time. It appeared too suddenly. Elizabeth asked him if he would tell her before leaving. But the emperor, placing his hand on the girl's shoulder, which made her tremble in surprise. He said that today they were going to say goodbye again. Suddenly he realized that, unknowingly, he had touched Elizabeth again. And his hand began to tremble. A noticeable blush appeared on his face, and he looked distantly at the floor, clenched his fist. And he apologized. He turned around abruptly. Blushing, she covered her face with her palm and said they would see each other and ran. The girl asked what this meant and asked August to stop. As she watched the gentleman flee, she thought this was happening to him. Suddenly he came, and suddenly he left. She touched the spot where Augustine had touched her with her hand, and blushing, clenching her chest with her fist. She wondered why he was leaving, disturbing her heart. The next day, our little Duke arrived at the imperial palace and asked what it was. He asked him to explain everything, but the emperor looked away guiltily. Realizing he wouldn't get anything, he asked his brother if he and Elizabeth knew each other. Bowing his head, he said it was something like that. Sighing deeply, he said that his brother probably understood everything by himself. But Elizabeth thinks he is a knight apprentice. Pressing his little fist against his chest, the boy asked his brother if he liked Elizabeth. The emperor gripped the handle of the cup. He raised his head and asked if it was that noticeable. As if the Duke had just realized everything. The next moment, the emperor's cheeks started to take on a pink hue. He looked away and asked if he was so easy to read, since even he noticed it. His little brother was frankly surprised, because at first, he just took this for granted. A blush also appeared on his cheeks, and embarrassed, he said it was the first time he heard someone call his brother Augustus. He also said it was the first time he saw him so excited that he didn't remember his brother like that. Here, still embarrassed, the emperor, taking his chin, said he had come to him to talk about these topics. That he was embarrassed and happy at the same time. The Duke agreed with his brother, but pressing his neck with his hand. He lowered his head and asked if she knew how dangerous it was to be with Elizabeth now. The emperor almost spat out his tea, surprised and trembling, asked what he was talking about. The boy loudly said that all this means that recently his brother, Matt, has got close to Elizabeth and looks at her with loving eyes in every lesson. Yes, Ryan also often comes to the Dawn Palace and abruptly placing his hands on the table. He told his brother that at this rate, they would take Elizabeth away from him. All this the man finally realized and made a very irritated and scared face. Trembling, he bowed his head and asked Lucas what was the best he could do. He was very bad at matters of love. His brother said that they would decide everything. As soon as he had a good idea, he knew how to establish contact with Elizabeth. The girl asked. They told her to come after lunch, then the gentleman said everything correctly. The cat, it was just what she saw in front of her, asked why they were together. Waving his hand, Duke Lucas asked the teacher to calm down, but they didn't have time to say it. The boy happily announced that Lord Roman was his relative. The girl looked at her student with surprise and even indignation. She couldn't believe they were relatives. Lucas explained that all aristocrats and members of the imperial family were related by blood in one way or another, so he checked and found out they were related. And he explained that he didn't faint because they already knew each other, winking at his brother and asking him if it worked. That's right, said the priest, surprised and ashamed, taking it very calmly. But then the teacher asked him why he called her, and the boy, embarrassed, put his hands on his belt. Pointing to his brother, he said that today Lord Roman would accompany her as a knight. When the priest shamefully said that he needed to return very soon, the Duke said it wasn't a matter of decency. The boy said he couldn't allow his saint to walk alone, so, with her permission, he would accompany her. The girl raised her head and looked at August, embarrassed, pursing her lips. The man was also a little nervous, and when he saw the girl looking, he looked back surprised. As he sadly bowed his head, he asked her if she wanted to go with him. With a wave of her hand, the girl shook her head. That was not the case. She was afraid of taking up his time. The emperor told her not to worry about that. Clenching his fist against his chest, he said it was an honor for him to fulfill his duty as a knight. Seeing the couple forming, The boy was very amazed by the atmosphere floating around them. Suddenly, the boy coughed embarrassed, which greatly surprised his brother and astonished the teacher. But the next moment, the boy pushed the two of them and told them to hurry. Otherwise, they would be late. Having thought of a great opportunity, he pushed the teacher forward and slyly said that his hand had slipped. The emperor, seeing the girl falling, quickly caught her and pressed her against his chest. Augustine asked her if she was okay. Elizabeth opened her eyes in surprise. A blush appeared on her face. Her heart was beating wildly. A noticeable blush also appeared on the boy's face. His heart was beating strongly, and he looked at her with love, when suddenly they looked into each other's eyes together. Clinging to each other, feeling the beating of their own hearts. Suddenly, the girl realized how uncomfortable she was, and pulling away from Augustine. She apologized embarrassed and said she had been pushed. Confused, the priest asked the knight what he was doing, and the boy pretended not to understand what he was talking about. Smiling, he greeted the girl and told her he wouldn't interfere, knowing that Lord Roman was with her, and that they would see each other later. As she got into the carriage, Elizabeth thought about why today was unpleasant for her. And she said that they had left, sitting on the sofa inside. She exhaled embarrassed and tired. And she thought she needed to think less. She was sure that Augustus had no intentions, that he was simply accompanying her as a knight. Meanwhile, the man looked out the window confused, thinking about what happened between them before. Thanking his brother for his help. She said she was surprised they were relatives, and smiling, asked how his younger brother was. Still blushing embarrassed, he looked away and said that he had been helping him lately. Clasping the palms of her hands, Elizabeth happily said she was glad they had finally gotten closer. As then the man opposite suddenly became more serious and said that he too was interested in something. Suddenly he asked her what kind of relationship she had with Count Winterhill. She raised her head in surprise. And looking up remembering, she said she had no relationship with the Count. Today he only came to greet her. The man looked at the priestess from under his forehead and said he understood. Thoughtfully he took her chin and began to think about Count Winterhill. Suddenly, looking out the window, the girl, surprised by the sights, said they had probably arrived already. The mansion was visible. Isabel admired the beauty of the mansion, and the emperor, looking out the window, thought about what he was thinking when he called Isabel to the mansion. As soon as they got out of the carriage, the count came out of the mansion to receive them. And he told them he was glad she had arrived and suggested that the road was difficult. The girl asked the count how the man was, shaking his hand and telling him he was fine. The man, hiding his gaze behind his forehead, looked at Count Winterhill, not expecting such an attitude. The emperor thought the mansion gates hadn't fully opened yet, and the count had already come out to meet them. But he didn't understand why he did this. He narrowed his eyes and frowned. When suddenly Count Winterhill looked ahead, feeling his gaze on him. And he saw a man in a robe. They looked into each other's eyes, and the emperor straightened up surprised. And the count called Madame Elizabeth. And making a gesture with his hand to Augustine, he asked who had come with her. The emperor pursed his lips. His heart started beating, and he nervously thought if he really knew him. Not wanting to believe it. Count Winterhill, they had never met on any official occasion. He wondered if he would recognize him. The silver-haired man continued to look at the boy inquiringly and asked Elizabeth how the girl said she would introduce them. Approaching the emperor, she pointed her hand at him and said that this was a palace knight student, Augustine von Roman, who was accompanying her today. Bowing his head guiltily, he apologized for interrupting and asked what he was talking about. The count said it wasn't important. Addressing His Majesty, he asked if he was a palace knight apprentice. The boy, averting his blue eyes to the side, contact remained silent. Count Winterhill did not focus on this, and, turning towards the estate entrance, he offered to talk inside. Then Augustine took the girl's hand and told Mrs. Elizabeth to leave. The emperor seemed stunned after the count's departure, and a drop of sweat ran down his face. He didn't understand why he reacted like this. He seemed to realize, but didn't react at all. Not even the Imperial Information Department could enter here, and he let them in so easily that. Suddenly, he wondered who Isabel was related to. Handing over a blank check, the Count said he believed he could guess why he called her. He said she could write any amount on the sheet and take it to the bank. He also said he was very grateful to her, Elizabeth, for saving him that day. Sparkling and smiling, he said he wanted her to accept this as a token of his gratitude. Smiling at the girl while waiting for an answer, he literally shone with happiness. Our heroine, in turn, didn't even know how to react to this correctly. She couldn't even believe it and returned his smile. Her checks were always empty, and the expenses of aristocrats were generally incomprehensible. She, embarrassed, brought her fist to her mouth. And clasping her hands over her knees, she lowered her head and told the gentleman that she was very grateful to him, but that she could not accept this check. Placing her hand on his chest, she raised her head and said she simply shared the power of the great Rahan, and did what a saint should do. Although there was nothing better than getting rich, she couldn't accept it. And the Count told Isabel that this was the price of her life, the life of the head of House Winterhill. Turning her head from side to side, she lowered it and, closing her eyes, explained that this price was enough. Putting her hand on his chest again, she asked, smiling, since she saved him, then perhaps she decides what she will receive in return. He said that it seems she has the right to do so. Count Winterhill looked at the girl surprised, with wide eyes and pursed lips. But the next moment, the man smiled and cheerfully said, well, since this is her decision, then he obeys her. The girl's cheeks flushed and she looked at the man surprised, admiring his kindness and his ability to yield. And then the Count asked her if she could heal him one more time. The Count explained that the wound had simply started hurting him again and that he would like to ask for her help. Elizabeth happily agreed and said to ask him whatever he wanted. The man smiled satisfied. He thanked the priestess and wanted to say something more, but suddenly a servant interrupted him, addressing his master. They exchanged glances, and the boy nodded his head. Count Winterhill understood everything and said it was okay. Getting up from the sofa, he apologized and said he had work to do, so they would finish for today. Getting up behind the estate owner, she agreed with the Count and told him she just wanted to meet him. Approaching each other, Count Winterhill thanked the priestess for coming today. Standing in front of the man, she already thought that he would force her to accept the check again. And she was surprised how easily he backed down and didn't force her. But she was more worried if that wasn't his goal. She was interested in knowing why he called her. As she walked down the corridor, Isabel asked Augustus what he thought of Count Winterhill, if he was a good or bad person. The man said thoughtfully that he needed to think about this. He also saw him for the first time. Although it was not an order from the imperial family, his missing fiancée was a supporter of the emperor. That is why his aversion to the imperial family is understandable. He perfectly understood his pain for his dead love. But if this becomes a reason for revenge against the imperial family, then it can end badly, thought Augustine. The priest asked why he said nothing, and then the emperor said he was simply lost in his thoughts, and thoughtfully said that he didn't know what he was like, that it was their first meeting, and asked what she thought. Raising her head, she said thoughtfully that she didn't know, but that he seemed like a good person. He was very careful. That's right, thought His Majesty. He treated Isabel in a special way. Continuing to think, the girl said that this was an unreasonable conclusion, because they had only met a few times. The man said that was his opinion, when suddenly he looked forward with his beautiful sky-blue eyes, and the next moment, he suddenly grabbed the priestess's hand and pressed it against his chest, telling her to come closer. Elizabeth looked at August, surprised, and asked him what was wrong. Her heart immediately began to beat, and her cheeks flushed. At the same moment, His Majesty the Emperor, hugging the girl close to him, looked forward with concern. Shielding the girl's head from the hallway, he pursed his lips and thought, this is why he was here. And down the hall, a man with golden hair walked forward. Smiling satisfied, the man was interested in knowing where Ryan was from. Not understanding why his cousin was in that place, he continued pressing the girl towards him. The emperor continued to shield her, making sure Marquis Ryan didn't notice them. but he dismissed him with a very dissatisfied look, frowning and angry. Suddenly, our heroine decided to remind him, and hesitantly called her friend by name. The man looked at the girl and saw how she, pitifully and embarrassed, asked him what had happened. Seeing this beautiful and sweet little face, a blush appeared on the emperor's face. And his eyes shone. The next moment he realized what he had done and, blushing, pulling away from her. And apologizing, Elizabeth asked him if everything was okay. An awkward silence hung between the emerging couple, and August suggested returning. She agreed. Leaving the Count's mansion, the girl brought her hands to her chest and exhaled. She thought she was very surprised. Remembering how Augustus behaved before, she thought embarrassed that he was definitely a knight. She always knew he was reliable. But now she felt very good. Her heart was beating strongly, and her soul was warm. When suddenly, she stopped the flow of her thoughts and thought embarrassed about what she was only thinking. She remembered and reminded herself that August had a loved one. But this man himself walked ahead all red and happy. She thought she shouldn't forget that she was his friend. Suddenly, he ran closer and offered to walk beside her. And so, Count Winterhill sat in the hall, awaiting the scheduled meeting. And reflecting on what had happened before. He remembered how the girl, placing her hand on his chest, asked smiling since she saved him. Then perhaps she decides what she will receive in return. He said that it seems she has the right to do so. Holding his head, he said that it was Samantha, as if he had come back to life. He said that Elizabeth was definitely Samantha's daughter, his daughter. Remembering the girl, her eyes, her facial features, her words, he wondered if he had at least one proof of it. When suddenly, he took his hands off his head and directed his gaze forward. That man, she said he was a knight apprentice, but by him, it was definitely possible to know that he wasn't an apprentice. He thought he had to find out why he was accompanying Elizabeth, when suddenly they told him he had a visit from the Werner family. Sitting across from Ryan, he said he was glad to meet him and thanked him for being received. And he apologized for such a sudden visit. Suddenly, the smile disappeared from his face, and he asked if there was anyone with him. He had a guest. The Count continued, suggested getting straight to the point, said he had no reason to come. The man said that House Winterhill always keeps its promise, but he came, and the man dared to rudely suggest that he was going to take away his power. The Marquis smiled and thought that, as expected from the Count, even a great sword in inept hands would play against its owner. But how sure could he be of this? He bowed his head and smiled. Raising his head, he said there was a misunderstanding, that he did not come here for power. The Marquis insisted on the most painful topic for the Count, and said that his ex-fiancée killed his wife, and that the fiancée's brother was involved in it. After learning about this, he demanded a territorial war with the bride's family. According to the law, territorial wars are impossible without the emperor's permission. There was a problem with contacts with members of the imperial family, said the Marquis. Frowning, the man looking at his opponent rudely said that he did not understand what he was talking about. In response, the Marquis smiled slyly and said that House Werner might well have given permission. Negativity grew. It was terrible that he followed his sister's example and killed his beloved. This is a brutal act that should be criticized even in the imperial family. Placing his hand on his chest, Ryan dramatically said that the pain of not being able to kill the hated person was something he understood. And this man is still alive. He said that he is torn apart by anger. Every breath he takes pierces him like a sword. The man said he thought they could become good friends. And in the end, the golden-haired man directed his piercing gaze and suggested working together. The man looked at his interlocutor stunned for a while and then nodded with a sigh. The man called his servant Henry, and the man shuddered and understood his master at a glance. The Count said he would send detailed information and now briefly explain it. The servant placed a map on the table. Considering the movement routes that were in the Count's plans, he said this was surprising. After discussing all the topics, while seeing off the Marquis, the Count asked him why he needed all this. The man turned away disgusted and looked inquisitively at Winterhill and looked aside. And in the end, he said that he would simply say that this was very important to him. And he remembered Isabel's image. The priest wondered why the Holy Father invited her to the temple. She moved to the Dawn Palace, but it seemed like it happened yesterday. And looking out the windows, observing the other priests, she realized that she was starting to miss him. But she already thought she would work here all her life, that she didn't even want to remember it. And yet, the girl wondered why they called her so suddenly when she saw them approaching her. She curtsied and told the Holy Father it was an honor to meet him. He asked Isabel how she was. Suddenly, the girl raised her head and fixed her gaze on the figure next to the Holy Father. Behind the man who smiled sweetly and waved his hand to her, asking her forgiveness for the wait, was a little girl. She had a short lock of hair, dark hair, and blue eyes. She looked at her indignantly. Our heroine chuckled uncertainly, and she herself felt extremely uncomfortable. She was still the same girl. It was terrible how she looked at her. She was the one who scolded her when she first arrived here. She looked at her very dissatisfiedly, and the girl clearly understood that she definitely did not like Elizabeth. Of course, Elizabeth also did something wrong, but it was still unpleasant. How did the Holy Father say he called both of them because he wanted to ask her something? To Sophia. The girl's face changed immediately. Now all her attention was directed towards him, and she asked him to inquire about anything. The priest said they grew up in the same orphanage and ended up together in this temple. Nodding, Sophia confidently and seriously informed the Holy Father that everything was correct. But this new information greatly surprised our heroine, if that was really all that happened. And she began to listen more attentively, immediately and sadly. The Holy Father told Isabel that he had heard she was born in an orphanage. Then he asked Sophia if she remembered the day the nearby priest was born. The girl became very interested in the story of the day her character, the real Isabel, was born. Bowing her head, the girl next to her started to speak. She said she remembered this day. Placing her hand on her chest, she said she remembered it because that night she was the one who encountered the woman on the threshold. It was raining heavily. She didn't think twice and opened the door to a woman who was screaming loudly, knocking on the door. She asked what was wrong. The woman, placing her hand on her shoulder, thanked her and asked her to take care of this child. Caressing her belly. With crazy eyes, she looked at the girl, who asked her what was wrong and told her she had to save at least him. But literally, the next moment, the pregnant woman fell, and the girl called the Holy Mother. Maybe she had escaped from somewhere. There were many wounds on her body. The priest was able to help the woman, but her daughter died, and she offered to pray for the soul to return to God. The born child would not cry, would not breathe at all. That night was very difficult, but the next day, lying on her mother's chest, Elizabeth started to breathe. It was incredible. The girl spoke madly about how this child seemed to have taken all the life from her mother. When suddenly the Holy Father interrupted her and told Sophia to calm down. He told her she was wrong. The girl asked the Holy Father, surprised what this meant, and she could have continued. But she stopped. Closing her eyes, His Holiness said that anyone in a similar situation would have thought the same. But still it was not true. It affected the head priest Sophia, and she frowned. Saints who have the ability to heal are separated from divine power. They have the power to heal a person. But this costs their own vital energy. Elizabeth was very surprised by this. His Holiness explained to Sophia that this is how Isabel's mother saved her. He also added that he could confirm it, so she was wrong. And thanking Sophia for listening to her, he told her she could leave. Left alone, the girl wondered what would be the best way to ask the Holy Father about this. She hesitated with her question precisely because it still didn't seem to be about her. When His Holiness called Isabel, the girl, discarding her thoughts, answered. Bowing her head, she apologized for this oppressive atmosphere and asked not to take Sophia's words seriously. He didn't call her for her to hear something like that. Our heroine said it was fine, everything was fine, and offering to change the subject. She asked what he meant when he talked about vital energy. His Holiness brought his fist to his chin and said thoughtfully that he hadn't talked much about the subject. Saints who have the ability to heal have a special power that can be used after all divine power has been depleted. And this magic turns golden. This is a powerful force that can bring you back to life, as it requires the use of vital energy. The fate of the priest himself is in danger. A shiver ran down the girl's spine. And that's exactly what she wanted to ask about the golden color. The man asked, surprised, what? The priest said that recently, when he healed Mrs. Arnes, he apparently used the golden color. The Holy Father's face expressed horror. He instantly and very loudly, impatiently asked her how much she had used. The girl said, surprised, that it was only a little. The man, horrified, asked if it was true and if they stopped her, the priest. Guilty, she said that everything was like that. The next moment, the man sat down calmly and, crying, thanked great Rahan. Who knew that she would use this power, he said. Through tears, he asked not to use it from that moment on. Elizabeth cheerfully promised she wouldn't do it again. Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, she said, which was a bit inappropriate. But he had another reason why he called her. Suddenly he asked, turning to Elizabeth, and asked her if she wanted to meet another family. The priest was surprised. The priest had previously said that her mother had passed to another world. But she had to leave proof that she was his daughter and asked if she had any guess about this. She pulled out a jewel from under her dress and asked if this pendant could be it. His Holiness said it definitely was. He advised the girl not to lose it, because maybe her father would return to her. Isabel looked at him surprised, looking at the red-yellow pebble with her beautiful gray-gold eyes. And squeezing the jewel in her fist and pressing it against her chest, she asked him if he would definitely return to her. She turned her head in different directions, pushing away thoughts and thinking that many things had happened today. And that it was time to stop thinking. But here, in nature, she felt much better. She came to this place, although today she and August hadn't even agreed to meet. She blushed and looked around embarrassed. And realizing that he definitely wasn't here, she even leaned against the tree behind her with some sadness. She thought about how unusual it was, how she felt better just by coming here. And she spoke warmly that maybe it was because she was waiting here and meeting August. He was already smiling just from the memories. After chuckling slyly for a bit, she thought it would be a pleasure to meet today. And she decided to stay here for a while and go home. Suddenly, not far from her, she heard a painfully familiar voice calling her. And she turned abruptly in the direction of the sound. In front of her, right behind a nearby bush, clinging to a tree, she saw a blushing Augustus, who also looked extremely surprised. Running closer, he loudly asked her why she was here if today was not the meeting day. Elizabeth shuddered in surprise. Her cheeks instantly turned red and her eyes widened. Seeing her friend's sweet face, she turned her head, blushing and stuttering. She apologized for making too much noise. The boy said, embarrassed, that he was very surprised that she was here. A smile appeared on the priestess's face, and then she laughed. The emperor was surprised and asked her not to laugh. He was very embarrassed, but still said he was glad to see her smile. Still laughing, she covered her mouth in a cute way, apologized, and said it was simply cute. Suddenly she asked August why he was there, but the man, still, kept away from the compliment at that moment. And scratching his neck, he said that if he told her, she wouldn't believe it at all. And without waiting for an answer, he modestly said that he simply felt that if he came here he would meet her. She looked at him embarrassed. Waiting for her friend's reaction, she still blushed embarrassed and looked at him. In an instant, her eyes shone with a charming golden color, and her cheeks continued to turn pink. Smiling, she replied that she also thought she would find him here. And smiling broadly at Elizabeth, pressing his knees to himself, he said that their hearts beat in unison. Augustine looked at her with beautiful, charming, shining eyes. Her cheeks flushed, and she said that was how it was. The girl said, embarrassed, "It's strange, because as soon as she saw him, it immediately became easier." The boy already sat down next to her and asked if she was sad. In response, she scratched her cheek, a little embarrassed and unsure, and smiled. Looking down, she said that indeed today she learned some shocking news. Her mother died almost immediately after giving birth to her. Before that, she thought she was completely alone. But after hearing what she heard, It was as if a heavy burden had fallen on her. Someone had changed their life for hers. Her life stopped being normal, or something like that, when her life as Elizabeth ceased to be secondary. She thought. He also said thoughtfully that she had a father somewhere, although this was obvious. And somehow, sadly said that she didn't know if she should see him. The Emperor looked at her surprised. Our heroine thought sadly to herself that she was not Elizabeth. What should she say when they met? After these discussions, silence fell between the reunited friends, which made it awkward. Suddenly, Elizabeth thought she was talking too much. Her face turned red, and she felt embarrassed. Then, smiling, she apologized, saying she had completely forgotten about herself. And about herself. But suddenly the boy interrupted her, addressed the girl by her name, and after a pause, he told her not to worry, but to do what she herself considered right. The Emperor said that she is she, and this will not change. These words greatly surprised Isabel. But August continued and said, if she wants to meet, let her, and if she doesn't want to, no one will blame her. And if someone forces her to do something against her will, he will protect her, promised the Emperor. The girl's cheeks lit up instantly. Her heart beat in unison, and mentally she asked August why. But she immediately cheerfully replied that his calm words made her feel better. The man said seriously that he was really going to protect her. He comforted her in a moment, and she smiled sweetly and asked him how he would protect her. The Emperor said he would do it this way. He would hide her in his chest and, hugging her, pressed her against him, so that she would not hear or see anything bad. He said he would do this whenever he wanted. The girl's face turned very red, and her heart began to beat wildly. Pressing her against his chest, he ran his hands through her hair locks, telling her not to be afraid, telling Elizabeth that she was not alone. Suddenly she raised her arms and returned the hug to her friend, thanked August, and told him she felt much better. She was glad she came here today. The boy, enjoying this moment, closed his eyes and said that he too. Meanwhile, Mr. Werner arrived. They asked him why he had come. The man replied that it was the same. And getting out of the carriage, Marquis Ryan, impeccably dressed and perfectly coiffed. He asked where Elizabeth was now. He was completely ready for the banquet, thought Werner as he walked through the palace corridors. From checking the quality of the food to selecting orchestral pieces, this event happens only once a year. So everything must be perfect. He thought. The official reason for the celebrations, welcoming his father back to the capital. But the real reason was Elizabeth at the banquet. He was going to announce that she was his only one. When he makes her his, she will believe in the sincerity of his love, reasoned the Marquis. And he will not allow anyone to take her away from him. Those who stand in his way will only face death. And satisfied with his preparations and goals, he thought there seemed to be no candidates. But suddenly he lowered his head and fixed his gaze forward, reviewing everything again in his thoughts. He remembered that he should not forget Matthew, although he was not such a big threat. Still, Ryan was sure that he didn't have even a single chance to get what was his. Suddenly, the Marquis was called, and Werner proudly turned his head toward the emanating sound. The man's daughter, Rosemary, stood in front of him and blushed, and admiring this meeting, this girl was familiar to him. Pressing her hand to her chest, the girl surprisingly asked the Marquis why he was there. He looked at the girl surprised, showing no emotion, assessing the situation. But the next moment, a smile appeared on Ryan's face when he recognized the girl. He said, turning to the man's daughter, Frances, and told her it had been a long time since they last saw each other. That he was happy. Rosemary agreed. It was their first meeting since the night tournament, and she asked him how he felt. Smiling sweetly at the lady, he told Miss Frances that she looked beautiful. The girl thanked him and asked, since they already knew each other, what he thought about a cup of tea. The man thanked her and told her he had to refuse because he had come to talk to Elizabeth's priest. Rosemary gasped and was very surprised by this, but in her heart, she didn't understand why he was interested in Elizabeth again. And then she said she would like to talk about this girl. The Marquis asked if something was wrong. He sighed and said that he did not understand why the Marquis was so eager to meet her, since they hadn't even taught her manners. He wondered what he was thinking when Ryan asked if that was what she thought. The heroine looked at him, surprised, and realized that she had made a good impression. And that this was her chance. The girl said of course and asked the Marquis what he thought, because she had thought several times that he had quite a bad temper. She crossed her arm under her chest and therefore confidently told him to be very careful. After all, if he is with such a woman, he will be surrounded by bad rumors. In response, the man smiled. Although she pretended to be a wonderful person, she thought she was a troublesome person. When he said she had a very rich imagination, the girl's eyes widened in surprise. Instantly, she raised her head to him and, worried, perplexed, asked what that meant. But then the man stepped one step closer to Rosemary. He leaned over her and asked if there were still rumors about such a passionate encounter. It was undoubtedly someone's wild fantasy. The girl's face instantly turned red. And she frowned. She instantly calmed down, raised her head, and asked the Marquis what he was saying. She was just worried about him. The man looked threateningly at the lady in front of him and asked Miss Frances to refrain from behaving inappropriately. He advised her to better worry about herself. The green-eyed girl was very discouraged by this attitude towards her. When suddenly their dialogue was interrupted, a female voice called Mr. Werner. And he turned around. In front of him, he saw a girl he was addressing. She asked him what he was doing here. With a graceful wave of his hand, he told Elizabeth that he had been waiting for her. The priest approached. She asked him why he was waiting for her. The girl did not remember making him any promise. Suddenly, she paid attention to the situation. She became interested in what kind of atmosphere it was and what these two were talking about. The Marquis brilliantly said that he wanted to meet, so he came and also needed to say something. A long time has passed since then, since she saw August, a friend she thought of, and asked what they were talking about. He handed her the letter and told her it was his invitation, and explained that in a few days there would be a banquet at the Marquis's estate. Isabel took the envelope and, after reading the name, inquisitively pronounced the phrase about the mask festival. Ryan confirmed this and said that this event is very similar to a festival. That's why he wrote it that way, and, as its name suggests, many will wear various masks. He asked the girl to come to this event because he sincerely desired it. The priest said that such events were not suitable for her. But Mark said that it wasn't like that Lady Elizabeth had saved many lives, that he would provide her with a carriage and clothes, and asked if she could attend the banquet. Looking at the girl with tenderness and pity, he said that even if she revealed her identity under the mask. That night, he wanted to give her flowers. He was expecting her arrival. The priest wondered what he should do. He couldn't refuse him. The girl thought she was captivated by the sudden sad face and continued reading the letter. Rosemary approached her and muttered, asking why. The priest turned sharply and asked her what she was saying. In front of her, he saw an angry and annoyed Rosemary and felt very embarrassed. The Baroness, sweating from shame and anger, loudly told Isabel that she would never accept such an outcome. And we will find out how the story continues with the release of new chapters. Have a nice romantic day. Beloveds,